A few pages of ink should not feel heavy, but this one carried arguments, fear, ambition, and the possibility of an entirely different future. Tonight, my sleepy little ink-stained potatoes. Yeah, I just let that fly out. We're following the story of the US Declaration of Independence from the tense conversations behind it to the careful wording that eventually travelled far beyond the room where it was written. You do not need to memorise names or hold on to every detail. Just let the voices, disagreements and ideas pass through at an easy pace. Before we open the document, leave a thumbs up if this is your kind of nighttime history, and tell me what part of the world is listening with us tonight. Get your pillow where you want it, take one comfortable breath, and let's begin with a blank page and a very difficult decision. It is the middle of the 1770s, and the 13 British colonies along the Atlantic coast of North America are caught between loyalty and rebellion. Candles burn low in farmhouses and print shops from Boston to Williamsburg as ordinary people argue, write, and wonder what kind of country they might become. Settle in now, dear listener, and let the story of how a quarrel over taxes became a declaration that changed the world carry you gently towards sleep. Picture yourself standing on a wooden dock in Boston Harbour on an ordinary morning, somewhere in the early 1760s. The air smells of salt and tar and the particular sweetness of drying cod. Gulls argue over scraps near the fish stalls. You're not a soldier or a statesman. You're simply a colonist, a British subject living thousands of miles from London, and on this morning that fact feels less like a distance and more like a comfort. You consider yourself to be British, not in the way a person living in Kent or Yorkshire might think of it, but in your own particular colonial way, shaped by ocean crossings and generations of building something new while still answering to an old crown. Your grandparents may have crossed that ocean themselves, carrying little more than tools, seeds, and a stubborn kind of hope. Your parents grew up calling this place home even as they still call the king their sovereign. The British Empire in this era stretches far beyond these 13 colonies. It reaches into the Caribbean, where sugar plantations hum with brutal labour. It touches India, where trading companies are quietly becoming something closer to governments. It wraps around fishing grounds in Newfoundland and fur routes in Canada. You're one small thread in an enormous woven cloth, and most days you do not think much about the other threads. If someone had handed you a map of this empire back then, you might have been struck by how scattered and improbable the whole arrangement looks. Little outposts and colonies dotted across oceans and continents, held together by little more than shipping lanes, shared paperwork, and a stubborn collective belief that a small island kingdom somehow has the right and the responsibility to govern all of it. It is, when you really sit with the idea, a rather strange way to organise the world, though you have never known anything else, and so it simply feels like the natural order of things. Your daily life follows rhythms that feel timeless, even though they are quite new. If you live in a port city like Boston, Philadelphia or Charleston, you might wake to the sound of cartwheels on cobblestones and the calls of street vendors selling oysters or hot bread. If you live further inland, your mornings begin instead with rooster calls and the creak of a well pulley. The world measured in chores rather than street noise. You read newspapers when you can get them, often a few weeks old by the time they reach you, filled with shipping notices, advertisements for lost horses, and the occasional letter from a colonist signing under a clever pen name. News from London takes about 6 to 8 weeks to cross the Atlantic, so you live slightly behind the rest of the empire, always catching up to decisions that were made an ocean away. You're proud in your quiet way of being British. The king, at this point still George II and soon to be his grandson George III, is a distant figure, more symbol than person. You have likely never seen his face except on a coin or a printed portrait. Parliament feels even further away, a debating chamber filled with men who have never crossed an ocean, and likely never will. Yet despite that distance, you feel a real and steady loyalty. You have just lived through, or perhaps your father has just lived through, a long and exhausting war against France and its native allies. a conflict the colonists call the French and Indian War, and which the wider empire knows as the 7 Years' War. British soldiers fought alongside colonial militia. Blood was spilled together in forests far from any town. That kind of shared danger tends to forge a particular kind of bond, the sort that makes you believe, without quite saying it aloud, that you and the soldiers from England are part of the same family. When the war finally ends in 1763, there is genuine celebration. Church bells ring. Bonfires are lit in town squares. The French threat that loomed over the frontier for years has been pushed back, and vast new territories west of the Appalachian Mountains now fall, at least on paper, under British control. You imagine, as many colonists do, that this victory means room to grow, land to settle, and opportunity stretching toward the horizon. What you do not yet know, standing there on that dock with the smell of salt in the air, is how expensive that victory truly was. The British treasury is buried under a debt so large it is difficult to even describe in the coins and pounds of the day. Soldiers had to be paid, ships had to be built and repaired, and years of fighting on multiple continents left behind a bill that someone eventually would have to settle. For now, though, none of that weighs on your morning. You go about your business. Perhaps you're a shopkeeper checking a shipment of imported cloth, or a farmer loading barrels of salted pork onto a cart bound for the docks, or a printer setting type for tomorrow's news sheet. Life in the colonies has a particular texture to it, blending old world habits with new world necessity. Your towns are smaller than London, of course, but they are not crude outposts either. Boston has theatres, of a sort, though Puritan habits still frown on some forms of entertainment. Philadelphia, founded by Quakers seeking religious tolerance, has become one of the largest cities in the entire British Empire, rivaling many towns back in England itself. Charleston drips with the wealth of rice and indigo plantations, its harbour filled with ships carrying goods to and from ports you will never personally visit. There is also, woven through this colonial fabric in ways you may not always examine closely, the brutal reality of slavery. Enslaved Africans and their descendants labour in fields, kitchens and workshops across every colony, north and south alike, though the scale and nature of that labour differs by region. This contradiction between a people who prize their own liberty as British subjects and a system that denies liberty entirely to others sits quietly in the background of colonial life. It will not stay quiet forever, though that reckoning lies further down the road of this story. You think about your rights as an Englishman, a phrase that carries real legal and emotional weight in this era. You believe you're entitled to trial by jury, to representation in matters of taxation, and to the protections laid out across centuries of English common law, stretching back to documents like the Magna Carta. These are not abstract ideas to you. They are the inherited furniture of your identity, as familiar and assumed as the floor beneath your feet. Each colony also has its own elected assembly, a kind of local parliament that handles everyday governance, from road repairs to local taxes to disputes over land boundaries. You're accustomed to a fair amount of self-rule, even while remaining loyal to the crown. This balance, local control paired with imperial loyalty, has worked reasonably well for generations. It feels stable. It feels, in fact, almost permanent. But empires built on distance and debt rarely stay stable for long. Across the ocean, in the wood-panelled chambers of Parliament, men are beginning to ask an uncomfortable question. The colonies benefited from British protection during that long, costly war. Should they not now help pay for it? It seems to those men in London like a perfectly reasonable thought. You, standing on your dock with gulls overhead, and the scent of the sea in your lungs, have no idea yet how deeply that reasonable-sounding question is about to unsettle your entire understanding of who you are. For now you finish your business, walk home along streets lined with wooden houses, and go to sleep that night as a contented, if unknowing, subject of an empire about to ask something new of you. There is a particular kind of comfort in routine, and you lean into it now without quite knowing why. You mend a fence post that has loosened over winter. You trade gossip with a neighbour over the price of nails. You watch your children chase each other around a woodpile, their laughter carrying further than it should on the still evening air, and you think, in the unguarded way a person thinks such things, that whatever troubles drift across the ocean from London surely cannot touch a life as small and steady as your own. You attend church on Sunday, as you always do, and the minister's sermon touches lightly on duty and obedience, themes that feel comfortable rather than pointed, the kind of words that settle over a congregation like a familiar quilt. Afterward, neighbours linger on the steps, trading news of harvests and marriages and the occasional scandal, the ordinary fabric of a community that has built itself slowly, generation by generation, out of shared labour and shared faith. If you travelled south toward the Chesapeake, you would find a different rhythm entirely, with tobacco fields stretching toward a horizon broken only by the occasional grove of oak, the air thick with humidity and the low, constant hum of insects. If you travelled instead toward the rocky soil of New England, you would find smaller farms, stonier ground, and a fierce, almost stubborn independence bred into people who wrestled their living directly out of unforgiving land. The colonies, you slowly come to realise, are not one place at all, but many places stitched loosely together by a shared crown and a shared language, little more. The seasons turn, letters cross the ocean. And somewhere in London, ink is being prepared for a new kind of law, one that will reach into your daily life more directly than any tax before it ever has. The war debt does not disappear simply because the fighting has stopped. By the mid-1760s, the British government finds itself owing an amount of money so large that historians later struggle to translate it into modern terms without the figures sounding almost unbelievable. Someone has to pay, and Parliament, looking across the ocean at colonies they consider to have benefited handsomely from British protection, decides that someone should be you. You begin to hear through letters and newspapers about a series of new measures designed to raise revenue directly from the colonies, rather than simply regulating trade as British laws had mostly done before. The Sugar Act comes first, tightening enforcement on molasses imports, a product central to the rum trade and by extension to a great deal of colonial commerce. It causes grumbling, but nothing close to outrage. Then, in 1765, comes something different. Parliament passes what becomes known as the Stamp Act, and this one reaches into your life in a way no previous law quite has. It requires that an official stamp purchased with British currency be placed on a staggering range of printed materials. Newspapers need it, legal documents need it, playing cards need it, even dice and almanacs need it, pamphlets, wills, ships, papers and diplomas. All of them require this small but meaningful purchase. What makes this law feel different to you is not simply the cost, though the cost is real enough. It is the fact that this tax was not approved by your own colonial assembly. It was decided entirely in London, by men who have never walked your streets or sailed into your harbour, without a single colonial representative present to argue, object, or even explain how such a tax might land on people thousands of miles away. This is where a phrase begins to take root in conversations across the colonies, a phrase that will echo through taverns, churches and print shops for the next decade. No taxation without representation. It sounds almost simple when spoken aloud, yet it carries the full weight of your inherited belief in your rights as an Englishman. If you are taxed, the old principle goes, you ought to have a voice through elected representatives in deciding whether that tax is fair. You start hearing the term virtual representation used by some British officials, the idea that members of Parliament represent the interests of the entire empire, colonies included, even without colonists actually voting for any of them. This argument does not sit well with you at all. It feels like being told that someone who has never met you, never visited your home, and never faced your particular hardships somehow speaks for your interests anyway. It feels, frankly, a little insulting. Resistance begins to organise, and it begins in ways that surprise even the British officials watching from a distance. In towns up and down the coast, groups calling themselves the Sons of Liberty begin meeting, often under large trees that become informal gathering points, the most famous being the Liberty Tree in Boston. These groups are not soldiers. They are merchants, lawyers, printers, and tradesmen, ordinary colonists who suddenly find themselves organising protests, boycotts, and occasionally something closer to intimidation aimed at the men appointed to sell those stamps. You hear stories, perhaps slightly exaggerated by the time they reach your ears, of stamp distributors being burned in effigy and their homes surrounded by crowds until they resign their positions out of fear rather than principle. It is not a particularly polite form of protest, but it proves remarkably effective. By the time the Stamp Act is meant to take effect, many of the men appointed to enforce it have already quit. One particular stamp distributor in Boston, a merchant named Andrew Oliver, finds an effigy of himself hanging from the Liberty Tree before the sun has even fully risen, an unsettling way to start any morning. He resigns his post within the day, a decision that history might generously call prudent and less generously call extremely sensible given the circumstances. You imagine word of this spreading quickly down the coast, other appointed distributors taking the hint, without needing quite so dramatic a demonstration aimed directly at them. Meanwhile, something more formal is also taking shape. In October of 1765, delegates from 9 of the 13 colonies gather in New York City for what becomes known as the Stamp Act Congress. This is a notable moment. Perhaps the first time colonies that often viewed each other with a degree of rivalry and suspicion chose instead to act together, addressing a shared grievance with a shared voice. The delegates draft a set of resolutions, carefully worded documents asserting that only colonial assemblies, not the distant Parliament, have the right to tax the colonies. They do not call for independence. That word barely exists yet in this conversation. They call instead for a return to the old understanding, the comfortable balance of local taxation paired with imperial loyalty that had worked so well for generations before this new law arrived. Colonial merchants, for their part, organise boycotts of British goods, an economic pressure that quickly catches the attention of manufacturers and traders back in England, who depend on colonial markets for their livelihoods. Letters cross the Atlantic from worried British businessmen, urging Parliament to reconsider, not necessarily out of sympathy for colonial rights, but out of concern for their own profits. You find yourself in this period paying closer attention to politics than perhaps ever before. You discuss the Stamp Act at the dinner table, in church pews after services, and in the long lines waiting at the mill or the dock. Newspapers, ironically enough taxed under the very law everyone is protesting, fill their pages with arguments, essays and letters debating the limits of Parliament's authority. The pressure works, at least for now. In 1766, Parliament repeals the Stamp Act, and the news, when it finally crosses the ocean, brings genuine celebration. Bells ring again, much as they did after the war's end a few years earlier. You allow yourself to feel a kind of relief, a sense that the Empire has heard your objections and corrected its course. But repeal comes with a quiet warning attached, one easy to overlook amid the celebration. On the very same day Parliament cancels the Stamp Act, it also passes something called the Declaratory Act, a much shorter and less discussed piece of legislation. It states plainly that Parliament retains full authority to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. It is a polite way of saying that while this particular tax has been withdrawn, the underlying claim to total authority has not gone anywhere at all. You might not think much of the Declaratory Act in the moment. It seems like a small formality compared to the genuine victory of seeing the Stamp Act repealed. Yet it plants a seed that will not stay dormant for long. The question of who truly holds authority over colonial life, your own elected assembly or a parliament across the ocean, has not actually been settled. It has only been postponed. You go back to your routines, the relief of repeal settling over your days like a familiar blanket. Ships resume their trade. Newspapers return to printing without the added cost of stamps. For a while, life feels almost as it did before, a brief and welcome return to the old comfortable rhythm of colonial existence. You notice, though, in quiet moments, that something has shifted in how people speak of Parliament around your table and in your meeting houses. The arguments raised during the Stamp Act crisis did not vanish, simply because the law itself was withdrawn. Pamphlets written by men like the Massachusetts lawyer James Otis and the Pennsylvania farmer John Dickinson continue to circulate, be reread, and be discussed long after the immediate crisis has passed, slowly building a shared vocabulary of rights and grievances that colonists across very different regions now hold in common. You find yourself, too, paying closer attention to who represents your interests and how. Town meetings, once concerned mostly with local roads and modest local disputes, begin to take on a slightly different character, touching more often on matters of principle, on the proper limits of distant authority, and on what exactly it means to be governed fairly. It is a subtle change, easy to miss in any single conversation, yet unmistakable when you consider how differently people speak now compared to just a few years before. But Parliament, still burdened by debt and still convinced that the colonies ought to contribute more to the Empire's expenses, is already drafting new approaches. The lesson it seems to have taken from the Stamp Act crisis is not that taxation without representation is wrong, but simply that this particular method of taxation was poorly chosen. New taxes are coming, dressed in different clothing, and they will test your patience and the patience of your neighbours in ways that prove far harder to resolve. A few years pass, and Parliament tries again, this time through a set of measures known as the Townshend Acts, named for the British official who designed them. Rather than taxing printed materials directly as the Stamp Act had, these new laws placed duties on goods imported into the colonies, things like glass, paint, paper, and most notably tea. The thinking in London is that since these are external taxes on trade rather than internal taxes on colonial life, they might prove more acceptable. This distinction means very little to you. A tax decided without your representation feels the same whether it lands on a stamp or a teacup. Boycotts begin again, organised once more by merchants and the Sons of Liberty, and colonial women take on a particularly important role in this period, spinning their own cloth and brewing herbal substitutes for tea so that households can avoid British imports altogether. It becomes, in many homes, a quiet point of pride to do without. British officials respond to this growing defiance not with concession, but with soldiers. Troops arrive in Boston in 1768, ostensibly to maintain order, though their presence feels to many colonists less like protection and more like occupation. Soldiers patrol streets that were previously governed entirely by local authority. Tension simmers between these soldiers, far from home and often resentful of their posting, and the townspeople who increasingly view them as an unwelcome reminder of distant control. That tension boils over on a cold evening in March of 1770. A crowd gathers near the customs house, taunting a small group of British soldiers with snowballs, insults, and likely a good deal of bravado fueled by frustration that had been building for years. In the chaos, shots are fired. 5 colonists die. The event becomes known as the Boston Massacre, and whatever the precise details of who started the confrontation, the propaganda value of dead colonists shot by British soldiers proves enormous. You hear about it through newspapers and through an engraving widely circulated, depicting orderly ranks of soldiers firing into a peaceful crowd. The image is not entirely accurate to what actually happened, but accuracy matters less than impact in moments like this. The Boston Massacre becomes a rallying point, a story told and retold, each retelling sharpening the sense that British rule has become something dangerous rather than simply distant. Most of the Townshend duties are eventually repealed, except, notably, for the tax on tea. Parliament keeps that one in place, partly as a symbolic assertion that it still retains the authority to tax the colonies, even as it backs away from the broader unpopular programme. Tea, That small daily comfort enjoyed in households across the colonies becomes the lingering point of friction, a tiny tax with an outsized symbolic weight. A few years of relative quiet follow, though quiet is perhaps too gentle a word. Resentment simmers beneath the surface rather than disappearing entirely. Then, in 1773, Parliament passes the Tea Act, a law actually designed to help the struggling British East India Company by allowing it to sell tea directly to the colonies at a lower price, even with the tax included, undercutting colonial merchants who had been smuggling in cheaper Dutch tea for years. You might think cheaper tea would be welcomed, but the colonists see through the arrangement immediately. Accepting this tea even at a lower price means accepting the principle that Parliament can tax you without your consent. The price of the tea matters less than the principle attached to it. In several port cities, colonists organised to prevent the tea ships from unloading their cargo at all, sending the ships back to England rather than allowing the tea ashore. In Boston, the resistance takes a more dramatic turn. On a December night in 1773, a group of colonists, some loosely disguised as Native Americans, boards 3 ships docked in the harbour and dumps their entire cargo of tea into the water. Crates split open. Tea leaves spread across the harbour surface like a strange dark snowfall, ruined and useless, watched by a crowd gathered on the docks under cold winter stars. This event, later remembered as the Boston Tea Party, sends a shockwave through the British government when news of it finally crosses the Atlantic. Parliament, rather than seeking compromise, responds with a series of punishing measures known collectively as the Coercive Acts, though colonists prefer to call them the Intolerable Acts, a name that tells you exactly how they were received. You can picture that December night more fully if you let yourself. The harbour dark and cold, breath visible in the night air, the only light coming from lanterns carried by the men working in careful, almost ritual silence. There is something almost theatrical about the whole operation. Men who've spent weeks planning this precise and deliberate act of destruction, taking pains to damage nothing else aboard the ships, breaking no locks they did not need to break, and settling no personal scores beyond the specific cargo they came to ruin. It is a protest staged with surprising discipline. A message delivered not through chaos, but through carefully aimed precision. These laws close the port of Boston entirely until the destroyed tea is paid for, a measure that strangles the city's economy and punishes innocent merchants alongside the actual participants in the harbour protest. They also strip away much of Massachusetts' traditional self-government, placing greater power directly in the hands of a royal governor and reducing the influence of the colonial assembly you and your neighbours have grown accustomed to over generations. Perhaps most alarming of all, a new law allows British soldiers accused of crimes in the colonies to be tried back in England rather than facing colonial jurors, and another permits the quartering of troops directly in private colonial buildings if other housing proves insufficient. Each measure, taken alone, might seem manageable. Taken together, they feel like a door slamming shut on the comfortable balance of self-rule and loyalty that defined colonial life for so long. Other colonies, watching Boston's punishment unfold, do not see an isolated local dispute. They see a warning of what might happen to any of them should they defy Parliament too openly. Solidarity grows in places it had not existed before. Supplies of food and money begin moving toward Boston from colonies as far away as South Carolina, a quiet but powerful gesture that the suffering of one colony has become the concern of all. You begin to sense, perhaps without fully naming it yet, that something fundamental has shifted. The old arguments about fair taxation and proper representation have curdled into something larger, a growing belief that the relationship between colony and crown itself may need to be reconsidered entirely. The comfortable identity you held as a loyal British subject living in America starts to feel less stable with each passing month, like a familiar floor that has quietly begun to creak beneath your feet. Candles burn late in many households this year, as people write letters, draft pamphlets, and debate what ought to come next. The conversations happening in your own home, around your own table, mirror conversations happening in thousands of other homes across the colonies. Nobody yet speaks confidently of independence, but the questions being asked grow sharper, and the old comfortable answers no longer seem to fit quite as well as they once did. You notice small changes in the texture of daily life that year, changes that might seem trivial on their own, but together suggest a community bracing itself. Merchants keep careful ledgers, of which neighbours still buy imported cloth, and which have switched entirely to homespun. Children are taught new rhymes mocking the king's officials, sung half in jest on the way to school. Even the tea you might once have shared with a visiting neighbour becomes in some households a small and pointed absence, replaced by a weak brew of dried raspberry leaves that nobody much enjoys but everyone drinks anyway. A tiny daily act of quiet defiance. By the autumn of 1774, colonial leaders decide that scattered local resistance is no longer enough. Delegates from 12 of the 13 colonies, all except Georgia, travel to Philadelphia for a gathering that becomes known as the First Continental Congress. They meet in Carpenter's Hall, a modest brick building, and you can imagine the scratch of quill pens and the low murmur of careful debate filling rooms lit by afternoon sun through tall windows. These delegates are not yet revolutionaries in the way history will later remember the word. Many of them still consider themselves loyal subjects of King George III, hopeful that a reasonable petition and unified colonial pressure might convince Parliament to reverse its punishing course. They draft formal statements of grievance, organise a broader boycott of British goods across all the colonies together rather than city by city, and agree to reconvene the following spring if matters have not improved. Matters do not improve. If anything, they grow sharper and more dangerous. Tensions in Massachusetts in particular have moved well beyond words and boycotts. British General Thomas Gage, governing from Boston, grows increasingly concerned about colonial militias quietly stockpiling weapons and gunpowder in towns outside the city. In April of 1775, he orders a detachment of soldiers to march toward the town of Concord to seize and destroy those military supplies. Word of this movement spreads quickly through a network of riders, the most famous among them a silversmith named Paul Revere, who gallops through the countryside in the dark hours of the night, warning that British troops are on the move. You can almost hear it. The urgent knock on farmhouse doors, the hushed warnings passed from neighbour to neighbour, candles being lit in windows as families wake to gather muskets and prepare. At dawn, on April 19th, 1775, British soldiers encounter a small group of colonial militia gathered on the village green in Lexington. What exactly happens in those first chaotic moments remains debated even centuries later, but shots are fired, and several militiamen fall dead on grass still damp with morning dew. The soldiers continue toward Concord, where they find that most of the military supplies have already been moved or hidden by colonists forewarned of their approach. At Concord's North Bridge, colonial militia, swollen now with men from surrounding towns who have heard the alarm and come running, confront the British troops directly. Fighting breaks out, and this time the colonists hold their ground and force the British to retreat. That retreat becomes a grueling march back toward Boston, harassed the entire way by colonial fighters firing from behind stone walls, trees and farmhouses along the road. A brutal introduction to a kind of warfare the British Army had not fully anticipated. By the time the soldiers reach safety in Boston, the toll on both sides is significant, and something has changed permanently. Whatever lingering hope existed that this dispute might be settled through petitions and boycotts alone has been shattered by actual gunfire and actual death. War, in a real and undeniable sense, has begun, even though the word independence still feels to many like a step too far. The Second Continental Congress convenes in Philadelphia just weeks later, in May of 1775, and its delegates face an immediate and difficult task. Armed conflict has already started outside Boston, yet many in this room still hope for reconciliation rather than separation. the Congress takes on the responsibility of organising colonial defence, appointing a Virginia planter, an experienced military officer named George Washington, to command what becomes known as the Continental Army. At the very same time, in an effort that might seem contradictory to modern ears but made sense within the careful politics of the moment, Congress also drafts and sends what becomes known as the Olive Branch Petition directly to King George III. This document, signed by delegates including the cautious and respected John Dickinson of Pennsylvania, expresses continued loyalty to the Crown and pleads for the King to intervene personally to restrain Parliament's harsh measures and restore the old, comfortable relationship between colony and empire. It is, in its way, a final hopeful gesture, an attempt to separate the King himself from the policies of his ministers and his Parliament, hoping that direct royal intervention might still avoid a complete and permanent break. You can imagine the careful, almost gentle language of such a document, every word chosen to express grievance without crossing into outright rebellion, loyalty without surrender, and hope stretched as thin and as far as it can possibly go. The King's response, when it eventually arrives months later, crushes that hope entirely. Rather than reading the petition with any sympathy, George III refuses even to formally acknowledge it. Instead, he declares the colonies to be in a state of open rebellion, and Parliament soon passes measures closing off colonial ports entirely and authorising the hiring of foreign mercenaries to help suppress what the Crown now openly considers an insurrection, rather than a disagreement among loyal subjects. This rejection lands hard. For colonists who had still clung to some hope of reconciliation, the King's refusal to even engage with their carefully worded petition feels like a door not just closing but being bolted shut from the other side. If the King himself will not listen, will not even pretend to consider their loyal grievances, then the old identity many of you carried, that of a loyal British subject simply seeking fair treatment within the Empire, begins to feel less like an identity and more like a costume that no longer fits. Into this widening gap between hope and rejection steps a recent immigrant from England named Thomas Paine, a man who had arrived in the colonies only a couple of years earlier with little money and an enormous gift for plain, forceful writing. In January of 1776 he publishes a pamphlet titled Common Sense, and its effect on colonial thinking proves immediate and profound. Paine writes not for the educated elite alone, but for ordinary readers, farmers, tradesmen, and anyone who could read or who had a friend willing to read aloud by candlelight in a crowded farmhouse kitchen. He argues, in clear and accessible language, that hereditary monarchy itself is an absurd system, that a small island should not be permitted to rule an entire continent simply through accident of history, and that the time for half measures and respectful petitions has passed entirely. The pamphlet sells in numbers almost unimaginable for the era, reportedly hundreds of thousands of copies within its first year, an extraordinary reach in a population where literacy and printing capacity were both limited. You can picture it being passed hand to hand, read aloud in taverns, and discussed after church services, its blunt and confident arguments giving voice to feelings many colonists had been hesitant to fully articulate even to themselves. Paine writes with a particular gift for the memorable phrase, the kind of line that sticks in a listener's memory long after the rest of the argument has faded, and this gift proves enormously useful in a society where many people receive their political education through listening rather than reading. A farmer who might struggle through a dense legal pamphlet has no trouble at all following Paine's plain, forceful sentences, delivered perhaps by a neighbour reading aloud at a crowded table while supper cools and nobody minds the delay. Common sense does something crucial in this moment. It takes the word independence, which had felt dangerous and almost unspeakable just months before, and makes it feel not just possible but reasonable, even necessary. Paine writes that the cause of America is, in great measure, the cause of all mankind, framing this colonial dispute not as a narrow argument over taxes, but as a test of whether people anywhere might govern themselves without inherited kings at all. by the spring of 1776, something had genuinely shifted in colonial conversation, in newspaper columns, and in the letters crossing between delegates in Philadelphia and their constituents back home. The question is no longer simply how to fix the relationship with Britain. Increasingly, quietly, then less quietly, the question becomes whether that relationship should continue at all. You can imagine, in this season of changing minds, the particular weight carried by a single household conversation, a father reading Paine's pamphlet aloud by firelight while his grown sons listen, weighing loyalty against grievance in a way that feels less abstract with each passing week. Petitions circulate through towns asking colonial assemblies to formally instruct their delegates in Philadelphia to support independence outright. Some assemblies move quickly, others hesitate, torn between old loyalty and new necessity, their delegates left waiting for instructions that arrive only after considerable local debate. In early June of 1776, a delegate from Virginia named Richard Henry Lee stands before the Second Continental Congress and offers a resolution that finally puts into plain words what so many conversations had been circling around for months. He proposes that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, and that all political connection between them and the British Crown ought to be totally dissolved. The resolution does not pass immediately or without debate. Some delegates, particularly from colonies like New York and Pennsylvania, still hesitate, uncertain whether their constituents back home are truly ready for such a permanent and irreversible step. Congress decides on a practical compromise. It postpones the final vote on Lee's resolution for a few weeks, giving hesitant colonies time to consult further, while simultaneously appointing a committee to begin drafting a document explaining the reasons for independence in case the vote ultimately succeeds. This committee becomes known to history as the Committee of Five, and its composition reflects a careful effort to represent different regions and different temperaments within the broader cause. There is John Adams of Massachusetts, sharp-tongued and fiercely committed to independence, who has been arguing for this step longer and more loudly than almost anyone else in the room. There is Benjamin Franklin of Pennsylvania, already in his 70s, internationally famous, and possessed of a wit that softened even the most serious discussions. There is also Roger Sherman of Connecticut, a practical and steady presence, and Robert Livingston of New York, representing a colony still somewhat uncertain about the whole undertaking. And then there is Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, only 33 years old, a quiet and somewhat reserved man known more for his pen than for his voice in public debate, his talent for writing already respected among his fellow delegates. Franklin, true to his reputation, apparently cannot resist a small joke even amid such serious business, reportedly remarking to a nervous Jefferson that a committee is always the safest place to hide an unpopular idea, since by the time 5 men finish arguing over a single sentence, nobody quite remembers whose idea it was to begin with. Whether Franklin actually said precisely this, or whether the story simply grew more polished with each retelling over the years, it captures something true about the particular blend of seriousness and dry humour that ran through these otherwise solemn proceedings. The committee, in a decision that proves remarkably consequential, chooses Jefferson to write the first draft. Adams later explains his reasoning plainly enough. He believed Jefferson wrote with a clarity and grace that exceeded his own more combative style, and he also recognised with a certain political wisdom that having a Virginian's name attached to such a document might help unite the southern colonies more firmly behind a cause that had so far been driven largely by voices from New England. You can imagine Jefferson in this period, working largely alone in rented rooms on the second floor of a Philadelphia house owned by a bricklayer, his portable writing desk before him, candles burning down through long evening hours as he drafts and redrafts. He draws heavily on ideas already circulating through Enlightenment philosophy, particularly the writings of the English philosopher John Locke, who had argued decades earlier that legitimate government rests on the consent of those it governs, and that certain rights belong to people simply by virtue of being human, rights that no government has the authority to simply erase. Philadelphia itself hums with a particular restless energy that summer, the city crowded with delegates, soldiers passing through on their way to join Washington's army, and ordinary residents trying to carry on their usual business amid an atmosphere thick with both heat and anticipation. You can picture the sounds drifting up through Jefferson's open window, cartwheels on brick streets, a blacksmith's hammer somewhere down the block, and the occasional burst of laughter or argument from a nearby tavern, all of it forming a kind of ordinary backdrop against which an extraordinary document is slowly taking shape. Jefferson also draws on language already present in earlier American documents, including a Virginia Declaration of Rights drafted just weeks earlier by his fellow Virginian George Mason, which had itself spoken of certain inherent rights belonging to all people. Jefferson is not inventing these ideas from nothing. He is gathering threads already woven through colonial and philosophical thought and weaving them into a single, unified, deliberately persuasive document meant to explain not just what the colonies are doing, but why. The opening lines he produces become, in time, some of the most recognised words in the history of political writing. He states that certain truths are held to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed with certain unalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. He writes that governments are instituted to secure these rights, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, and that whenever a government becomes destructive of these ends, the people retain the right to alter or abolish it. This is, in its way, a remarkable claim for the era, a statement that the legitimacy of any government flows upward from the people themselves rather than downward from a king's inherited authority. It directly challenges the very foundation of monarchy as it had existed for centuries, replacing divine right with human consent as the true source of political legitimacy. Yet sitting alongside these soaring words about equality and unalienable rights is a contradiction that Jefferson himself embodies in his own life, and one that the document as a whole cannot escape. Jefferson, even as he writes these words by candlelight, owns more than 100 enslaved people on his Virginia plantation. The colonies, declaring that all men are created equal, include, within their own borders, an economy substantially built on the forced labour of people denied any rights at all. Jefferson's original draft does contain a passage condemning the transatlantic slave trade itself, placing blame for it on King George for allegedly forcing the practice upon unwilling colonies, a somewhat awkward bit of historical framing that conveniently ignores how eagerly many colonial merchants and planters had participated in and profited from that very trade for generations. Even this imperfect acknowledgement proves too uncomfortable for some delegates, particularly from South Carolina and Georgia, whose economies depend heavily on enslaved labour. This contradiction between the document's soaring claims about universal human equality and the brutal reality of slavery practiced openly throughout the colonies, including by many of the very men debating these words, does not resolve itself in 1776. It will not resolve itself for generations afterward. But the words themselves, once written and printed and read aloud across the colonies and eventually around the world, take on a power that outlasts the limitations and failures of the men who first wrote them. It is worth sitting with that contradiction a moment longer, not to dwell on it harshly, but simply to understand it honestly, the way you might pause over an old photograph that shows both joy and hardship in the same frame. Jefferson was, in many respects, a man of his time, shaped by an economy and a social order he had inherited rather than invented, and his personal failure to extend his own stated principles to the people he held in bondage does not erase the power of those principles. It simply means the document he wrote would always carry within it both a promise and an unmet debt, side by side on the very same page. Future generations, abolitionists fighting against slavery decades later, women fighting for the right to vote, and civil rights leaders fighting against segregation. A full century after that will all return to these same words, holding the document up against the practices of their own times and asking pointed, uncomfortable questions. If all men truly are created equal, why do this law, this custom, this practice deny that equality to entire groups of people? The gap between the ideal Jefferson wrote and the reality the colonies actually lived becomes, in time, one of the most powerful tools ever used to demand that the ideal finally be honoured in full. For now, though, in the candlelit rooms of Philadelphia in the summer of 1776, Jefferson finishes his draft and brings it before the rest of the Committee of Five for review. Franklin and Adams offer some modest edits, smoothing certain phrases here and tightening certain arguments there, though the document remains overwhelmingly Jefferson's own work in voice and structure. From there, it moves to the full Congress, where it will face a far more demanding and far less gentle process of revision. On the 2nd of July, 1776, the Continental Congress finally votes on Richard Henry Lee's resolution for independence, the very measure that had been postponed weeks earlier to allow hesitant colonies time to consider their position. By this point, public sentiment and private persuasion have shifted enough that the resolution passes, with 12 colonies voting in favour. New York's delegation abstains, not from opposition exactly, but because their instructions from home have not yet caught up with the speed of events in Philadelphia. This vote on July 2nd is, in the strictest legal sense, the moment independence is actually declared, the moment the political connection to Britain is formally dissolved by congressional vote. Yet history, in its curious way, attaches greater symbolic weight to a different date, the day Congress finishes approving the language explaining that decision, rather than the decision itself. That explanatory work, the careful editing of Jefferson's draft, takes place over several long days, and by most accounts it is not a gentle process. Jefferson, watching his carefully composed prose get debated, trimmed and altered by dozens of opinionated delegates, reportedly finds the experience somewhat painful, a writer watching his own words reshaped by committee in real time. Franklin, ever the comforting presence, reportedly tries to ease his younger colleagues' frustration with a story about a hatmaker whose carefully worded sign gets shortened by well-meaning friends until almost nothing of the original remains. A gentle reminder that this is simply the nature of collaborative work. Congress removes roughly a quarter of Jefferson's original text. Among the most significant cuts is the passage condemning the slave trade, removed largely at the insistence of delegates from South Carolina and Georgia, along with some New England delegates whose own merchants had profited from that same trade and preferred not to draw attention to the matter. Jefferson later writes, with evident bitterness, that he felt this excision rather sorely, though he also acknowledges that the broader unity of the cause required certain compromises he found difficult to accept. Other changes are smaller, matters of phrasing and emphasis rather than substance, tightening certain accusations against the king, and removing some passages that felt overly emotional or insufficiently precise for a document meant to stand as a formal legal and philosophical justification before the eyes of the world. By the 4th of July, 1776, Congress finally approves the revised text in full, and it is this date, the day the language is finished and formally adopted, that becomes fixed in American memory as the birth of the nation. That very evening, the approved text is rushed to a Philadelphia printer named John Dunlap, who works through the night-setting type and printing copies on large single sheets known as broadsides. These Dunlap broadsides, as they come to be called, represent the very first printed versions of the Declaration, produced in haste under candlelight and lamplight, ink still drying as riders prepare to carry them out across the colonies on horseback. You can imagine the scene in that print shop, the smell of ink and hot metal type, the rhythmic clack of the printing press, and exhausted workers moving with careful urgency, aware that the document taking shape under their hands carries consequences far beyond the simple mechanics of paper and ink. By morning, Copies are already being dispatched, carried by riders heading in every direction, toward army camps, toward colonial assemblies, toward town squares where waiting crowds have gathered for news. Public readings begin almost immediately as copies arrive in different towns and cities over the following days and weeks. In Philadelphia itself, the document is read publicly outside the State House on July 8th, the same building where Congress has been meeting, with crowds gathering to hear the words read aloud, likely for the very first time in many of their lives. Church bells ring. According to later, somewhat romanticised tradition, the bell now known as the Liberty Bell rings out that day as well, though some historians gently question whether the bell's condition at the time would have actually allowed it. In New York, General Washington has the document read aloud to his assembled troops on July 9th, and that evening soldiers and civilians together pull down a statue of King George III that had stood in the city, reportedly melting much of its lead down later to be cast into ammunition for the very army now fighting against the crown that statue once represented. There is a certain poetic symmetry to that transformation, a king's image becoming bullets meant to secure the independence he refused to grant through any gentler means. In smaller towns across the colonies, the readings carry their own particular character, perhaps a local minister or magistrate standing on a courthouse step or a tavern porch, reading the long list of grievances against the king to a gathered crowd of farmers, shopkeepers and families, many hearing the full philosophical argument for independence laid out clearly for the very first time. Newspapers throughout the colonies begin reprinting the full text within days, ensuring that even those who cannot attend a public reading will eventually encounter the words on a printed page. You can imagine the particular hush that falls over such a crowd as the reader reaches the document's closing lines, that pledge of lives, fortunes, and sacred honour, words that land differently on people who understand exactly what kind of risk their delegates have just accepted on behalf of everyone listening. Some crowds erupt into cheering immediately, others stand quiet for a long moment first, letting the weight of what they have just heard settle fully before anyone trusts their voice enough to respond at all. The document that most people picture today when they imagine the Declaration of Independence, the elegant formal script on aged parchment displayed today in the National Archives, is actually a separate object from these early Dunlop broadsides. This engrossed copy, carefully and beautifully hand-lettered by a Philadelphia clerk named Timothy Matlock, is not even completed until early August of 1776, more than a month after the document's actual adoption. It is this engrossed parchment version that delegates gather to formally sign on August 2nd, 1776, a moment that has become so central to popular imagination that many people mistakenly believe the famous signing happened on July 4th itself. In reality, many signers were not even present in Philadelphia on the day of adoption, and some did not add their names until weeks or even months after that August gathering, as delegates travelled in and out of the city according to their own schedules and obligations. You can picture the room itself on that August afternoon, warm and close in the way Philadelphia summers always are, a long table bearing the carefully lettered parchment, delegates filing forward one by one to add their names beneath those already written. Some sign with bold, confident strokes. Others, perhaps weighing more privately what this signature might cost them, write more carefully, more slowly, the scratch of each. Quill audible in a room otherwise hushed with the particular quiet of people doing something they understand to be permanent. You might picture John Hancock, President of the Congress, signing his name first and large, according to popular legend, specifically so that King George might read it without his spectacles, though this particular detail is more colourful tradition than confirmed historical fact. What is certain is that 56 delegates eventually add their signatures to this document, each one understanding fully that by doing so, they are committing what the British Crown will certainly consider an act of treason, an offence historically punishable by death. This is no small or symbolic gesture for any of these men. Signing means risking not just their own lives should the rebellion fail, but potentially the safety and property of their families as well. Several signers do in fact suffer significant personal losses over the following years, homes destroyed, property seized, and families forced into hiding as the war stretches on with no guarantee at all of eventual American victory. The closing words of the Declaration capture this shared risk plainly. The signers pledge to each other their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honour, a phrase that reads, even now, as something more than simple political rhetoric. It reads as an honest acknowledgement of genuine personal stakes, 56 men attaching their names and their futures to an uncertain cause, hoping that history, and not the gallows, would eventually judge their decision. With the Declaration adopted and slowly making its way across the colonies and eventually across the ocean, the practical work of actually winning independence still lies almost entirely ahead. A declaration of intent, however eloquently written, does not by itself defeat the most powerful military force in the world at that time. Congress understands this clearly and almost immediately turns its attention towards securing help from abroad, particularly from nations that might enjoy seeing British power diminished. France becomes the primary target of this diplomatic effort, given its own long-standing rivalry with Britain and its recent painful loss of territory in North America following the earlier war between the two empires. Benjamin Franklin, already something of a celebrity in European intellectual circles thanks to his scientific reputation, travels to Paris to formally represent American interests, and he proves remarkably skilled at the particular blend of charm, patience, and quiet persistence that successful diplomacy requires. You can imagine Franklin in Parisian drawing rooms, dressed with deliberate simplicity that the fashionable French aristocracy finds charmingly exotic, cultivating relationships, managing French curiosity about this strange new experiment in self-governance, and slowly building the case that supporting the American cause serves France's own strategic interests against its old enemy. It takes considerable time and patience, along with the eventual American military success at Saratoga in 1777, before France finally agrees to a formal alliance in 1778, providing crucial military and financial support that proves essential to the eventual American victory. Other nations watch this unfolding contest with their own quiet calculations. Spain, wary of British power but equally wary of encouraging rebellion among its own colonial subjects elsewhere in the Americas, eventually offers more cautious support. The Netherlands, with its own long history of trade and its own long history of rebelling against a distant crown centuries earlier, extends loans and recognition that help keep the fragile new nation financially afloat through some of its most difficult years. Back in London, meanwhile, the Declaration receives a response that ranges from dismissive to outright hostile. British officials and much of the British press view the document's lofty language about equality and unalienable rights with no small amount of irritation, particularly given the glaring contradiction of a slaveholding society proclaiming universal human equality so boldly. Some British commentators point out this hypocrisy directly and pointedly, a criticism that, however politically motivated, lands on genuinely uncomfortable and accurate ground. King George III himself continues to view the conflict as a rebellion to be crushed, rather than a legitimate political dispute requiring negotiation. The British government commits significant military and financial resources towards suppressing what they consistently describe as an insurrection, sending additional troops, hiring German mercenaries, and pursuing a military strategy aimed at decisively ending the rebellion before it can gather further momentum or further foreign support. The war itself stretches on for years beyond the Declaration's signing, through hardship at places like Valley Forge, through shifting fortunes across northern and southern campaigns, and through the slow and difficult work of building an actual functioning army out of state militias and volunteers. It is not until the British surrender at Yorktown in 1781, followed by the formal Treaty of Paris in 1783, that independence moves from declared aspiration to internationally recognised political reality. But the story of the Declaration itself does not end with the war's conclusion. In some ways, its most significant influence only truly begins afterward, stretching forward through generations of American history in ways the original signers could not have fully anticipated, though some, like Jefferson himself, seemed to sense the document's words carried weight beyond their immediate political moment. Decades later, abolitionists fighting to end slavery across the United States return again and again to the Declaration's central claim that all men are created equal, holding it up directly against the practice of human bondage still flourishing in much of the country. Frederick Douglass, himself born into slavery before escaping to freedom, delivers a famous speech pointing out with devastating clarity the painful distance between the Declaration's stated principles and the lived reality experienced by enslaved Americans, using the document's own celebrated language as the sharpest possible tool of moral accusation against the nation that produced it. Later still, in the mid-19th century, women gathering at Seneca Falls, New York, to demand greater rights and recognition, deliberately model their own foundational document, a declaration of sentiments, on the structure and language of the original Declaration of Independence, listing their own grievances in a manner that directly echoes Jefferson's earlier list of grievances against the king. They too reach for that same phrase about self-evident truths, insisting that the equality the founders proclaimed must extend to women just as fully as it extends to men. A century after that, in the middle of the 20th century, civil rights leaders fighting against segregation and racial discrimination invoke the Declaration once more, treating its words not as a historical curiosity, but as an unfulfilled promise still owed to American citizens. Martin Luther King speaks of the founders having signed a promissory note, a guarantee of unalienable rights that the nation had, in his words, defaulted on for far too long where its citizens of colour were concerned, demanding that the cheque finally be honoured in full. This pattern, this recurring return to a document written by candlelight in 1776, reveals something genuinely remarkable about the words Jefferson drafted and Congress revised. The men who wrote and signed the Declaration did not live up to its full promise themselves, and the contradiction between the ideal of equality and the reality of slavery sat uncomfortably within the document from its very first draft. Yet the words themselves proved larger and more enduring than the limitations of the men who first wrote them down. Each generation that felt excluded from the Declaration's promise of equality has been able to point directly at its own founding text and ask, with complete legitimacy, why that promise had not yet been kept. The document became, almost despite itself, a tool that later Americans used to hold their own nation accountable to standards the original signers had proclaimed but failed to fully practice. There is something quietly comforting in that pattern, even now, even this far removed from those candlelit Philadelphia rooms. A document can outgrow its authors. Words written imperfectly by imperfect people in an imperfect moment can still carry within them a kind of seed, one that later hands water and tend long after the original gardener is gone. The promise outlives the promiser, and each generation gets its own turn deciding whether to finally make good on what was first only spoken aloud. The records of this story survive in remarkable detail, scattered across letters, congressional journals, and surviving early drafts. Jefferson's own handwritten copy, complete with the changes and crossed-out passages from that difficult congressional editing process, still exists today, a physical trace of exactly how those words were shaped and reshaped through careful, sometimes painful collaboration. Letters between Jefferson and Adams, written decades after the events themselves, when the two old friends finally reconciled after years of political estrangement, offer their own later reflections on what they had accomplished together in that hot Philadelphia summer. Colonial newspapers from that era, preserved in archives and historical collections, show how quickly and widely the document spread once it left that Philadelphia print shop, carried by hand and by horse to towns the original signers would never personally visit. Each printed copy, each public reading, Each church bell rung in celebration represents a single thread in a much larger pattern. The slow, sometimes faltering, but ultimately persistent spread of an idea that government draws its authority from the people it governs rather than the other way around. Consider too how strange and fragile this whole undertaking must have felt to the people actually living through it, with none of the comfortable certainty that hindsight now provides. They did not know the war would eventually be won. They did not know their names would be remembered, or that school children centuries later would learn them by heart. They simply did what seemed right and necessary in their own particular moment, trusting that the words they wrote and the risks they accepted might matter to people they would never meet in a future they could not possibly picture clearly. You can let that thought settle now, gently, as the candle in your own room flickers low. A document written in haste under summer heat, revised painfully by committee, carried across colonies by exhausted riders, and signed by men risking everything they had, somehow became something far larger than its immediate political purpose. It became a promise, imperfectly kept by those who first made it, yet returned to again and again by those who came after, each time asking that the promise finally be honoured in full. And so, dear listener, as the candle burns down to its last quiet inch and the old parchment rests safely in its glass case far from this room, you can close your eyes knowing that some stories never really finish being told. They simply pass from one generation's hands into the next, each one adding its own chapter, each one asking the same patient question those signers first asked the world in 1776, "Rest now, and let tomorrow answer it." Imagine, if you will, the world in the year 1346. Not the world as you might picture it from history books, all mud and misery, but the actual living, breathing medieval world that people loved and complained about and took completely for granted, just as you do with your own time. European cities in the mid-14th century smelled like a combination of baking bread, horse manure, wood smoke, and the particular mustiness of too many people living in too small a space without proper plumbing. The smell wasn't necessarily unpleasant to people who'd never known anything different. It was simply the smell of life, as familiar and unremarkable as the scent of your own home is to you now. Picture a typical morning in Florence, which was then one of the wealthiest cities in Christendom. The day would begin before dawn with church bells, dozens of them, each with its own voice, creating a bronze symphony that told people when to wake, when to pray, when to work, and when to rest. If you'd asked a Florentine to imagine a world without those bells, they would have looked at you as strangely as you'd look at someone who asked you to imagine a world without electricity. The streets filled early with craftspeople opening their shops. Imagine the textile workers in their wool-scented workshops, fingers moving with the kind of automatic precision that comes from doing the same task since childhood. The bakers were pulling loaves from stone ovens that had been heating since before sunrise. The merchants were unrolling their ledgers, calculating profits in Roman numerals because Arabic numerals were still suspiciously foreign and mathematical. Medieval cities had a particular kind of energy, dense, intimate and communal, in ways that modern urban life has largely forgotten. You couldn't walk down a street without knowing most of the people you passed. The baker knew your family's bread preferences. The cloth merchant knew which colours you favoured. Privacy, as we understand it, barely existed. Life happened in public, in workshops open to the street, in communal wells where people gathered for water and gossip, and in churches where the entire community assembled multiple times daily. This closeness created a society that felt both supportive and suffocating, depending on your temperament. If you fell ill, your neighbours would know immediately and bring soup. If you made a social misstep, your neighbours would know immediately and remember forever. It was the kind of community that modern people claim to miss, while simultaneously doing everything possible to avoid actually living in one. The medieval economy functioned through networks of personal relationships that spanned continents. Italian merchants maintained trading posts in Constantinople, and Alexandria. German bankers had branches in London and Paris. Chinese silk arrived in Venice through a chain of traders that stretched across the entire width of Asia, each link in the chain knowing only the traders immediately before and after them, yet the whole system functioning with remarkable efficiency. In the countryside, life followed rhythms that hadn't changed significantly in 1,000 years. Peasants worked. Land their ancestors had worked, using tools their grandfathers had used, planting crops according to wisdom passed down through so many generations that no one remembered who first figured out that beans and wheat shouldn't be planted in the same field 2 years running. The agricultural year was a cycle of planting and harvest, feast and famine, work and festival, as predictable and reassuring as the seasons themselves. Spring meant ploughing, summer meant weeding and praying for rain, but not too much rain. Autumn meant harvest and the collective anxiety about whether you'd stored enough food to survive winter. Winter meant huddling near fires, mending tools and telling stories. People's lives were short by modern standards. Reaching 40 was an achievement worth celebrating, but they weren't uniformly miserable. Medieval people fell in love, told jokes, threw parties, got annoyed by their relatives, took pride in their work, and generally experienced the full range of human emotion. They didn't sit around moping about not having smartphones or antibiotics, because those things hadn't been invented yet, just as you presumably don't mope about not having whatever miraculous technology people in the year 2525 will consider essential. Religious faith permeated everything in ways that modern secular societies struggle to comprehend. God wasn't an abstract theological concept, but a daily presence, as real and relevant as the weather. Saints interceded in everyday problems. Demons caused misfortune. Angels watched over travellers. Heaven and hell weren't distant metaphysical destinations, but places your deceased relatives currently inhabited, as real as London or Paris. This didn't mean everyone was constantly pious. Medieval people were perfectly capable of swearing, sinning, and generally ignoring religious teachings when convenient. But it meant that the universe made sense within a coherent framework. Everything happened for a reason, even if that reason was God's mysterious plan or demonic temptation. Random chance, as we understand it, didn't really exist. The medieval world system connected 3 continents through trade routes that had existed for millennia. The Silk Road wasn't a single road, but a network of paths threading through deserts and mountains, connecting China to the Mediterranean. Maritime routes linked the Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, and the Persian Gulf. European ships plied the Mediterranean and the Atlantic coasts. Goods moved slowly but steadily, each caravan and ship carrying not just merchandise but also ideas, technologies, and, though no one yet realised it, diseases. In Central Asia, the Mongol Empire was slowly fragmenting after centuries of relative stability. Mongol rule had been brutal in its establishment, but generally peaceful in its maintenance, which facilitated trade across previously impassable boundaries. You could travel from Beijing to the Mediterranean without crossing a major border, provided you had the right papers and paid the right bribes. This interconnected world created prosperity on a scale medieval Europe hadn't experienced since the Roman Empire. Cities grew, universities flourished, Gothic cathedrals reached toward heaven with engineering that still impresses modern architects. Banking and insurance developed to facilitate long-distance trade. People could borrow money in Florence and repay it in London through letters of credit, which was essentially medieval finance capitalism without computers. But this interconnectedness came with a price that no one anticipated. The same trade routes that carried silk and spices and silver would soon carry something else, something that travelled invisibly, lodged in the fur of rats and the bodies of fleas, patient and deadly and completely indifferent to human prosperity. In the spring of 1347, most Europeans had never heard of a place called Kaffa, a Genoese trading post on the Black Sea in what's now Crimea. They would soon learn about it, though not in any way they would have chosen. The siege of Kaffa in 1346 must have seemed, to the Genoese merchants trapped inside, like just another episode in the endless cycle of warfare that characterised medieval international relations. The Mongol army outside their walls was merely the latest military inconvenience in a region where military inconveniences were as common as Mediterranean thunderstorms. Then something strange happened. The Mongol soldiers started dying, not from siege-related causes, not from infected wounds or contaminated water, or the normal attrition that accompanies military campaigns. They were dying from something that came on suddenly, that turned their lymph nodes into swollen blackish masses, and that brought fever and delirium and death within days. The Mongol commanders, watching their army dissolve not through enemy action, but through invisible attack, made a decision that would echo through history. They used catapults to hurl the corpses of plague victims over Kaffa's walls. Whether this medieval biological warfare actually transmitted the disease, historians debate this, is almost beside the point. The plague was already inside Kaffa, brought by the same trade caravans that brought prosperity. The Genoese merchants and sailors found themselves trapped between a dying army outside and a dying city inside. So they did what medieval merchants did when things went badly. They got in their ships and sailed home. Picture these ships leaving Kaffa in the autumn of 1347. Genoese galleys were beautiful vessels in their way, sleek, fast, powered by both sail and oar, and designed for the peculiar conditions of Mediterranean trade, where speed mattered more than cargo capacity. They were built from Italian timber, caulked with pitch from who knows where, sailed by crews from a dozen different ports, and carrying goods from 3 continents. The sailors on these ships didn't feel sick when they departed. That's the insidious thing about bubonic plague. It has an incubation period. You can carry it for days, feeling perfectly fine, going about your business, and only later do the symptoms appear. These sailors left Kaffa thinking they'd escaped catastrophe, unaware that they were bringing it with them. The journey from the Black Sea to Italy normally took several weeks, depending on weather and wind. Imagine being on one of these ships as the first sailor fell ill. Perhaps he complained of feeling tired and feverish. Nothing unusual. Sailors got sick all the time from bad food, contaminated water, or any of the 100 minor ailments that plagued pre-modern travellers. His shipmates probably told him to rest, drink some water, and stop complaining. Then the fever spiked. Then the buboes appeared. Those characteristic swellings in the lymph nodes of the groin, armpits and neck, darkening to purple-black as blood vessels burst beneath the skin. Then delirium, then death, often within 3 days of the first symptoms. Now imagine being the ship's captain, watching your crew die one by one, knowing that something terrible has come aboard, but having no understanding of what it is or how to stop it. Medieval medicine understood illness through the theory of humours, imbalances of blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. This didn't fit any recognisable pattern. The speed, the symptoms, the mortality rate. Nothing in the medieval medical toolkit prepared anyone for this. Some ships probably tried to turn back, but where would they go? Kaffa was dead or dying. Other Black Sea ports were no better, and so they continued west, leaving a trail of dead sailors floating in the Mediterranean, wrapped in canvas shrouds with whatever rocks could be found for ballast. The first of these plague ships reached Sicily in October 1347. Messina, a prosperous port city on the island's northeastern tip, welcomed them with the hospitality traditionally extended to Italian merchants. Within days, Messina was dying. The authorities responded with what would become a familiar pattern: panic, denial, scapegoating, and eventually desperate measures that proved useless against an enemy no one understood. The city expelled the Genoese ships, which sailed north to other ports, spreading the disease with each landing. It was like trying to stop a fire by throwing burning embers in every direction. By November, the plague had reached Marseille on the southern coast of France. By December, it was in Pisa and Genoa. By January 1348, it had arrived in Venice, perhaps the wealthiest and most sophisticated city in Europe, and proceeded to demonstrate that wealth and sophistication offered no protection whatsoever. The plague travelled faster than news of the plague. Medieval communication moved at the speed of horses and ships, which meant word of catastrophe arrived days or weeks after the catastrophe itself. Imagine being a merchant in Barcelona, hearing vague rumours about a disease in Italy, maybe worrying a little, and then one day noticing that your neighbour seems unwell, and then within a week half your neighbourhood is dead, and you're wondering where this came from, having no idea that the answer was a ship from Genoa that docked 3 weeks ago. The disease spread through multiple routes simultaneously. Overland trade routes carried it north through Italy into France and Germany. Ships carried it to every port in the Mediterranean, and then out into the Atlantic, reaching England by June 1348 and Scandinavia by 1349. It moved like water, finding every crack in a foundation, following the established channels of human commerce and settlement. Different regions experienced different timelines, but the pattern was consistent. Arrival, denial, panic, mass death, and finally a strange quiet as there weren't enough people left to maintain normal activity. Cities that had hummed with commercial energy fell silent except for the sounds of the dying and the bells tolling for the dead, assuming there were still people healthy enough to ring them. The plague travelled inland along rivers and roads, spread by refugees fleeing infected cities who carried the disease to previously untouched areas. Merchants, pilgrims, soldiers, beggars, anyone who travelled became a potential vector for transmission. The very mobility that had created medieval prosperity now ensured medieval catastrophe. In some ways, the disease's journey mirrored the structure of medieval society itself. It struck hardest in cities, where density made transmission easy. It followed trade routes, which meant commercial centres suffered first and worst. It ravaged the poor, who lived in cramped conditions with poor nutrition and no ability to flee, but it also killed the wealthy, demonstrating the disease's essential democracy. By the end of 1348, roughly a year after those first ships left Kaffa, the plague had spread across most of Europe. It would continue spreading for several more years, reaching into Russia, penetrating to the furthest inhabited regions of Europe, and establishing itself as a recurring nightmare that would return periodically for the next 4 centuries. But in that first wave, in 1347 to 1353, it achieved something unprecedented in human history. It reduced the population of Europe by somewhere between 1/3 and 1/2. 30 to 50% of all Europeans alive in 1347 were dead by 1353. To put this in perspective, World War I, probably the most catastrophic event in modern European history, killed about 2 to 3% of Europe's population. The Black Death killed 20 times that proportion. It was as if every third person you knew, family members, friends, colleagues, neighbours, simply disappeared within a few years. And it happened quietly, not with the drama of war or natural disaster, but with a kind of inevitable progression that made resistance seem futile. City by city, region by region, the world fell silent. There's a peculiar stillness that comes to places that have suddenly lost most of their people. Not the comfortable quiet of evening, or the peaceful silence of snowfall, but an empty, abandoned quality that makes even small sounds seem wrong, like coughing in a cathedral during prayer. This is the quiet that settled over Europe in 1348 and 1349, and if you could travel back to experience it, which mercifully you cannot, it would unsettle you in ways that no amount of preparation could prevent. Your modern mind, accustomed to the background hum of human activity, would register the wrongness immediately, even if you couldn't articulate exactly what felt off. Picture a village in rural England in the autumn of 1348. 6 months earlier, it might have held 300 people. Now perhaps 100 remain, and many of those are too weak or traumatised to work. The fields that should have been harvested stand unharvested, grain rotting on the stalk because there aren't enough hands to bring it in. The mill wheel turns slowly or not at all. The blacksmith's forge sits cold because the blacksmith died, and no one has claimed his tools. Church bells still ring, but less frequently now, partly because there are fewer people to ring them, and partly because people have stopped keeping track of time with quite the same diligence. When death can come in 3 days, the difference between morning and afternoon seems less pressing. Survivors move through their days with a kind of numb automaticity, doing what needs to be done without quite believing in the purpose of any of it. The silence extended beyond individual communities to entire regional networks. Trade routes that had hummed with activity fell quiet as merchants died or stopped travelling. Markets that had met weekly now couldn't gather enough participants. Roads went unrepaired because the officials responsible were dead, and no one had clear authority to organise maintenance. Bridges collapsed. Irrigation systems broke down. The infrastructure of daily life required constant human attention, and suddenly that attention was in drastically short supply. In cities, the quiet had a different quality. Urban life depends on population density, on having enough people to support specialisation. You need enough customers to keep a baker in business, enough sick people to keep a physician employed, and enough students to justify a school. When population drops suddenly by 40 or 50%, these systems collapse like a tower losing its foundation stones. Imagine walking through Florence in late 1348. Normally the streets would be nearly impassable with traffic. People, carts, and animals all competing for limited space in medieval thoroughfares designed for a smaller population and no vehicles. Now you could walk down main streets without encountering anyone. Shops stood shuttered, their owners dead and no heirs to claim the premises. Grand houses sat empty. Their wealthy owners had fled to country estates or were simply dead. Weeds grew in courtyards that had been meticulously maintained just months earlier. The smell changed too. Without enough people to maintain municipal services, cities began to rot in ways both literal and metaphorical. Garbage piled up, drainage systems clogged. Bodies, in the worst months, sometimes lay where they'd fallen because there weren't enough healthy people to maintain burial routines. Medieval cities had never been particularly sanitary by modern standards, but they'd had working systems for managing waste and maintaining basic cleanliness. Those systems broke down in 1348. Agricultural rhythms, which had continued basically unchanged for centuries, suddenly became impossible to maintain. Spring planting happened late or not at all. Summer weeding went undone. The autumn harvest was makeshift at best. In some regions, fields that had been cultivated since the Roman occupation reverted to forest within a generation, because there simply weren't enough people to keep working them. Animals presented their own strange problems. Farm animals that depended on human care began to die or turn feral. Horses wandered roads without riders. Cattle broke through unmended fences to graze wherever they pleased. Pigs rooted through villages, eating garden vegetables and getting into stored grain. In some areas, wildlife populations exploded as human pressure decreased, and domestic animals provided easy prey for wolves and bears. The sounds that did remain took on new significance. In the daytime, you might hear wind moving through empty buildings, shutters banging loose, and roof tiles crashing down from unmaintained roofs. At night, the sounds of animals, both domestic and wild, filled spaces usually dominated by human activity. Owls nested in abandoned attics. Rats, thriving on unguarded stores, scratched and squeaked through walls. But perhaps the most profound change was psychological. Medieval people had understood their world as fundamentally orderly, despite its hardships. God had created a hierarchy, nobles above peasants, humans above animals, and the living above the dead. Everything had its place. The plague demonstrated that this order was an illusion, that death could come to anyone regardless of rank or righteousness, and that prayers and priests offered no reliable protection. This realization produced what we might now call a collective trauma. Survivors struggled with what modern psychology would recognize as PTSD, difficulty sleeping, sudden fears, and inability to plan for the future. Why save money when you might be dead next week? Why apprentice to learn a trade that requires years of training? Why get married and have children who will probably die? The plague also created a strange inversion of normal economic relationships. Suddenly, labour was scarce and land was abundant, the exact opposite of the usual medieval situation. Peasants who survived found themselves in demand, able to negotiate better terms with landlords who needed workers. This would have political consequences that took decades to fully emerge, but even in 1348 to 1349, astute observers could see that the fundamental balance between labour and capital had shifted. Artistic and intellectual life contracted dramatically. Painters and poets died alongside everyone else, and the survivors had more pressing concerns than beauty or wisdom. Universities closed, sometimes temporarily, sometimes permanently. Manuscripts that would have been copied and preserved were lost when scriptoria fell silent. Knowledge accumulated over generations disappeared simply because the people who held it died before passing it on. Religious institutions faced particular challenges. Priests and monks, because they provided care to the dying and administered last rites, died at higher rates than the general population. This created a clergy shortage that lasted for generations and arguably weakened the church's intellectual and moral authority just when people needed it most. The plague years saw an influx of poorly educated, hastily trained priests filling positions left vacant by death, which had long-term implications for religious life. The silence that settled over Europe in these years wasn't peaceful. It was the quiet of abandonment, of systems shutting down, of normalcy suspended indefinitely. It was the sound a house makes when everyone has left and isn't coming back. That particular quality of stillness that feels temporary but might be permanent. And in that quiet, something unexpected began to happen. Not immediately. The survivors were too shocked, too traumatized, and too focused on simple survival. But gradually, as people adjusted to a world that had fundamentally changed, they began to imagine different ways of organizing society, different relationships between workers and employers, and different questions about the nature of God and human existence. The great quiet that followed the Black Death was not an ending but an intermission, a pause before the world rearranged itself into new patterns that would eventually produce what historians call the Renaissance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need to understand how people responded to catastrophe when it was actually happening. Medieval people weren't stupid, whatever stereotypes might suggest. They were intelligent, observant, and capable of sophisticated reasoning within the frameworks available to them. When the plague arrived, they tried everything they could think of to understand and combat it. That most of these efforts proved useless doesn't diminish the genuine intelligence and courage they represented. The first response, naturally, was medical. Physicians in the 14th century were learned men, and they were almost exclusively men, who had studied at universities, read classical texts, and understood illness through theories inherited from ancient Greece and Rome. These theories emphasized the importance of balance among bodily humours, the influence of planetary alignments, and the role of miasmas, corrupt air, in spreading disease. This framework wasn't entirely wrong. The emphasis on bad air actually captured something true. The plague did spread through environmental conditions, just not in the way medieval physicians thought. Their recommendations to avoid bad smells, improve sanitation, and escape crowded cities probably did help reduce transmission, even though their understanding of why was completely incorrect. Physicians recommended bloodletting to balance humours, which definitely didn't help and probably killed people already weakened by disease. They prescribed theriac, a complex mixture of dozens of ingredients including opium and viper flesh, which was essentially medieval snake oil, expensive, elaborate, and therapeutically useless. They advised patients to avoid bathing, which prevented the body from absorbing bad air through open pores, which was exactly wrong but made sense within their theoretical framework. Some physicians fled, abandoning their patients in cities and taking refuge in country estates where they hoped the disease wouldn't follow. This was understandable. They had no effective treatments, and staying meant certain death. But it further weakened social structures at exactly the moment when leadership was most needed. Others stayed and died, providing futile care, motivated by professional duty or religious faith, or simple human compassion. These physicians deserve recognition not for their medical efficacy, but for their courage in facing an enemy they didn't understand and couldn't defeat. Surgeons, who occupied a lower social position than physicians but had more hands-on experience with bodies, sometimes attempted to lance buboes, which occasionally prevented death by releasing pressure and infection. This probably saved a few lives purely by accident, though the surgeons had no way of knowing which patients would benefit, and which would die anyway. Public health measures were improvised with varying degrees of success. Some cities appointed health boards with authority to enforce quarantines, dispose of bodies, and implement sanitation measures. Venice pioneered the quarantine system, requiring ships to wait 40 days before unloading, which is where we get the word quarantine, from the Italian 40 giorni. These measures probably helped slow transmission without stopping it entirely. The problem was that no one understood how the disease actually spread. Medieval people noticed that it seemed contagious, but couldn't agree on the mechanism. Some thought it passed through air. Others believed it came from sight, that looking at a plague victim could infect you. Still others thought it spread through objects touched by the sick. All of these theories had some truth, but none were completely accurate, which made it impossible to develop truly effective countermeasures. It was like trying to solve an equation when you don't know what numbers are. Religious responses varied widely. The Church's official position emphasized prayer, penance, and accepting God's will. Plague was understood as divine punishment for sin, which meant the solution was spiritual reform. This made sense within medieval Christian theology, and probably provided genuine comfort to believers who needed to understand their suffering within a moral framework. Mass processions wound through cities, featuring penitents praying for divine mercy. In some regions, flagellants appeared, groups of lay people who whipped themselves publicly to atone for humanity's sins, believing that if they suffered enough, God would end the plague. Church authorities generally disapproved of flagellants, seeing them as theologically suspect and socially disruptive, but couldn't stop the movement during the crisis years. Scapegoating emerged as a darker response. When people needed someone to blame for incomprehensible catastrophe, they often turned on minority communities, particularly Jews. The logic was medieval, but the psychology was timeless. Something terrible has happened. Someone must be responsible, and let's blame people who are already marginalized and different. Pogroms swept through Europe, especially in Germany, where entire Jewish communities were murdered by Christians convinced that Jews had poisoned wells or deliberately spread disease. Some authorities tried to protect Jewish populations, recognizing the accusations as false, but mob violence is difficult to stop once started. It was humanity at its worst, fear and anger directed at innocent victims. Economic responses revealed how suddenly the basic rules of society had changed. Landlords accustomed to an abundance of cheap labour now competed for scarce workers. Peasants who had previously accepted poverty as divinely ordained suddenly demanded higher wages and better conditions. Prices for agricultural goods rose while prices for luxury goods fell. You can't eat silk or wear wheat. Governments tried to enforce pre-plague economic relationships through law. England's Statute of Labourers in 1351 attempted to freeze wages at pre-plague levels, forbidding workers from demanding more money despite the changed circumstances. It was economic policy based on wishful thinking, attempting to legislate away supply and demand, and it worked about as well as you'd expect, which is to say not at all. Some people responded to catastrophe with what we might call existential hedonism. If death could come at any moment, why not enjoy life while you can? Contemporary sources describe increased gambling, drinking, sexual license, and general disregard for traditional morality. This scandalized religious authorities, but was probably a psychologically understandable response to trauma and uncertainty. Others became more religious, not less, interpreting the plague as a call to deeper faith rather than evidence of God's absence. New religious movements emerged, emphasizing personal piety, mystical experience, and direct relationship with the divine without institutional mediation. These movements would later contribute to religious reforms that reshaped Christianity. Artistic responses captured something of the period's psychological state. The dance of death motif became popular, showing skeleton figures leading people from all social classes to the grave. It was memento mori art taken to extremes, a visual reminder that death comes to everyone regardless of wealth or status. These images have a macabre charm now, but they represented genuine attempts to process collective trauma through aesthetic expression. Literature began to grapple with plague themes, not immediately, but in the years following the worst outbreaks. Boccaccio's Decameron, written in the early 1350s, frames its stories as entertainment for a group of young Florentines who have fled the city to escape the plague. The stories themselves mostly avoid plague themes, but the frame narrative captures the period's atmosphere of fear and the need for distraction from horror. What's striking about all these responses, medical, religious, economic and cultural, is their fundamental ineffectiveness against the disease itself. Nothing worked. Prayers didn't stop it. Medicine couldn't cure it. Running away only spread it further. Killing Jews certainly didn't help, and added moral catastrophe to physical catastrophe. The plague burned through Europe essentially unchecked until it ran out of susceptible hosts, achieved some kind of biological equilibrium, or disappeared for reasons no one understood then, and historians still debate now. Humans were spectators to their own catastrophe, trying everything they could think of and discovering that nothing made any difference. This helplessness had profound psychological and philosophical implications. If human wisdom couldn't prevent disaster, if God didn't protect the faithful, if social hierarchies offered no safety, what did anything mean? These questions wouldn't be fully articulated for decades, but they began fermenting in the minds of survivors who had watched their world collapse despite everyone's best efforts. The most effective human response was probably the simplest. Communities that cared for each other, shared resources, maintained basic functions, and helped the sick die with dignity. These efforts didn't stop the plague, but they preserved some measure of humanity during inhumane circumstances. They were small acts of decency in the face of overwhelming catastrophe, and they mattered. The Black Death wasn't a European phenomenon. It was a Eurasian catastrophe that killed millions across 3 continents, though we know far less about its impact outside Europe, because European sources are more abundant. Understanding the plague's global reach helps us see it not just as a medical event, but as a fundamental disruption of the medieval world system. In China, the plague had likely been endemic for centuries in remote provinces, maintained in rodent populations without causing major human outbreaks. But something changed in the early 14th century, possibly environmental shifts, possibly human disturbance of ecosystems, possibly just bad luck, and the disease spread into human populations with devastating effect. The Yuan dynasty, established by the Mongol conquests, was already showing signs of strain by the 1330s. Plague added to existing problems of corruption, natural disasters, and ethnic tensions between Mongol rulers and Chinese subjects. Population estimates are uncertain and contentious, but China's population probably declined by millions between 1330 and 1370, with plague as one of several contributing factors. The collapse of the Yuan dynasty in 1368 and the establishment of the Ming dynasty happened against this backdrop of demographic catastrophe. The new rulers faced the challenge of governing a depopulated empire, reorganizing agricultural production and rebuilding infrastructure. Their success in these efforts helped establish the Ming as one of China's most successful dynasties. though the population wouldn't fully recover to pre-plague levels for at least a century. The Middle East experienced the plague with particular severity. Egypt, which depended on a sophisticated irrigation system for agriculture, saw that system begin to break down as plague killed the workers who maintained it. Contemporary chronicles describe scenes similar to those in Europe: mass death, social disruption, and economic collapse. The Mamluk Sultanate, which controlled Egypt and Syria, never fully recovered from the plague's demographic impact. Its military power, based on importing slave soldiers from Central Asia, weakened as plague disrupted those supply routes. Its economic prosperity, based on controlling east-west trade, diminished as that trade contracted in the plague's aftermath. In Persia and Mesopotamia, cities that had been major trade centres suffered population collapses that permanently altered regional power balances. Baghdad, which had already been devastated by Mongol conquest in 1258, experienced further decline during the plague years. The intricate irrigation systems that had sustained Mesopotamian agriculture for millennia continued deteriorating, never to fully recover. India's experience with the plague is poorly documented, but appears to have been somewhat less severe than in Europe or the Middle East. This might reflect better healthcare infrastructure, different climatic conditions, or simply different patterns of human settlement that made transmission more difficult. Or it might reflect gaps in historical records rather than actual differences in mortality. North Africa, integrated into Mediterranean trade networks, experienced mortality comparable to southern Europe. This had long-term consequences for trans-Saharan trade, for relationships between nomadic and settled populations, and for Islamic civilization more broadly. The great medieval Islamic synthesis of Greek philosophy, Persian wisdom, and Arabic scholarship had already passed its peak before the plague. Afterward, intellectual life contracted further. Sub-Saharan Africa's experience remains largely unknown due to limited written records. The plague probably didn't penetrate far beyond North African coastal regions, but trade disruptions rippled through commercial networks that connected the Mediterranean to gold-producing regions farther south. The medieval African empires that had prospered from trans-Saharan trade faced challenges that may have been partly plague-related, though other factors were certainly involved. In Central Asia, where the plague likely originated before spreading to Europe and East Asia, nomadic populations experienced mortality that's difficult to estimate, but was probably substantial. The Mongol successor, states that had emerged from Genghis Khan's empire, were already competing for resources and territory. Plague weakened all of them further and accelerated political fragmentation. The Golden Horde, which controlled the western steppes, suffered particularly severe impacts. Its economy, based on controlling trade between Europe and Asia, collapsed as that trade contracted. Its military power, dependent on mobilizing large numbers of nomadic warriors, diminished as population declined. By the late 14th century, it had fragmented into competing khanates, setting the stage for Muscovy's eventual expansion. Russia's experience illustrated how plague affected societies with different structures from Western Europe. Russian principalities, more rural and dispersed than Western European cities, may have experienced somewhat lower mortality rates. But trade cities like Novgorod and Moscow suffered severely, and the political consolidation that eventually produced the Russian Empire happened partly in response to plague-era disruptions. Scandinavia, at Europe's northern periphery, experienced the plague later than Mediterranean regions, but with comparable severity. Norse expansion, which had been ongoing for centuries, essentially stopped. Iceland, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands experienced population collapses that permanently altered their societies. The Norse colony in Greenland, already struggling with climate change, disappeared entirely, probably finished off by plague combined with isolation. What's striking about the plague's global impact is how it affected societies very differently, depending on their existing structures. Highly urbanized, commercially connected regions suffered most, because those characteristics facilitated transmission. More dispersed, rural societies experienced lower mortality, but still faced severe disruptions to trade and administration. The plague also demonstrated the degree to which the medieval world was interconnected. A disease that originated somewhere in Central Asia spread to Western Europe, North Africa, and East Asia within a few years. This wasn't an accident, but a consequence of the trade networks, imperial systems, and population movements that characterized the medieval world system. This interconnectedness would only increase in subsequent centuries, making it possible for diseases, ideas, technologies, and people to move around the world with increasing speed. The Black Death was perhaps the first truly global catastrophe, affecting multiple continents simultaneously. It wouldn't be the last. The immediate aftermath saw a contraction of these global networks. Trade decreased. Travel became more dangerous and less frequent. The cosmopolitan world of the early 14th century gave way to a more isolated, localized 14th century world. This trend would eventually reverse, but it took generations. Different societies interpreted and remembered the plague differently. Europeans understood it primarily in religious terms, as divine punishment requiring a spiritual response. Middle Eastern sources also emphasized religious interpretation, but with more practical focus on public health measures derived from Islamic legal traditions. Chinese sources treated it as one of several concurrent disasters, famine, flood, political chaos, that collectively explained dynastic transition. These different interpretations reflected different cultural frameworks, but they all shared a common thread: the recognition that the world had fundamentally changed. The plague was not just an epidemic, but a watershed moment that divided history into before and after. People who lived through it understood instinctively that they were experiencing something that would reshape human civilization. The plague didn't end suddenly. It faded gradually, like a storm that passes over the horizon rather than stopping all at once. By 1353, the worst was over in most of Europe, though local outbreaks continued for decades, and the disease would return periodically for the next 4 centuries. But survivors began the slow, difficult process of rebuilding a world that had been shattered. Imagine being a survivor in 1355, perhaps 7 or 8 years after the plague first arrived in your region. Enough time has passed that the initial shock has worn off, but not enough that you've forgotten what was lost. You're perhaps in your 30s, which makes you middle-aged by medieval standards, but young enough to rebuild. The question is, what kind of world do you want to build? The first challenge was purely practical. Fields needed planting, buildings needed repair, trade routes needed re-establishing. Life's basic functions had to resume before anyone could think about larger questions. Survivors threw themselves into this work with a kind of manic energy, partly from necessity, partly from the psychological need to do something, anything after years of helpless watching. Agricultural recovery happened faster in some regions than others. Areas with good land and surviving populations rebounded relatively quickly. Marginal land that had been cultivated during the population boom of the 12th and 13th centuries was simply abandoned, reverting to forest or pasture. This wasn't necessarily bad. It meant the remaining population could focus on the best land, actually improving agricultural productivity per capita even as total production declined. The labour shortage that had begun during the plague years became a permanent feature of the post-plague economy. Workers, understanding their newfound bargaining power, demanded and often received better wages, shorter hours, and improved conditions. Landowners who couldn't attract workers had to offer tenancy agreements that were far more favourable to peasants than the exploitative arrangements common before the plague. This shift occurred despite vigorous opposition from traditional authorities. Legislation attempted to freeze wages and restrict worker mobility, but economic reality proved stronger than law. You can pass all the wage controls you want, but if there aren't enough workers to harvest the crops, you either pay what the market demands or watch your grain rot in the fields. The social implications rippled outward. Peasants who had always accepted their subordinate position began questioning why God's supposed hierarchy placed them at the bottom If nobles couldn't protect them from plague, what justified noble privileges? If the church's prayers hadn't stopped the disease, why should priests receive tithes and deference? These questions wouldn't immediately produce revolution, but they planted seeds of doubt that would flower in subsequent generations. The Peasants' Revolt in England in 1381, though it failed, demonstrated that traditional hierarchies were no longer simply accepted as natural and inevitable. The social contract had been renegotiated through catastrophe. Urban revival took different forms than rural recovery. Some cities rebounded quickly, their commercial advantages proving more important than population loss. Others never recovered their pre-plague prosperity. Their former vitality transferred to rival cities better positioned for post-plague economic realities. What's fascinating is how quickly human ingenuity adapted to new circumstances. Faced with labour shortages, people developed labour-saving technologies. Watermills and windmills, which had existed before the plague, proliferated afterward. Mechanical devices for textile production became more common. It was as if losing so many people forced the survivors to think more carefully about efficiency and productivity. Trade networks, which had contracted during the plague years, gradually re-established themselves, but with altered patterns. Some trade routes that had been primary before the plague became secondary. New commercial centres emerged while old ones declined. Venice and Genoa remained important, but cities like Amsterdam began their rise to prominence, positioning themselves to dominate commerce in ways that would fully emerge in subsequent centuries. Banking and finance evolved to meet changed circumstances. The great banking families, the Medicis, the Fuggers, and others, built fortunes by adapting financial techniques to post-plague economic realities. Credit became more sophisticated. Insurance developed to manage the risks of long-distance trade in a still dangerous world. The tools of capitalism, which had been emerging before the plague, accelerated their development afterward. Cultural and intellectual life recovered with surprising vigour. The generation that came of age after the worst outbreaks seemed determined to celebrate life, beauty, and human achievement. The Italian Renaissance, which had been stirring before the plague, accelerated afterward. Artists began painting with new realism and emotional depth. Architects designed buildings that emphasized human proportion and classical ideals. Writers explored secular themes with an enthusiasm that would have seemed somewhat suspect in more pious times. This cultural flowering wasn't a rejection of religion. Medieval people remained deeply religious, but it represented a rebalancing, a determination to celebrate earthly life alongside preparing for the afterlife. It was as if, having seen how quickly life could end, people wanted to make the most of it while they had it. Education rebounded as survivors recognized that knowledge lost during the plague needed to be preserved and transmitted. Universities that had closed reopened. New universities were founded. The printing press, invented in the mid-15th century, made books affordable and accelerated the spread of learning in ways that would have been impossible in a purely manuscript culture. The psychological recovery took longer than the economic or cultural recovery. Survivors carried trauma that expressed itself in subtle ways. Popular culture became somewhat darker, more preoccupied with death and judgment. The cheerful optimism of the 13th century gave way to a more sober, sometimes cynical 14th and 15th century sensibility. But humans are remarkably resilient. Within a generation, children were being born who had no memory of the plague years. To them, the post-plague world was simply the world, not a recovery from catastrophe. They took for granted conditions that their grandparents would have found revolutionary: higher wages, more mobility, and greater social fluidity. Religious life underwent complex transformations. The institutional church emerged weakened from the plague years, its moral authority questioned, its practical effectiveness doubted. This didn't mean people became less religious, but it did mean they became more willing to question church teachings and seek alternative forms of religious expression. Mysticism flourished as people sought direct experience of the divine without institutional mediation. New religious orders emphasized poverty, simplicity, and service to the poor, partly in reaction to the wealth and corruption that had made the church seem ineffective during the plague. These movements would eventually contribute to the Protestant Reformation, though that was still more than a century away. Women's lives changed in complex ways. The labour shortage created opportunities for women to work in occupations previously closed to them. Widows, who were numerous after the plague, sometimes inherited property and businesses, giving them economic independence rare in medieval society. This didn't produce anything like gender equality by modern standards, but it did crack open possibilities that hadn't existed before. Family structures evolved as well. With so many deaths, the extended family networks that had characterized medieval life became fragmented. Nuclear families, parents and children, became more central to social organization. This shift, like so many plague-era changes, wouldn't reach full expression for centuries, but it began in the decades following the catastrophe. The return of life wasn't a return to what had been before. It was the emergence of something new, built on plague-era ruins but oriented toward different futures. Survivors and their children were creating the late medieval world that would eventually transition into the early modern world, and they were doing so in ways shaped fundamentally by their experience of catastrophe. By 1400, about 50 years after the worst of the plague, Europe had stabilised at a new lower population level. Life was materially better for many survivors. They ate more meat, lived in less crowded conditions, and had more negotiating power with employers and landlords. But the psychological scars remained, visible in art, literature, and popular culture that couldn't quite forget what had been lost. As you sit here now, centuries removed from the Black Death, sipping your tea and enjoying the security of modern medicine, you might wonder what possible relevance a medieval pandemic could have to your life. The answer, it turns out, is more than you might think. The world you inhabit was shaped in fundamental ways by the plague and its aftermath. Not directly, you're not living with bubonic plague, but indirectly, through chains of causation that stretch across centuries. Let me trace some of these connections, and you'll see how that 14th century catastrophe still echoes in the 21st century. Start with something basic, your economic expectations. The idea that workers deserve fair wages, that labour has value that must be respected, and that you can negotiate with employers from a position of relative strength. These concepts have deep roots in the post-plague labour shortage. Before the Black Death, labour was abundant and cheap. Afterward, it was scarce and valuable, which fundamentally altered the relationship between workers and employers. This shift didn't happen overnight or without resistance, but it began a process that eventually produced modern labour rights, minimum wage laws, and the expectation that work should provide a decent standard of living. The direct line from the 14th century to your paycheck isn't obvious, but it exists. The medical legacy is more visible. The plague forced medieval societies to develop public health institutions, hospitals, quarantine systems, and health boards, with authority to enforce measures during epidemics. These institutions evolved over centuries into the public health infrastructure you now take for granted. When you get vaccinated, when restaurants undergo health inspections, and when disease outbreaks are tracked and contained, you're benefiting from systems whose roots trace back to plague-era innovations. Modern epidemiology, the science of how diseases spread through populations, emerged directly from attempts to understand the plague. Early epidemiologists in the 16th and 17th centuries studied plague patterns, trying to discern rules governing transmission. Their work laid the groundwork for the scientific study of infectious disease that eventually produced vaccines, antibiotics, and the medical revolution that makes your life expectancy roughly twice what a medieval person could expect. The cultural legacy is subtler, but equally profound. The Renaissance, which transformed European art, literature, philosophy, and science, happened partly because the plague disrupted traditional authority structures and created space for new thinking. When you visit an art museum and admire Renaissance paintings, You're looking at work created in a post-plague world by artists who thought differently about humanity, beauty and knowledge because the catastrophe had shaken traditional certainties. The printing press, invented about a century after the plague's first wave, succeeded partly because post-plague Europe was ready for new technologies that could preserve and spread knowledge more efficiently than manuscript culture. The knowledge economy that eventually produced the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, and the modern world you inhabit required technologies for sharing information. The plague created conditions that made people receptive to such technologies. Political transformations in the wake of the plague contributed to the development of nation-states, centralised governments, and eventually democratic institutions. The feudal system, already showing strain before the plague, collapsed afterward as labour shortages and social mobility undermined traditional hierarchies. The absolute monarchies that replaced feudalism eventually gave way to constitutional governments and democracies, but the process began with plague-era disruptions. Religious transformations matter too. The Protestant Reformation, which split Christianity and redefined the relationship between individuals and religious institutions, happened partly because the plague had weakened the Catholic Church's authority and encouraged people to seek direct religious experience. The religious pluralism you now enjoy, the separation of church and state, and the idea that individuals should follow their own conscience. These concepts have roots in post-plague religious ferment. Even something as abstract as the concept of progress reflects plague influence. Medieval people generally thought the world was in decline, falling away from a golden age. The catastrophe of the plague seemed to confirm this pessimism. But the subsequent recovery, the material improvements in survivors' lives, and the cultural flowering of the Renaissance, all of this suggested that maybe things could get better, that human effort could improve circumstances. This idea that the future might be better than the past, that human ingenuity can solve problems, that progress is possible, became a foundational assumption of modern Western culture. It's so deeply embedded in your worldview that you probably don't even notice it, but it would have been alien to people before the plague demonstrated that societies could survive catastrophe and emerge transformed. The Black Death also provides perspective on more recent events. The COVID-19 pandemic, which you lived through, killed millions worldwide and disrupted life in ways that seemed unprecedented. But compared to the Black Death, which killed perhaps half the population and disrupted every aspect of society for generations, COVID was almost mild. This isn't to minimise COVID's impact. Every death matters, every disruption causes suffering, but to recognise that humanity has survived worse and rebuilt. The resilience that carried medieval people through the plague years is the same resilience that helps you navigate contemporary challenges. The plague also offers lessons about how societies respond to crisis. The scapegoating of Jews during the Black Death parallels modern tendencies to blame minority groups for problems they didn't cause. The spread of misinformation about the plague's origins and cures resembles contemporary struggles with medical misinformation. The tension between individual liberty and public health, measures that you saw during COVID, echoed similar tensions during historical plague outbreaks. Medieval people faced these dilemmas without benefit of scientific knowledge or democratic institutions, which makes their struggles simultaneously more tragic and more instructive. They did the best they could with what they knew, which is all anyone can do. Recognizing this connects you to those long-dead ancestors, making their experiences feel less remote. The environmental legacy deserves mention too. The post-plague population decline meant forests regrew, wildlife populations recovered, and human pressure on ecosystems decreased. This wasn't planned conservation, it was an accidental consequence of demographic catastrophe. But it demonstrated that human impact on the environment could be reversed. The forests you enjoy today in Europe partly descend from trees that grew back after plague-era agricultural contraction. Demographically, the plague's impact lasted for centuries. Europe's population didn't fully recover to pre-plague levels until the 16th century, and in some regions it took even longer. This prolonged depression of population numbers meant that when European expansion accelerated in the Age of Exploration, it happened with populations still recovering from medieval catastrophe. The wealth concentration that occurred during the plague years, with survivors inheriting from multiple deceased relatives, helped finance the expensive voyages of exploration that eventually connected all human populations and created the globalized world you inhabit. Columbus's voyage was financed partly by wealth accumulated in the aftermath of demographic catastrophe. Thinking about the plague also offers philosophical perspective. Those medieval people who died thought their concerns were monumentally important. Political disputes, business dealings, and personal grievances all seemed vitally significant. Then plague arrived and demonstrated that from a cosmic perspective, human concerns are fragile and temporary. This isn't depressing so much as liberating. If medieval people's seemingly all-important problems now seem quaint and irrelevant, probably your current anxieties will seem equally trivial in a few centuries. This doesn't mean nothing matters, but it does suggest that maintaining perspective about what truly matters, relationships, experiences, human connection, is valuable. The plague reminds us that catastrophe is possible, that the world can change in ways we can't predict or control, and that security is always provisional. But it also reminds us that humans are remarkably resilient, that societies can rebuild after even the worst disasters, and that life persists and often finds new forms more adapted to changed circumstances. Medieval people didn't know they were living through the transition from the medieval to the early modern world. They just knew their world had changed, and they had to adapt. You're living through your own historical transition, toward what no one knows yet, and you're adapting too, using the same basic human capacities that carried people through the plague years. As you prepare to drift into sleep, let your mind rest on this final thought. The Black Death, for all its horror, was not an ending but a transformation. It destroyed a world, yes, but in doing so, it created space for new ways of thinking, living, and organising society. The medieval world that existed before the plague was already showing strains. Population had been growing for centuries, pressing against the limits of agricultural technology. Social hierarchies had calcified into forms that seemed increasingly arbitrary and unjust. The church had accumulated wealth and power that sat uneasily with its spiritual mission. Trade networks had grown complex but fragile. The plague shattered these structures not through intention, but through indifference. Disease doesn't care about social hierarchies or economic systems. It simply spreads, kills, and moves on. This very indifference made it an equal opportunity catastrophe that affected everyone regardless of status. What emerged from the ruins was a world that, while still unjust and difficult by modern standards, was materially better for many survivors. They worked less, ate better, and had more choices about their lives. The plague had inadvertently redistributed wealth, shifted power balances, and created opportunities that hadn't existed before. This doesn't justify the catastrophe. Millions of deaths can't be justified by any subsequent improvements. But it does illustrate how historical change often emerges from the unexpected places, how catastrophe can inadvertently produce transformation that deliberate reform couldn't achieve. The survivors who rebuilt medieval Europe weren't heroes or villains, just people trying to make the best of terrible circumstances. They grieved their losses, adapted to new realities, and gradually constructed a world that worked differently than the one they'd lost. Their pragmatism and resilience deserve recognition. The quiet that settled over Europe in 1348 to 1349 was the sound of a world ending. But endings contain beginnings. In the emptied villages and silent cities, in the abandoned fields and shuttered workshops, new possibilities were germinating. It would take generations for those possibilities to fully emerge, but they were there, waiting. As you close your eyes tonight, safe in your bed with modern medicine protecting you from the diseases that terrified medieval people, remember that your security is built on foundations laid by those who survived the unsurvivable. Their struggles created the world you inherited. Their resilience echoes in your ability to face contemporary challenges. The Black Death teaches that catastrophe is survivable, that humans adapt, and that life finds a way forward even through the darkest circumstances. Medieval people couldn't have imagined your world any more than you can imagine the world your descendants will inhabit in 2525. But the human capacities that carried them through their catastrophe, resilience, creativity, hope, and determination, are the same capacities you possess. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of a human story that has survived plagues, wars, famines, and countless other catastrophes. This same spirit that rebuilt Europe after the Black Death lives in you, ready to face whatever challenges your own time presents. The great quiet that followed the plague eventually gave way to new voices, new ideas, and new ways of being human. Your quiet tonight is not a catastrophe but rest, the peaceful silence that precedes tomorrow's possibilities. And in that silence, across the centuries, you might almost hear the echoes of those medieval survivors going about their lives, rebuilding their world, choosing hope over despair, and proving that even the worst disasters cannot permanently defeat human resilience. Sweet dreams. Imagine being 18 years old and sound asleep in your childhood bedroom. The room is familiar, the wallpaper you've seen every morning for years, the slight creak of floorboards you know by heart, the way morning light filters through curtains that have framed your dreams since you were small. Now imagine being awakened before dawn with news that will transform every single aspect of your existence forever. This was Victoria's reality on June 20th, 1837, when the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord Chamberlain arrived at Kensington Palace, with their solemn faces and formal court dress. Her uncle, King William IV, had died during the night, and she was now Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. No training period, no gradual transitions, just instant, absolute transformation from protected teenager to constitutional monarch. Victoria had spent her entire childhood in what historians call the Kensington system, a peculiar arrangement that sounds more like a boarding school punishment than a royal upbringing. Her mother, the Duchess of Kent, and her mother's advisor, Sir John Conroy, had kept Victoria isolated from court life, surrounded by rules and restrictions that would make a modern helicopter parent look relaxed. She wasn't allowed to walk downstairs without someone holding her hand. She slept in her mother's bedroom every night. Her companions were carefully selected, her reading material monitored, and her every movement observed and controlled. The system was designed ostensibly to protect her from the corrupting influence of her royal uncles, who were admittedly not the best role models, but it also kept her dependent, inexperienced, and theoretically easier to control once she became queen. What the architects of this system failed to anticipate was that constant restriction often breeds fierce independence and strong-willed individuals, and Victoria's will was forged steel, wrapped in silk. The moment Victoria learned she was queen, something shifted in her bearing that everyone present noticed. This small young woman, barely 5 feet tall, with prominent blue eyes and a tendency to blush easily, suddenly possessed an authority that transcended her physical presence. When she held her first Privy Council meeting just hours after learning of her accession, elderly statesmen who had governed empires were struck by her composure and dignity. Picture that first council meeting, a room full of men in their finest, formal wear, powdered wigs and gold-braided coats, all expecting to manage this inexperienced girl queen. Instead, they found someone who read the formal declaration in a clear, steady voice, who met their eyes directly, and who made it absolutely plain that she understood the weight of her new position. The Duke of Wellington, who had defeated Napoleon and wasn't easily impressed, later remarked on her extraordinary self-possession. Victoria's first act of independence was deliciously pointed. She moved her bed out of her mother's room. After 18 years of enforced proximity, she claimed her own space with the kind of determination that would characterize her entire reign. It was a small domestic gesture that represented a seismic shift in power dynamics. The Duchess of Kent, who had planned to rule through her daughter, found herself relegated to separate apartments and excluded from political influence. The young queen threw herself into her new role with an enthusiasm that surprised her advisors. She loved the red dispatch boxes that arrived daily, filled with government papers requiring her attention. She enjoyed the ceremony and ritual of court life, the formal drawing rooms and the state dinners. Most of all, she relished having her own household, her own decisions, and her own life finally under her own control. Lord Melbourne, her first Prime Minister, became something of a father figure to Victoria, though calling him that doesn't quite capture their relationship. He was a sophisticated, worldly man in his late 50s, and she was an enthusiastic teenager with opinions about everything. He taught her the intricacies of British politics with patient good humour, endured her occasional temper tantrums with grace, and genuinely seemed to enjoy her company. They would spend hours together discussing politics, literature, and court gossip, forming a bond that was part mentorship, part friendship, and entirely unconventional. Victoria's early years as Queen had a quality of exhilaration mixed with bewilderment. She was discovering London society, attending the opera and theatre, dancing at balls until dawn, and generally experiencing the youth she'd been denied during her isolated childhood. She adored her new freedom with the passion of someone who had been released from benign captivity. Her journals from this period bubble with exclamation marks and underlined words, capturing her delight in everything from new gowns to political debates. But the euphoria of those first years was occasionally punctured by harsh lessons in royal vulnerability. The young queen faced criticism in the press, rumours about her relationship with Melbourne, and even questions about her judgment in various court scandals. Being queen, she was learning, meant that every mistake was magnified and every decision scrutinised by people who had strong opinions about how monarchy should function. While Victoria was adjusting to her crown, Britain itself was in the midst of a transformation that would have staggered previous generations. The country she inherited was neither the rural agricultural society of her grandparents' time nor yet the industrial powerhouse it would become by the end of her reign. It was caught in that uncomfortable space between worlds, where steam engines shared roads with horse-drawn carts, and factory workers lived alongside traditional craftsmen. The 1830s and 1840s were decades of profound social upheaval. The Industrial Revolution, though historians debate whether calling it a revolution captures its gradual grinding nature, was remaking British society from the ground up. Manchester and Birmingham had transformed from market towns into blackened industrial cities, where textile mills operated around the clock and coal smoke hung in the air like a permanent fog. The romantic image of pastoral England was giving way to the reality of urban sprawl and factory discipline. You have to understand that this transformation wasn't some distant policy issue for Victoria. She could see it when she travelled through her kingdom. The railways, which had barely existed at her birth, were now spreading across the countryside like iron veins, connecting cities and accelerating the pace of everything. The first time Victoria travelled by train in 1842, she was both thrilled and slightly terrified by the speed, though at barely 40 miles per hour it would seem comically slow to you today. The social implications of industrialisation troubled Victoria, even if she didn't always know what to do about them. Reports reached her of working conditions in factories and mines that would shock modern sensibilities. Children as young as 5 working 12-hour shifts in coal mines, families living in single-room tenements without running water or sanitation, and workers paid so little they could barely afford bread. The gap between Britain's growing wealth and the poverty of many of its citizens created tensions that occasionally erupted into violence. The Chartist movement, which demanded democratic reforms like universal male suffrage and secret ballots, represented both the promise and threat of this new industrial age. Working people were organising, demanding rights, and challenging the assumption that political power should remain concentrated in aristocratic hands. Victoria viewed Chartism with a mixture of sympathy and alarm typical of her class. She felt compassion for workers' struggles, but feared revolutionary violence that might threaten social stability. In 1842, when economic depression led to widespread unrest and rumours of Chartist uprisings, Victoria experienced firsthand the fragility of public order. Reports reached her of riots in industrial cities, of troops called out to disperse angry crowds, of genuine fear among the property classes that Britain might follow France's revolutionary path. The young queen, still in her early 20s, had to project confidence and stability even as advisors debated whether her safety could be guaranteed. But Victoria's Britain wasn't defined solely by industrial strife and social tension. This was also an era of remarkable creativity and intellectual ferment. Charles Dickens was publishing novels that exposed social injustices while entertaining millions. Scientists like Charles Darwin were developing theories that would revolutionize human understanding of the natural world. Engineers like Isambard Kingdom Brunel were building bridges, tunnels, and ships that pushed the boundaries of what seemed technically possible. The Great Exhibition of 1851, held in the spectacular Crystal Palace in Hyde Park, would come to symbolise British confidence in this era of innovation. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That triumph belongs to a later chapter, after Victoria had navigated one of the most significant transitions of her life. What's worth understanding about these early years of Victoria's reign is how much the role of monarchy itself was changing. Previous British monarchs had exercised real political power, choosing prime ministers and influencing policy directly. But by Victoria's time, the constitutional monarchy was evolving into something more symbolic, representing national unity and continuity rather than exercising direct governance. Victoria would spend her entire reign negotiating this delicate balance between influence and interference, between being above politics and being politically irrelevant. The young queen was learning that modern monarchy required a different kind of power than her ancestors had wielded. It was the power of example, of moral authority, of representing ideals and values that united disparate parts of an increasingly complex society. She was becoming less a ruler in the medieval sense and more a national symbol, though she would have bristled at being reduced to pure symbolism. Now, let's talk about Albert, because no story of Victoria can ignore the man who would transform both her personal life and her understanding of monarchy. But first, let's dispel the notion that this was some fairy tale romance from the start. Victoria's path to marriage was complicated by her position, her personality, and her initial reluctance to share the power she'd so recently acquired. When Victoria first met her cousin Albert of Saxe, Coburg and Gotha in 1836, before her accession, she found him pleasant enough but hardly overwhelming. He was handsome in a classical German way, tall, well-proportioned, with carefully combed hair and serious eyes, but he was also rather formal, got tired early at evening parties, and had the kind of earnest intellectual interest that 18-year-old Victoria found slightly boring. Their second meeting in 1839 produced dramatically different results. Victoria had been queen for 2 years and had grown accustomed to her independence. She wasn't particularly eager to marry and had made it clear to advisors that she would choose her own husband in her own time, thank you very much. When Albert visited Windsor Castle that October, Victoria took one look at him descending from his carriage and experienced what she would later describe as a complete change of heart. Albert had matured in the intervening years. He was 20 years old now, with a bearing that combined continental sophistication with genuine warmth. More importantly, he possessed qualities that Victoria's isolated upbringing had left her craving: intellectual depth, artistic sensibility, and a seriousness of purpose that matched her own growing sense of royal responsibility. Within days of his arrival, Victoria knew she wanted to marry him. Here's where the story gets charmingly complicated. As queen, Victoria had to propose to Albert, not the other way around. Constitutional protocol required it, and while this might sound like a modern romantic gesture, it actually placed Victoria in an awkward position. She had to risk rejection, had to articulate her feelings, and had to make herself vulnerable in a way that queens rarely had to experience. Victoria proposed to Albert on October 15th, 1839, in a private moment that she recorded in her journal with her characteristic enthusiasm and underlining. Albert accepted, and Victoria experienced a happiness that seemed to surprise her with its intensity. For someone who had spent years carefully maintaining royal dignity and emotional control, falling in love was both exhilarating and slightly terrifying. Their wedding in February 1840 was a relatively modest affair by royal standards. Victoria wore a white satin dress rather than traditional ermine and velvet robes, inadvertently setting a fashion trend that continues today. The ceremony at the Chapel Royal was beautiful but brief, and Victoria's journal entry that evening radiates contentment that feels both royal and utterly ordinary. The early years of Victoria and Albert's marriage represented a profound adjustment. For both of them, Victoria had been absolute in her household since becoming queen, answerable to no one, and accustomed to having her way. Now she had to navigate sharing her life with someone who had his own opinions, priorities, and vision for monarchy. Albert, meanwhile, had to figure out how to be consort to the most powerful woman in the world without either dominating her or being reduced to decorative irrelevance. The solution they eventually developed was a working partnership that would define both their marriage and Victoria's reign. Albert became Victoria's private secretary, political advisor, and intellectual companion. He brought organisational skills, artistic taste, and a progressive vision of monarchy's role in modern society that complemented Victoria's instinctive conservatism and emotional intensity. They worked together on official papers, discussed political issues, and jointly shaped the public image of the monarchy. But their partnership extended far beyond political collaboration. Albert introduced Victoria to serious art and music, took her to exhibitions and concerts, and encouraged her appreciation for culture and learning. He designed new palaces and gardens, reformed royal household management, and brought Germanic efficiency to what had been a somewhat chaotic English court. Under his influence, Windsor Castle and Buckingham Palace became showcases of modern taste and artistic excellence. Their domestic life, away from state occasions and political duties, reveals the human warmth beneath the formal portraits. They had 9 children over 17 years, and while Victorian parenting seems somewhat distant by modern standards, their letters and journals show genuine affection for their growing family. They bought Osborne House on the Isle of Wight as a private retreat, and Albert designed much of it himself, a place where they could be relatively normal parents rather than queen and prince consort. Victoria discovered that marriage and motherhood didn't diminish her power but rather gave her new dimensions of understanding. She could be simultaneously a constitutional monarch managing complex political relationships and a wife dealing with the ordinary frustrations of married life. She was learning that strength comes in various forms, and that allowing herself to depend on Albert actually made her a more effective queen. Albert's influence on Victoria was profound but gradual. He softened some of her impulsiveness, encouraged her intellectual development, and helped her understand monarchy as a force for moral and social progress rather than simply political power. Under his guidance, Victoria became more thoughtful about her role in British society and more conscious of the symbolic importance of royal behaviour and royal example. On December 14, 1861, Albert died of typhoid fever at Windsor Castle, and Victoria's world collapsed so completely that she would spend the rest of her life trying to put the pieces back together. He was only 42 years old. They had been married for 21 years. Victoria was 42 herself, still in what should have been the prime of her life, suddenly alone in a way that felt absolutely unbearable. The depth of Victoria's grief shocked even those who knew her well. This wasn't the dignified mourning expected of royalty. It was raw, overwhelming devastation that she made no attempt to hide or minimize. She withdrew from public life almost completely, spending months in darkened rooms wearing black that she would never stop wearing. She kept Albert's rooms exactly as they had been, with his clothes laid out daily and fresh water placed in his bedroom as if he might return at any moment. You need to understand that Victoria's mourning wasn't simply personal grief, though it was, certainly that. It was also the loss of the person who had helped her understand her role, who had been her intellectual companion and political advisor, and who had given structure and meaning to her reign. Without Albert, Victoria felt not just bereaved, but fundamentally lost, as if the map she'd been following had suddenly disappeared. The British public initially responded to Victoria's loss with genuine sympathy. Albert had grown popular during his lifetime, and people understood that the Queen had lost her husband. But as months stretched into years and Victoria remained in seclusion, public patience began wearing thin. People started questioning what they were paying taxes for if their monarch refused to appear in public or fulfill ceremonial duties. This was a crucial moment in the Victorian monarchy, though Victoria herself probably didn't see it that way through. Her grief. The British people were increasingly democratic in their expectations. They wanted a monarch who was visible, who participated in national life, and who gave them something tangible in return for the cost of maintaining royal households. Victoria's prolonged withdrawal created a crisis of legitimacy that would take years to resolve. Albert's death also revealed something about Victoria's character that had perhaps been obscured by their partnership, her remarkable capacity for endurance. Fewer people might have abdicated or completely collapsed under such profound loss. Victoria grieved intensely but continued working, continued managing government business, and continued being queen even when she felt incapable of being anything at all. It was resilience born not of strength but of duty. She kept going because stopping wasn't an option. Gradually, imperceptibly, Victoria began rebuilding herself around the absence at her centre. She couldn't replace Albert, didn't want to, but she learned to function without him. She relied increasingly on her Scottish servant John Brown, whose blunt Highland manner and lack of courtly deference provided a refreshing contrast to the careful circumspection of most royal attendants. Their friendship would scandalise polite society and fuel rumours that Victoria herself found both amusing and irritating. Benjamin Disraeli, who became Prime Minister in 1868, played a crucial role in drawing Victoria back into public life. He understood that the Queen responded to flattery, personal attention, and appeals to her sense of duty. Where others had tried to argue Victoria into resuming her responsibilities, Disraeli charmed her into it, writing her flattering letters and treating state business as secrets shared between friends. It was manipulation, certainly, but manipulation in service of both Victoria's well-being and the monarchy's survival. By the early 1870s, Victoria was gradually returning to public visibility, though she never fully resumed the active social life of her early reign. She held courts and levees, appeared at state occasions and showed herself to her subjects with increasing frequency, but she also maintained boundaries that would have been unthinkable earlier in her reign, refusing to participate in events she found too demanding or emotionally difficult. What emerged from this long period of grief was a different kind of monarchy than Britain had known before. Victoria had learned that she could be queen without being constantly visible, that her symbolic importance didn't require her physical presence at every ceremonial occasion. She was pioneering a more private model of monarchy that would influence how future British royals balanced public duty with personal life. The experience of profound loss also gave Victoria a deeper empathy for her subjects' sufferings. When disasters struck, mining accidents, factory fires, shipwrecks, Victoria's messages of condolence carried genuine feeling born from her own experience of grief. She understood, in a way she perhaps hadn't earlier, that being queen meant bearing witness to both the joys and sorrows of an entire nation. Victoria's black mourning dress became iconic, transforming from a personal expression of loss into a symbol of Victorian propriety and emotional depth. She was demonstrating that grief deserved respect and time, and that rushing through sorrow or hiding it away wasn't necessary or healthy. In an era that often demanded emotional restraint, Victoria's prolonged mourning gave permission for others to grieve openly and honestly. While Victoria mourned and gradually returned to public life, the world that bore her name was transforming with a speed that would have seemed miraculous to earlier generations. The Victorian era, that period from 1837 to 1901, became synonymous with progress, innovation, and the particular combination of moral earnestness and material ambition that characterised 19th century Britain. Let's start with the physical transformation of daily life, because this is where Victorian innovation becomes tangible and real. The gaslight that had been a luxury in Victoria's youth became standard in middle-class homes by mid-century. Telegraph wires spread across continents, allowing near instantaneous communication over distances that had previously required weeks of travel. Photography evolved from daguerreotype curiosities to commonplace documentation of ordinary life. Each of these changes sounds modest in isolation, but together they revolutionised how people experience time, space and possibility. The Great Exhibition of 1851, that triumph that Albert had championed and organised, captured Victorian optimism at its zenith. The Crystal Palace itself, a massive structure of iron and glass housing exhibits from around the world, demonstrated both British engineering prowess and industrial confidence. Over 6 million people visited during its months of operation, including Victoria herself, who attended numerous times and recorded her wonder in journals that bubble with exclamation marks. But the Victorian world was never as uniformly progressive as its champions claimed. Beneath the gleaming innovations and expanding empire lay persistent poverty, exploitation, and inequality that reformers spent decades trying to address. The same industrial system that created unprecedented wealth also created urban slums where children died of preventable diseases and workers endured conditions that would be illegal today. Victorian Britain was simultaneously the workshop of the world and a society where many workers could barely afford to feed their families. Victorian social reformers attacked these problems with characteristic energy and moral certainty. The Factory Acts gradually limited child labour and improved working conditions. Public health reforms brought clean water and proper sewage systems to cities where cholera had been a regular visitor. Compulsory Education Acts ensured that children received at least basic schooling rather than spending their entire childhoods in factories or mines. Progress was real but frustratingly slow, and the Victorian compromise between capitalism and compassion never fully resolved its internal contradictions. The British Empire expanded dramatically during Victoria's reign, reaching its greatest extent and transforming Britain into the predominant global power. India became the crown jewel after the 1857 rebellion led to direct British rule, and Victoria would eventually take the title Empress of India in 1876. Africa was carved up in the scramble for colonies that mixed missionary zeal, commercial ambition, and strategic calculation in roughly equal measure. The familiar pink-coloured territories on world maps expanded until Britain controlled roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and population. Victoria's personal relationship with this empire was complex and somewhat contradictory. She took genuine interest in her colonial subjects, corresponded with Indian servants and African chiefs, and seemed to believe sincerely in Britain's civilizing mission. Yet she also supported policies that enforced British dominance through military force and economic exploitation. Like many Victorians, she combined humanitarian sentiment with imperial assumptions, never quite recognising the contradiction between promoting Christian values and maintaining colonial hierarchies. The Victorian approach to social issues combined moral earnestness with practical reform in ways that feel both admirable and frustrating from our modern perspective. Victorians believed intensely in personal responsibility, self-improvement and moral rectitude, which sometimes translated into judgmental attitudes toward poverty and suffering. Yet they also created institutions, hospitals, orphanages, schools, libraries, that genuinely improved lives and expanded opportunities for millions of people. Victorian culture celebrated domesticity and family life with an intensity that shaped expectations for generations. The ideal Victorian home became a sanctuary from the harsh commercial world, with the wife, mother as its moral centre, and the husband, father as provider and protector. Victoria and Albert's own family life became the model for this domestic ideal, their imagery produced in countless prints and photographs that brought royal domesticity into ordinary British homes. But this idealised domesticity obscured complicated realities. Victorian families could be sites of genuine warmth and affection, but also of patriarchal control and hidden dysfunction. The emphasis on propriety and respectability sometimes meant that problems, domestic violence, addiction, mental illness, were hidden rather than addressed. The Victorian home was simultaneously a real source of comfort and a performance of values that didn't always match lived experience. Victorian literature and art captured both the confidence and anxiety of this transforming era. Dickens exposed social injustices while entertaining middle-class readers. The Bronte sisters explored women's inner lives and passionate emotions beneath respectable surfaces. Tennyson's poetry combined medieval romance with Victorian doubt, The Pre-Raphaelite painters rejected industrial ugliness in favour of medieval-inspired beauty, while inadvertently creating some of the era's most iconic images. Science and religion engaged in increasingly fraught dialogue as discoveries challenged traditional beliefs. Darwin's theory of evolution, published in 1859, forced Victorians to reconsider humanity's place in nature and relationship to the divine. Geological discoveries revealed an Earth far older than biblical chronology suggested. Victoria herself remained conventionally religious, but many of her subjects were wrestling with faith in ways that earlier generations hadn't confronted. As Victoria aged into her 70s and 80s, she transformed from the Widow of Windsor into something approaching a living monument. The Jubilees celebrating her reign, the Golden Jubilee in 1887 marking 50 years, and the Diamond Jubilee in 1897 marking 60 years, became occasions for national celebration that transcended simple royal pageantry. People who had never known any other monarch-lined streets to glimpse this small, stout, elderly woman who had somehow become synonymous with their entire era. The Golden Jubilee in 1887 revealed the complexity of Victoria's relationship with her subjects. She was genuinely moved by the outpouring of affection, surprised that people still cared after her long years of semi-seclusion. The procession through London streets showed her an empire at its height. Representatives from India, Africa, the Caribbean, and all the pink territories on the map gathering to honour their queen. Victoria recorded her emotions in journals that capture both pride in Britain's achievements and a certain weary awareness that time was passing and she was part of history rather than simply living it. By this point, Victoria had served as queen for 5 decades, longer than most of her subjects' entire lifetimes. She had outlived most of her contemporaries, seen technologies transform from curiosities to commonplace, and witnessed social changes that would have astonished her 18-year-old self. She was the last living link to a Britain that had been predominantly rural, pre-industrial, and more socially stratified than the rapidly modernising country of the 1880s and 1890s. Victoria's political influence in these later years operated through personal relationships rather than constitutional authority. She had become an expert at managing prime ministers through a combination of personal charm, emotional appeal, and occasional outright manipulation. She knew she couldn't directly control policy anymore. Constitutional monarchy had evolved beyond that. But she could influence, suggest, and sometimes obstruct through the careful application of royal prerogative and personal persuasion. Her relationships with her prime ministers revealed different facets of her character. Gladstone, the great liberal statesman, irritated her intensely with his earnest moralising and tendency to treat her like a public meeting rather than a person. Disraeli, meanwhile, had discovered the key to managing Victoria. Treat her as a woman first and a queen second, flatter her shamelessly, and make governance seem like an intimate collaboration. The contrast between these relationships showed how much Victoria valued personal attention and emotional connection alongside political competence. The family Victoria and Albert had created now sprawled across European royalty. Her children and grandchildren had married into virtually every royal house on the continent, earning Victoria the nickname Grandmother of Europe. This dynastic network gave her personal stakes in European politics and created family connections that would be tested tragically in the wars of the early 20th century. When Victoria gathered her extended family for her Diamond Jubilee, the photographs captured a moment of European royalty that would never come again. Many of these relatives would be fighting each other within 2 decades. Victoria's later years also saw her becoming increasingly concerned with her legacy and how history would remember her. She commissioned official biographies, carefully edited her journals for eventual publication, and tried to shape the narrative of her reign. She wanted to be remembered not just as the queen who presided over British expansion, but as someone who had tried to rule conscientiously and care for her subjects' welfare. Whether history would grant her this legacy remained uncertain even as she worked to secure it. The Diamond Jubilee in 1897 was even more spectacular than the Golden Jubilee, a global celebration of empire and monarchy that brought representatives from across the world to honour the ageing queen. Victoria, now unable to walk easily and suffering from various ailments, participated in the festivities with characteristic determination. She appeared in an open carriage, acknowledging cheering crowds with the regal bearing she had cultivated over 6 decades of practice. But beneath the pageantry and celebration, careful observers could see signs of an era ending. The Victorian certainties, faith in progress, confidence in empire, belief in British supremacy, were beginning to fray at the edges. The Boer War at the end of the 1890s revealed military weaknesses and moral complications that challenged assumptions about British righteousness. Social movements were demanding changes, women's suffrage, workers' rights, Irish Home Rule, that threatened established hierarchies. The world was shifting beneath Victoria's feet, moving toward a 20th century that would look very different from the Victorian age. Victoria's health declined gradually through the final years of the 1890s. She suffered from rheumatism, had difficulty with her eyesight, and tired easily. But she continued working, continued managing her household and following political developments, and continued being queen because that's what she had done for most of her conscious life. The role had become so fundamental to her identity that separating Victoria the person from Victoria the Queen was essentially impossible. Victoria died on January 22nd, 1901, at Osborne House, surrounded by her children and grandchildren. She was 81 years old and had been queen for 63 years, longer than any British monarch before her, and longer than most would have thought possible when she ascended at 18. Her passing marked the end not just of a reign, but of the entire 19th century, as if history itself had been waiting for her to finish before moving forward. The funeral procession through London streets drew enormous crowds of people who had never known any other monarch. Victoria had been queen when their grandparents were young, and had been a constant presence through all the transformations of the Victorian age. Her death felt like the closing of an era, and in many ways it was. The Edwardian period that followed would have a different character, a lighter tone, and a sense of living in the calm before a storm that would arrive with World War I. But what exactly was Victoria's legacy? This question has occupied historians ever since, and the answers are as complex as Victoria herself. She didn't create the Victorian age, it was named after her, not by her, but she helped shape its character and came to embody its values. Her influence operated less through direct political action than through moral example and symbolic representation of what Victorians believed about duty, family, and national purpose. Victoria's model of constitutional monarchy influenced how future British royals would understand their role. She demonstrated that monarchs could remain politically relevant without directly exercising political power, and that symbolic importance could be as significant as constitutional authority. The modern British monarchy, with its carefully calibrated balance between tradition and adaptation, public visibility and private life, owes much to patterns Victoria established during her long reign. Her commitment to duty, even through profound personal loss, set a standard that subsequent monarchs have tried to emulate. Victoria showed that royalty meant service rather than simply privilege, that being queen required personal sacrifice and consistent dedication to responsibilities that couldn't be delegated or escaped. When Elizabeth II would later speak about dedicating her life to royal service, she was echoing patterns Victoria had established more than a century earlier. The Victorian emphasis on domesticity and family values, which Victoria and Albert had modelled so publicly, influenced British society for generations. The ideal of the respectable middle-class family, morally upright, hard-working, devoted to self-improvement, became a cultural touchstone that persisted well into the 20th century. Whether this influence was entirely positive is debatable, but its reality is undeniable. Victoria's relationship with empire remains perhaps the most complicated aspect of her legacy. The British Empire reached its greatest extent during her reign, and she took the title Empress of India in a period when European imperialism was intensifying. Modern perspectives recognise the exploitation and violence inherent in imperial expansion in ways that Victorians generally didn't, creating a legacy that can't be celebrated uncritically. Victoria's genuine interest in colonial subjects doesn't erase the structural inequalities of the system she represented. The Victorian Age's emphasis on progress and improvement, while sometimes producing self-righteous hypocrisy, also drove genuine reforms that expanded opportunities and improved lives. The Factory Acts, public health reforms and education expansion, these weren't simply top-down impositions but reflected Victorian beliefs about social responsibility and the possibility of making things better. Victoria's support for these reforms, however inconsistent, aligned monarchy with progressive causes in ways that enhanced royal legitimacy. Perhaps Victoria's most enduring personal legacy is simply how long and consistently she performed the role of Queen. 63 years of dutiful service created a sense of continuity and stability that helped Britain navigate the massive social and economic transformations of the 19th century. People might disagree about policies or disapprove of royal behaviour, but they knew Victoria would still be Queen tomorrow, providing a fixed point in a changing world. The Victorian world that carried her name, with its particular combination of moral, earnestness and material ambition, its faith in progress and anxiety about change, its genuine humanitarian impulses and persistent social inequalities, reflected broader forces than any single person could create. But Victoria's long presence helped give this era a sense of coherence and identity that it might not otherwise have possessed. In the end, Victoria's legacy is less about specific policies or political decisions than about demonstrating how monarchy could adapt to modern conditions without losing its essential character. She showed that royalty could be simultaneously ordinary and exceptional, that queens could be wives and mothers without diminishing their authority, and that monarchy could survive by evolving rather than by insisting on unchanging tradition. As you prepare for sleep tonight, perhaps the most valuable thing to understand about Victoria is how thoroughly human she remained despite spending most of her life in positions that discouraged normal human feelings. She was someone who laughed easily, cried openly, loved deeply, and grieved without reservation, the qualities that made her an effective monarch: her sense of duty, her emotional honesty, her capacity for both firmness and compassion, weren't royal attributes but human ones, just applied on a larger stage. Victoria's journals, which she kept throughout her adult life, reveal a woman of genuine feeling and complexity. She could be petty and vindictive, generous and warm-hearted, intellectually curious and frustratingly stubborn, often all on the same day. She experienced the ordinary struggles of marriage and parenthood, the universal sorrows of loss and aging, and the common human needs for love, purpose and recognition. The difference was that she experienced these things while being queen, which complicated everything without changing the fundamental emotional truths. Think about young Victoria, 18 years old and suddenly queen, navigating responsibilities she hadn't been prepared for with nothing but her own intelligence and determination to guide her. Think about Victoria in love, discovering that being queen didn't protect her from the vulnerability and joy of romantic attachment. Think about Victoria grieving, demonstrating that profound loss doesn't respect rank or position. Think about elderly Victoria, looking back on 6 decades of service and wondering if she'd done enough, made the right choices and fulfilled her purposes. What made Victoria remarkable wasn't that she transcended human limitations, but that she worked within them while carrying responsibilities that would have overwhelmed many people. She was often wrong, sometimes petty, and occasionally stubborn beyond reason. She held views on empire and social hierarchy that we now recognise as profoundly flawed, but she also showed up, did the work, and kept going through personal tragedies that might have justified giving up entirely. The Victorian age ended officially with Victoria's death in 1901, but its influence continued shaping British society and culture for decades afterward. The values Victoria represented, duty, family, moral earnestness, faith in progress, continued informing British identity, even as the 20th century challenged and sometimes overturned them. When people speak about Victorian values, they're often referring less to historical reality than to an idealised image that Victoria herself helped create through the example of her life and reign. Your own life probably contains more Victorian influence than you realise. The expectation that work should be meaningful and contribute to something larger than yourself, that's partly Victorian. The ideal that families should provide emotional warmth alongside practical support, Victoria and Albert helped popularise that model. The belief that individuals can improve themselves through education and effort, thoroughly Victorian. Even your assumptions about privacy, domesticity, and the separation between public and private life owe something to patterns established during Victoria's era. The photographs of Victoria that survive, and she was one of the most photographed people of the 19th century, show a progression that captures both personal ageing and historical change. Early photographs show a young woman with soft features and elaborate hairstyles, still recognisably the girl who became queen. Middle-age photographs capture someone more substantial, confident in her position, and comfortable with authority. Late photographs show an elderly woman in black, stern-faced and dignified, looking like everyone's formidable grandmother, who nonetheless might surprise you with unexpected humour or tenderness. But photographs can't capture everything. They don't show Victoria's laugh, which contemporaries described as full and genuine. They don't reveal her speaking voice, which was apparently musical and pleasant. They don't capture her handwriting in journals and letters, where her personality comes through in exclamation marks, underlined words, and passages that radiate emotion. The Victoria of photographs is frozen, formal, and preserved. But the real Victoria was animated by feelings, thoughts, and experiences that no image could fully contain. Victoria's relationship with her own legacy was complicated by her awareness that she was becoming a historical figure while still living. She knew that historians would analyse her reign, that her journals would be read by people who never knew her, and that her life would become material for interpretation and judgment. This awareness made her self-conscious in ways that earlier monarchs hadn't been, trying to shape how she would be remembered even as events continued to unfold. The Victorian era's combination of progress and limitation, of expanding possibilities, alongside persistent inequalities, reflects tensions that remain unresolved in modern societies. We still wrestle with questions about how to balance individual freedom with social responsibility, how to pursue economic growth while protecting human welfare, and how to honour tradition while embracing necessary change. These aren't uniquely Victorian dilemmas, but Victorians confronted them with a directness and moral seriousness that makes their struggles feel relevant to contemporary concerns. Victoria's influence on the British monarchy specifically created patterns that persist today. The emphasis on family values and moral example, the careful balance between visibility and privacy, and the sense that royalty represents national continuity and shared values, all of these reflect Victorian precedents. When modern royals engage in charitable work, support social causes, or present themselves as devoted family members, they're following a template that Victoria helped establish. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about Victoria is simply that she remained recognisably herself throughout her long reign. She didn't become a different person when she became queen, and she didn't lose her essential character through 6 decades of performing a role that might have consumed a weaker personality. The woman who died at 81 retained fundamental qualities of the girl who became queen at 18. The emotional intensity, the strong opinions, the capacity for deep feeling, and the sense of duty combined with genuine humanity. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider this. Victoria lived through a period of change more profound than most humans experience in their lifetimes. She was born in a world of horse-drawn carriages and candlelight, and died in a world of automobiles and electric lights. She witnessed the transformation of Britain from an agricultural society to an industrial powerhouse, saw science challenge religious certainties, and watched as democratic movements reshaped political expectations. Through all these changes, she provided a sense of continuity and stability that helped people navigate uncertainty. The small bedroom at Osborne House, where Victoria spent her final hours, has been preserved much as it was. You can visit it today and see the simple iron bed where she died, the view across to the Isle of Wight that she loved, and the domestic simplicity she preferred in her private spaces. It's a reminder that even queens die in ordinary rooms. that the trappings of monarchy fall away at the end, leaving only the human person facing the universal human experience of mortality. Victoria's children and grandchildren gathered around her deathbed, creating a scene that mixed royal protocol with genuine family grief. Her son, who would become Edward VII, held one hand while her grandson, the future German Kaiser Wilhelm II, supported her other arm. It was a moment when the personal and the political, the maternal and the monarchical, and the intimate and the historical all converged into a single experience that was simultaneously unique and universal. In her final months, Victoria reportedly said that she didn't want to die. She felt she still had work to do, responsibilities to fulfill and purposes to serve. It's a sentiment that captures something essential about her character. The sense that life meant service, that having privileges required giving something back, and that being queen was ultimately about duty rather than power. Whether you agree with her vision of monarchy or not, there's something admirable about someone who remained committed to their responsibilities, literally until their final breath. The world Victoria left behind in 1901 was vastly different from the one she'd inherited in 1837. Britain had become the world's dominant industrial and imperial power. Science and technology had transformed daily life in ways that would have seemed like magic to earlier generations. Social reforms had expanded rights and opportunities for millions of people. The Victorian age, with all its achievements and limitations, its progress and problems, its genuine humanitarian impulses and persistent injustices, had reshaped not just Britain but much of the world. But Victoria's most personal legacy might be the example she provided of resilience in the face of loss, her determination to continue being queen after Albert's death, to find meaning and purpose despite overwhelming grief, and to serve others even while mourning privately. This demonstration of human strength in the face of devastation has resonated with people for generations. Victoria showed that you can be profoundly damaged by loss without being destroyed by it, that grief and duty can coexist, and that broken hearts can continue beating. As the last words of this story settle around you like a soft blanket, think about what Victoria's life represents beyond the historical facts and royal pageantry. Here was someone who spent most of her life performing a role that demanded constant public presence, while trying to maintain some private sense of self. She had to be simultaneously a symbol and a person, both ordinary and exceptional, human and institutional. Victoria's story reminds us that leadership, whether of nations or simply of our own lives, requires showing up consistently even when we don't, feel capable, continuing to work even when motivation fades, and finding ways to serve purposes larger than ourselves, even as we attend to personal needs and desires. These aren't uniquely royal challenges, but universal human ones, just played out on a particularly visible stage. The Victorian age that bore her name was ultimately about people trying to navigate rapid change while holding on to values they believed important. That challenge hasn't disappeared. If anything, it's more intense in our contemporary world of even faster technological and social transformation. Victoria's example suggests that maintaining core commitments while adapting to new circumstances isn't a contradiction but a necessity, that change and continuity can coexist, and that progress doesn't require abandoning everything that came before. When you wake tomorrow morning and go about your daily life, you'll be participating in a world that Victoria helped shape. The calendar you check has remnants of Victorian timekeeping reforms. The institutions you interact with, schools, hospitals, libraries, many were established or transformed during her era. The assumptions you carry about family, work, privacy and public life all bear traces of Victorian influence. History isn't something that happened in the past and ended. It's a continuous stream that flows through the present, connecting us to people we never knew but whose choices still affect our lives. Victoria would probably be both amazed and somewhat bewildered by the 21st century world. The technology would astonish her. The social changes would challenge many of her assumptions, and the transformed role of monarchy would likely confuse someone who understood royal authority very differently. But she might also recognise continuities. People still fall in love, still grieve losses, still struggle with balancing personal desires and public responsibilities, and still wonder if their lives matter and what they'll leave behind. The Queen, who once was a young girl waking up to learn she ruled an empire, who fell in love and raised children and grieved unbearably and kept working anyway, who grew old watching the world transform around her. She's been gone for over a century now, but something of her persists. In institutions she influenced, in patterns she established, and in the example she provided of someone trying to live honourably within the constraints of their circumstances. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, you're participating in a ritual as old as humanity. The telling of stories about people who came before us, trying to understand what their lives mean and what we can learn from them. Victoria's story is ultimately about an ordinary person given extraordinary responsibilities and finding within herself the resources to meet them imperfectly but persistently. It's a story about love and loss, duty and resilience, the weight of expectations, and the relief of finally laying them down. Sleep well, knowing that the challenges Victoria faced, how to live authentically while meeting others' expectations, how to maintain purpose through changing circumstances, how to balance personal needs with public responsibilities, how to keep going when loss makes continuing seem impossible. These challenges connect you across the centuries to a small woman in black who was once queen of half the world and who, despite everything, remained fundamentally human until the end. The Victorian age is gone, but Victoria herself remains present in memory, in influence, and in the example of a life lived with determination, feeling, and an unshakable sense that duty matters, love matters, and showing up every day even when it's hard matters most of all. Rest easy, and may your dreams be gentle. Close your eyes and imagine Dayton, Ohio, in the late 1800s. Two brothers run a modest bicycle shop on West 3rd Street. The smell of machine oil drifts through the door on summer afternoons. They have no idea that within a few short years they will change the course of human history forever. You step into the Wright Cycle Company on a warm afternoon in 1896. Sunlight filters through the front windows and catches specks of dust floating lazily through the air. The smell of machine oil mingles with fresh wood shavings and rubber from bicycle tyres stacked against the wall. The floorboards creak slightly under your feet as you move deeper into the shop. Wilbur Wright stands at the workbench near the back. He's 30 years old with a serious face and thoughtful eyes that seem to look through problems rather than just at them. His hands move with practiced precision as he adjusts the chain on a safety bicycle. The newest models gleam in their display stands. Each one represents hours of careful assembly and adjustment. Each spoke must be perfectly tensioned. Each bearing must spin without friction. Each brake must engage smoothly but firmly. His younger brother Orville works nearby at a second bench. At 25, he shares Wilbur's thin build and quiet intensity. He bends over a wheel, truing the spokes with delicate touches of a wrench. The brothers rarely speak while they work. They have developed an understanding that requires few words. A glance communicates what others would need a conversation to express. A slight nod confirms an approach. A raised eyebrow questions a decision. The bicycle shop exists in a world between the old and the new. Horse-drawn carriages still clatter past on the street outside, their wheels rumbling over cobblestones. Yet inside this modest storefront, the brothers tinker with mechanisms that hint at a future of speed and efficiency. Each bicycle represents a small miracle of engineering. Two wheels connected by a frame and chain, so simple in concept, so complex in execution. You notice how the brothers approach each repair with the same methodical care. They do not rush. When a customer brings in a bicycle with a wobbling wheel, Wilbur examines it from every angle. He spins the wheel slowly, watching for the slightest deviation. He runs his fingers along the rim, feeling for imperfections too small to see. He knows that the smallest flaw can throw off the entire balance. He knows that good enough is never actually good enough. This attention to detail comes naturally to both brothers. They grew up taking things apart to see how they worked. Clocks and toys and mechanical gadgets of all kinds found themselves disassembled on the kitchen table. Their father Milton, a bishop in the United Brethren Church, encouraged this curiosity rather than scolding them for breaking things. Their mother Susan had a natural gift for fixing household machines. She could look at a broken pump or a jammed door latch and immediately understand the problem. She passed this practical knowledge to her sons before her early death from tuberculosis, when Orville was still young. The bicycle business thrives in these years. America has fallen in love with the freedom of two-wheeled travel. People who once walked everywhere or relied on horses can now glide along at speeds that would have amazed their grandparents. The sensation of riding a bicycle feels almost like flying. The wind in your face, the landscape flowing past, the independence of moving under your own power without the mess and expense of keeping a horse. The Wright brothers build their own models, improving on existing designs with each iteration. They start by assembling bikes from purchased parts. Then they begin manufacturing their own frames. They experiment with different geometries to improve handling. They develop their own brake designs. They test various gear ratios to find the optimal balance between speed and ease of pedaling. The shop becomes known for quality and reliability. When someone buys a Wright bicycle, they know it will last. The brothers stand behind their work absolutely. If something breaks due to a manufacturing defect, they fix it without question or charge. This builds trust in the community. Word spreads. The business grows steadily. But you sense something restless in the brothers as they work. Wilbur especially seems to gaze out the window at the sky with increasing frequency. He watches birds soaring past with intense focus. He has been reading about a German glider enthusiast named Otto Lilienthal. The man has been conducting experiments with flying machines near Berlin. He launches himself from hills, riding currents of air like a human bird. He has made thousands of glides, learning to control his craft through shifts of body weight. The newspapers occasionally carry stories about Lilienthal's exploits. Most readers view them as amusing curiosities. Flying machines belong to the realm of fantasy and science fiction. Serious people do not waste time on such foolishness. But Wilbur reads these articles with growing fascination. Here is someone attempting the impossible with systematic rigour. Here is someone treating flight as an engineering problem rather than a magical dream. In August of 1896, devastating news arrives from Germany. Otto Lilienthal has died in a glider crash. His machine stalled during a test flight. He fell from a height of 50 feet and broke his spine. He lived for only a day after the accident, his last word reportedly being that sacrifices must be made. The tragedy strikes Wilbur deeply. Here was a man who dared to pursue an impossible dream. He paid the ultimate price for his vision, yet instead of discouraging Wilbur, the news ignites something within him. Lilienthal proved that gliding flight was possible. He died not because the concept was flawed, but because he had not yet solved all the problems. The challenge remains open. The question remains unanswered. Someone must continue the work. You watch as Wilbur begins to collect every scrap of information about flying machines. He writes a careful letter to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, requesting papers on aeronautics. The response arrives in the mail several weeks later, a package of pamphlets and articles about various flying machine experiments. Wilbur devours the material, reading late into the night by lamplight in the room he shares with Orville above the shop. The library at the bicycle shop slowly fills with books and pamphlets about bird flight, air pressure, and wing design. Wilbur orders texts on ornithology to study how different birds achieve flight. He reads about the anatomy of bird wings. He learns how feathers overlap to create smooth surfaces. He discovers that birds have hollow bones to reduce weight. He studies how they bank into turns and adjust their wings to catch rising currents of warm air. Orville notices his brother's growing obsession, but says nothing at first. He knows Wilbur well enough to recognise when an idea has taken hold. Wilbur becomes completely absorbed in problems that interest him. He will work on them constantly, turning them over in his mind even while doing other tasks. His body may be adjusting bicycle spokes, but his thoughts are somewhere else entirely. The brothers continue their bicycle work through the changing seasons. Spring brings customers eager to ride through blooming parks and along tree-lined streets. Young couples buy bicycles so they can ride together on Sunday afternoons. Fathers purchase bikes for their children, then spend patient hours teaching them to balance. Summer sees children learning to ride, their scraped knees badges of determination. Autumn brings repairs from those who rode too hard on rough roads, with bent wheels and broken chains needing attention. Winter offers time for planning improvements to their bicycle models and preparing for the next selling season. Through it all, the question of flight grows larger in Wilbur's mind. He watches birds soaring overhead as he walks to the shop each morning. He notices how they bank into turns and adjust their wings to catch the wind. He observes how they spread their tail feathers to slow down for landing. He sees how they tuck their wings tight when diving for speed. Nature has already solved the problem of flight through millions of years of evolution. The brothers just need to understand the principles well enough to apply them to human-built machines. Orville finally asks his brother directly about the flying machine research one evening in late 1899. They stand in the shop after closing time. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows across the wooden floor. The street outside has grown quiet. Wilbur explains his thinking methodically, as he does with everything. He believes that the problem of flight can be broken into 3 distinct parts. First, you need wings that generate lift sufficient to overcome the weight of the machine and pilot. Second, you need a way to control the machine in all 3 dimensions while in the air. Third, you need a source of power to sustain flight and overcome drag. Most experimenters, Wilbur notes, focus almost exclusively on the first challenge. They build wings and hope for the best. They neglect the crucial question of control. A bicycle works because the rider can steer and balance. You lean into turns. You shift your weight to maintain equilibrium. You make constant tiny adjustments without even thinking about them. A flying machine needs the same level of intuitive control, only in 3 dimensions instead of 2. You need to control pitch, the nose pointing up or down. You need to control roll, with one wing dropping lower than the other. You need to control yaw, the nose pointing left or right. This insight marks the true beginning of the Wright brothers' journey into aviation. They will approach flying machines with the same practical mindset they bring to bicycles. Every problem can be solved through observation, experimentation, and patient refinement. They have the mechanical skills from years of bicycle work. They have the curiosity from a lifetime of taking things apart. They have the time, as the bicycle business runs smoothly enough to allow pursuit of other interests. They have the resources, as they have saved money from their successful shop. The bicycle shop becomes a laboratory after hours. The brothers clear space in the back room for sketches and models. They fashion small wings from wood and paper, testing different shapes and sizes. They create tiny gliders and launch them from the 2nd-story window, watching how they fly. They argue good-naturedly about angles and measurements, each brother defending his calculations. They make mistakes and learn from them, adjusting their approach based on what they observe. You can feel the excitement building in this ordinary workshop. 2 self-taught engineers from Ohio are about to embark on an extraordinary adventure. They have no degrees from universities, no formal training in aeronautics or physics, no wealthy patrons to fund elaborate experiments, no team of assistants to do the tedious work. They have only their minds, their hands, and an unshakable belief that humans can fly if they can just understand the principles well enough. The year 1899 arrives with possibility hanging in the air. The bicycle business runs smoothly enough to allow significant time for other pursuits. The brothers have saved enough money to fund small experiments without financial stress. They correspond with Octave Chanute, a civil engineer in Chicago who has also been studying flight problems. Chanute is older and more established. He has conducted his own glider experiments and written extensively about aeronautics. He encourages the Wright brothers' work and shares his own findings generously. Through this correspondence, Wilbur and Orville begin to see themselves as part of a larger community of dreamers and experimenters. Men scattered across the world, all working on the same impossible problem from different angles. Some approach it with rigid mathematical formulas, others rely on pure intuition and trial and error. The Wright brothers blend both approaches. They trust numbers and calculations, but they also trust what they observe with their own eyes. They believe in testing theories against reality. Wilbur becomes particularly interested in how birds control their flight. He spends hours watching buzzards soar over the Dayton landscape. He notices that when a bird wants to turn, it does not simply point its nose in the new direction. Instead, it dips one wing lower than the other. The bird rolls into the turn, banking like a bicycle rider leaning around a corner. This observation seems crucial. The breakthrough comes unexpectedly, as insights often do. Wilbur is talking to a customer in the shop one afternoon, while absently handling an empty inner tube box. The box is rectangular and made of thin cardboard. As he talks, his hands twist the box, making one end rotate relative to the other. He suddenly stops mid-sentence, staring at the twisted box in his hands. He realizes that by twisting the wings of a flying machine, you could control its roll. Just as a bird tilts its wings to turn, a glider could do the same with flexible wing surfaces. If you could warp one wingtip up and the other down, you could make the machine bank. This simple observation will prove to be one of their most important innovations. Other experimenters have been trying to control flying machines with rudders and movable surfaces. The Wright brothers will add wing warping to the mix. As spring arrives in 1900, the brothers make a crucial decision. They will build a glider, not a small model, but a full-size machine capable of carrying a human being. They will test it somewhere with steady winds and soft landing surfaces. They will learn what works and what fails through actual experience. They will iterate and improve based on real data rather than just theory. The search for a testing site becomes a project in itself. Dayton offers neither steady winds nor forgiving terrain. The brothers need somewhere they can fly a full-size glider safely. Somewhere remote enough that failures will not attract unwanted attention or mockery. Somewhere with wind patterns that remain consistent across seasons. Somewhere they can work without constant interruption. Wilbur writes to the Weather Bureau in Washington with a carefully thought-out request. He asks for data on wind velocities across the United States. He specifies that he needs locations with average winds of at least 15 miles per hour. He requests information about terrain types and accessibility. The response arrives several weeks later with detailed records from weather stations nationwide. The brothers pore over the numbers, looking for the perfect combination of wind speed, isolation, and accessible terrain. They spread maps across the workbench and make notes. They discuss various locations and their relative merits. San Diego has good winds but seems too far away and too expensive to reach regularly. The Great Plains offer flat terrain but unpredictable weather. Various coastal locations present possibilities. One location stands out from all the others: Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, a small fishing village on the Outer Banks. The weather station reports average wind speeds of 16 miles per hour. The area consists of sandy dunes that would cushion any landing, no matter how hard. Few people live there, ensuring privacy for their experiments. The climate stays moderate enough for work even in late autumn and early winter. The brothers exchange glances as they read about Kitty Hawk. It sounds almost too perfect for their needs. Remote barrier islands swept by steady Atlantic winds. Soft sand that will forgive countless crash landings. A small community that might offer basic supplies and simple lodging. Isolation from the newspapers and the inevitable skeptics who would mock their attempts. They begin to plan their first expedition with characteristic thoroughness. They will need to bring all their equipment and supplies. They will need to arrange time away from the bicycle shop. They will need to build their glider in a way that allows it to be disassembled for shipping. They will need to prepare for camping in what sounds like fairly primitive conditions. But first, they must design and build their glider. The design takes shape over countless evenings at the bicycle shop through the summer of 1900. They base their initial plans on measurements published by Otto Lilienthal, adjusting for what they have learned from their own small-scale experiments. The wings will be covered in fabric stretched over a wooden frame. The pilot will lie prone on the lower wing, reducing air resistance. This position feels awkward but makes aerodynamic sense. The most innovative feature remains the wing warping mechanism that Wilbur conceived. Cables will run from the wingtips to a cradle that the pilot controls with his hips. By shifting his weight side to side, the pilot can twist the wings and steer the glider. The concept seems straightforward in theory. Whether it will work in practice remains to be seen. No other experimenter has developed anything quite like it. Construction begins in earnest in August. The brothers work in the back room of the shop, surrounded by wood shavings and the smell of varnish. They select each piece of spruce carefully, testing it for straightness and strength. Wood with any hint of weakness gets rejected. They cut the ribs that will give the wings their curved shape, working from patterns they have drawn. They drill holes for the connecting wires. They sand surfaces smooth. They sew the fabric covering with precision stitching, making sure the tension stays even. The work demands absolute accuracy at every step. A wing that is slightly twisted will not fly properly. A connection that is too weak will fail under stress. A cable that is too loose will not transmit control inputs properly. The brothers check and recheck every measurement. They test each joint before moving on. They have no margin for error when the test pilot is suspended in the air on their craftsmanship. You marvel at their patience during this process. Many evenings they make little visible progress. They might spend hours perfecting a single joint or debating the optimal placement of a strut. They never rush ahead, never cut corners to save time. Speed matters less than getting every detail exactly right. Their bicycle business taught them this principle thoroughly. A customer whose wheel comes loose due to sloppy work will never return. A pilot whose glider fails due to poor construction might not survive. As the glider takes shape, visitors to the bicycle shop sometimes glimpse the strange contraption in the back room. A few ask questions, curious about what the brothers are building. The brothers answer politely but vaguely. They describe it as an experiment in aeronautics. They do not invite further questions. They have no interest in publicity or skepticism at this stage. They simply want to solve the problem of flight without interference or pressure. By early September, the glider is ready. It weighs less than 50 pounds but measures 17 feet across the wings. The brothers have built it to be as light as possible, while still maintaining structural integrity. Disassembled, it fits into large wooden crates that can be shipped by rail. Every component is carefully packed to prevent damage during transport. The brothers booked passage on a train heading south. They bring tools, spare materials, and a tent for camping. They bring enough food supplies to last several weeks. They tell friends and family they are taking a working vacation to test some new ideas. They give the bicycle shop to their assistant to mind during their absence. They depart Dayton on September 6th, 1900, bound for adventure. The journey to Kitty Hawk proves more difficult than expected. The train takes them as far as Elizabeth City, North Carolina. From there, they must find boat passage across Albemarle Sound to the Outer Banks. The locals eye these two lean Yankees with frank curiosity. City men with soft hands do not usually venture to the isolated fishing communities on the barrier islands. The few visitors who do come are usually sport fishermen with expensive gear. Eventually they secure transport on a small schooner. The captain agrees to carry them and their cargo across the sound for a reasonable fee. The crossing proves rougher than anticipated. September storms have stirred up the water. Waves slap against the wooden hull as the boat makes its way across the choppy surface. The brothers clutch their precious cargo, hoping the crates remain dry and secure. The captain shakes his head at their destination. Kitty Hawk offers little beyond wind and sand and mosquitoes. Why would anyone choose to go there? They arrive to find the reports accurate in every detail. Wind sweeps constantly across the dunes, never ceasing even for a moment. The village consists of a handful of weathered wooden houses occupied by families who make their living from fishing in the sound and ocean. The terrain is exactly what they need for gliding experiments. Miles of empty beach stretch in both directions. Sandy dunes rise and fall in gentle slopes. The isolation is complete. The brothers set up camp near the beach, pitching their tent on level ground behind a protective dune. They arrange their supplies carefully, protecting everything from the ever-present sand. The mosquitoes prove as fierce as the weather report suggested they would. At night, the insects swarm so thickly that sleep becomes nearly impossible. The brothers joke grimly about being eaten alive before they can test their glider. They burn smudge fires to drive away the worst of the mosquito clouds. They cover themselves completely despite the warmth. They spend several days assembling the machine and studying the local wind patterns. The work proceeds methodically. Each piece must fit together perfectly. They check every connection twice. They test the wing warping mechanism repeatedly before trusting it. The winds blow strongest in the late morning and early afternoon, then diminish somewhat in the evening. The dunes offer natural launching points at various heights, allowing them to start with gentle slopes and work up to steeper ones. Local residents begin to visit their camp, drawn by curiosity about the strange contraption taking shape. The Tate family proves especially friendly. Bill Tate and his wife Addie live nearby with their children. They provide food and advice about living on the Outer Banks. Bill offers to help with the work. The children watch with wide eyes as the wings come together. No one in Kitty Hawk has ever seen anything remotely like this machine. The brothers explain they're conducting experiments with flying machines. The locals nod politely, clearly thinking these city fellows have lost their minds. But they offer help anyway, as is the custom in these small communities. Bill Tate proves particularly useful. He knows how to work in the constant wind. He understands how to anchor things against sudden gusts. His practical knowledge complements the brothers' theoretical understanding. Finally, on a clear October day, the glider is ready for its first test. The brothers carry it carefully to a suitable dune about 100 feet high. The wind blows steadily and strong from the north. They will start with unmanned flights to test the basic design before risking a human pilot. They attach control lines to the glider like a giant kite. They launch it into the wind, controlling it from the ground. The machine soars immediately. It climbs high above the dune, riding the air currents with surprising grace. The brothers watch intently, calling out observations to each other. The wing shape generates sufficient lift, exactly as their calculations predicted. The control system responds smoothly to inputs on the lines. The glider settles back to Earth gently when they release tension. They whoop with excitement, grinning at each other like children with a new toy. Over the following days, they conduct dozens of unmanned flights. They adjust the wing angle, watching how it affects performance. They modify the control cables, testing different tensions. They learn how the glider responds to varying wind conditions. Each flight provides valuable data that refines their understanding. They fill notebooks with observations and measurements. They sketch diagrams showing flight paths. They calculate lift and drag coefficients based on what they observe. The time comes for manned flight, the moment they have been building toward. Wilbur will go first as the older brother. He positions himself carefully on the lower wing, gripping the control cradle with his hips. His hands grasp the elevator control that will pitch the nose up or down. Orville and Bill Tate hold the glider steady against the wind. Wilbur takes a deep breath, feeling the wind rushing past. He gives the signal. They release the glider. It lifts immediately, carrying Wilbur into the air above the sand. He flies only a few feet above the ground, travelling perhaps 20 feet before settling back onto the soft surface. But those few seconds change everything in his perception. He has controlled a heavier-than-air machine in flight. The sensation is unlike anything he has experienced before. The wind rushing past. The ground is sliding beneath. The delicate balance of forces holding him aloft. They make several more glides that afternoon. Each flight lasts a bit longer as Wilbur learns to feel the machine's responses. He discovers that tiny movements produce large effects. The controls require a delicate touch. Over-controlling leads to dangerous oscillations. He begins to develop an intuitive sense for what the glider needs, responding to cues he cannot fully articulate. Orville takes his turn as well. His lighter weight allows slightly longer flights. He approaches the controls differently than Wilbur, with smaller movements and more patience. The brothers learn from watching each other, noting what techniques work best. They discuss what they felt during each flight, comparing experiences and building a shared understanding. The 1900 season at Kitty Hawk lasts only a few weeks. Weather deteriorates in late October, bringing rain and stronger winds than the glider can safely handle. The brothers pack up their equipment and arrange passage back to the mainland. They have proven their basic concepts work. They have learned an enormous amount about practical flying, but they have also discovered significant problems that need solving. The glider does not perform quite as well as Lilienthal's published data suggested it should. The lift is less than expected. The machine feels less stable than they hoped. These discrepancies trouble Wilbur. Either their construction has flaws, or the published aeronautical data is wrong. They need to determine which before proceeding further. You stand with the brothers on a gentle hill outside Dayton in the spring of 1901. The wind picks up, rustling through the new grass and tugging at your clothes. Wilbur holds a small kite made of wood and fabric. It is not a toy, but a precise testing device, designed to help them understand how wings behave in moving air under controlled conditions. The brothers have been conducting these experiments for months now, fitting them in between bicycle shop duties. Each outing teaches them something new about the subtle nature of flight. Today they focus on wing warping, the technique Wilbur discovered by absently twisting that cardboard box. The concept seems simple at first. Reality proves more complex. Orville releases the kite into the wind. It climbs rapidly, pulling against the control lines with surprising force. Wilbur manipulates the strings, warping the wings through the mechanism they have built into this test platform. The kite responds immediately, banking left and then right with graceful precision. They can control its movement with remarkable accuracy. This validation feels satisfying after months of theoretical work. They take turns flying the kite, making detailed notes about how different wind speeds affect its behaviour. They measure angles with a protractor. They calculate forces based on the pull of the strings. They repeat tests until they are completely satisfied with their understanding. This methodical approach defines everything they do, whether working on bicycles or flying machines. The search for a better testing site remains urgent. Dayton offers neither the steady winds nor the forgiving terrain they need for serious glider work. The brothers need somewhere they can fly a full-size machine safely for extended periods. Somewhere remote enough that failures will not attract unwanted attention from skeptical newspapers. Somewhere with wind patterns that remain consistent enough for systematic experimentation. The 1901 return to Kitty Hawk happens in July. The brothers bring an improved glider based on hard lessons from the previous year. This version has larger wings spanning 22 feet. The wing area is nearly double the first machine. The brothers believe more wing area will generate more lift, allowing longer flights. They have also refined the control system based on their practical experience. The journey south has become familiar now. The train to Elizabeth City, the boat is across the Sound, the arrival at the isolated fishing village. The Tates welcome them back warmly. Bill helps them establish a better camp. This year they build a wooden shed to house the glider and protect it from the salt air and blowing sand. The structure also provides refuge from the relentless mosquitoes that made sleep so difficult the previous year. The shed becomes their base of operations, 16 feet long and wide enough to accommodate the assembled glider. They install a stove for cooking and heating water. They hang their tools on the walls in organised rows. They create a workspace that allows them to make adjustments and repairs efficiently. The transformation from camping to something more permanent reflects their commitment to solving the flight problem completely. Assembly of the new glider takes several days of careful work. Every joint must be perfect. Every wire must be properly tensioned. They check and double-check each connection before declaring the machine ready. The completed glider is beautiful in its functional simplicity. Clean lines, efficient structure, no wasted material or complexity. The improved glider performs beautifully in early tests. The increased wing area generates impressive lift. Wilbur makes flights that far exceed anything achieved the previous year. He glides for distances approaching 300 feet. He stays airborne for 15 seconds or more. The machine feels more stable and predictable than their first attempt. The brothers congratulate themselves on their improvements, but problems emerge as they push the limits of performance. The glider sometimes behaves unpredictably at certain speeds and angles. It will suddenly pitch up or down without clear cause. It occasionally enters alarming spins that require quick reactions to escape. The brothers observe these moments with intense focus, trying to understand what triggers the instability. One issue particularly troubles them. When they use the wing warping mechanism to initiate a turn, the glider sometimes responds backward. Instead of banking smoothly in the desired direction, it slews sideways or even turns the opposite way. The brothers call this effect adverse yaw. Understanding and correcting it becomes crucial to achieving safe, controlled flight. They spend entire days conducting systematic experiments. They adjust the wing warping angles minutely, testing each variation. They modify the tail surfaces, trying different sizes and shapes. They experiment with different positions for the pilot's weight. Each change produces new data to record and analyze. The process is painstaking but absolutely necessary for progress. Orville takes his turns piloting with a lighter touch than Wilbur. He makes smaller adjustments to the controls, waiting to see the machine's response before adding more input. His flights often last longer as a result of this patient approach. The brothers learn from watching each other, noting what techniques work best in different conditions. They discuss each flight afterward in detail, comparing what they felt and observed. The local residents have grown accustomed to the strange sight of men flying over the dunes. Children from the village come to watch the experiments regularly now. They cheer when flights go well and run to help when the glider crashes into the sand. They ask questions about how the machine works. The Wright brothers have become accepted as eccentric but harmless fixtures of the community, part of the landscape like the lighthouse and the life-saving station. Bill Tate continues to assist with the experiments whenever his fishing schedule allows. He helps carry the heavy glider up the dunes for launching. He offers observations about wind patterns based on his lifetime of living by the ocean. He notices things the brothers miss, like subtle shifts in wind direction that presage larger changes. His practical knowledge complements their theoretical understanding perfectly. As weeks pass, the brothers become genuinely skilled pilots. They learn to launch in various wind conditions, adjusting their technique to match the circumstances. They can control the glider through gentle turns without losing much altitude. They can judge when to land before conditions become dangerous. They develop an intuitive feel for reading the invisible rivers and currents of air that support their flights. But they also recognize the fundamental limitations of gliding. Even their best flights last only a minute or so before gravity inevitably wins. They can only fly downhill, trading precious altitude for distance. To achieve true flight, sustained flight, they need power. They need an engine that can overcome drag and maintain altitude indefinitely. They need to transform their glider into a proper flying machine. The 1901 season ends in August with deeply mixed feelings. They have made tremendous progress in understanding control and building their piloting skills. Yet they have also discovered that the published data on air pressure and wing design contains serious errors. The Lilienthal tables they relied on are fundamentally flawed. The coefficients are wrong. The calculations do not match reality. This revelation shakes Wilbur to his core. If the existing aeronautical data is wrong, they cannot simply refine known designs. They must start from scratch, conducting their own research to determine the correct principles of lift and drag. The challenge has grown far larger than they imagined when they started this journey. They feel simultaneously discouraged and energized. They return to Dayton as summer fades into autumn. The familiar bicycle shop awaits, as does the difficult work of questioning everything they thought they knew about aeronautics. Wilbur falls into a brief depression, doubting whether flight will ever be achieved in their lifetime. Orville remains more optimistic. convinced that systematic experimentation will reveal the truth. Other experimenters might have given up at this point. The realization that all published data is unreliable would discourage most people. But the Wright brothers simply adjust their approach. If they cannot trust others' research, they will conduct their own. If existing theories are wrong, they will develop correct ones. The problem is simply larger than they thought. The solution will require more work. So be it. Winter in Dayton brings a new phase of intensive research. The brothers decide to build a wind tunnel in the shop. This device will let them test different wing shapes under controlled conditions without travelling to Kitty Hawk. They can gather accurate data year-round, regardless of weather. They can conduct hundreds of experiments in the time it would take to do a few field tests. The wind tunnel design is elegant in its simplicity. A wooden box 6 feet long with a glass viewing top. A fan at one end pushes air through the rectangular chamber at known speeds. Inside, they mount small wing models on a delicate balance mechanism that measures lift and drag forces. The entire apparatus costs less than constructing a good bicycle, yet it will prove more valuable than any tool they have ever owned. You would hardly recognise this crude device as the instrument that will unlock fundamental secrets of flight. Yet over the next months, the brothers test over 200 different wing shapes in meticulous detail. They measure how curves and thickness affect performance. They discover which designs generate the most lift with the least drag. They determine the optimal angle of attack for different speeds. They accumulate data that no other researcher possesses. The work is tedious beyond belief, requiring monk-like patience. Each test requires careful setup and precise measurement. A single wing shape might need 20 tests at different speeds and angles. The brothers take turns operating the tunnel and recording data in neat columns. They work late into cold winter nights, the shop heated by a small coal stove, their breath visible in the chilly air. Their fingers grow numb from the cold, but they continue working. The wind tunnel reveals truths that no amount of outdoor experimentation could have shown with such clarity. The brothers discover that long, narrow wings perform dramatically better than short, wide ones for a given wing area. They learn exactly how much curve a wing needs for optimal lift, finding a sweet spot that maximizes efficiency. They identify the best angle of attack for different wind speeds and loading conditions. They understand now why their gliders perform differently than Lilienthal's data predicted. By spring of 1902, they possess knowledge about aerodynamics that surpasses anything published anywhere in the world. They've corrected all the errors in the Lilienthal tables and created their own comprehensive tables based on solid experimental evidence. They understand wing design at a fundamental level that no other researcher has achieved. They are ready to build a new glider incorporating these hard-won discoveries. The 1902 glider represents a quantum leap forward from previous attempts. Every dimension has been calculated using their wind tunnel data rather than guesswork or borrowed numbers. The wings are longer and narrower, 32 feet across. The curve is precisely optimized to their measurements. The control surfaces have been completely redesigned based on their understanding of adverse yaw and other stability issues. They returned to Kitty Hawk that September with confidence bordering on certainty. This machine will fly better than anything attempted before by anyone. They will achieve flights of significant duration and distance. They will prove once and for all that controlled heavier-than-air flight is not only possible, but can be made practical and safe. The new glider exceeds even their optimistic expectations from the very first flight. Wilbur makes a glide lasting over 30 seconds, covering more than 500 feet. The controls respond exactly as their calculations predicted they would. The machine feels rock solid and predictable in the air. There are no mysterious behaviours or alarming moments. Everything works precisely as designed. Orville achieves similar success when he takes his turns at the controls. The brothers alternate as pilots, each flight building their skills and confidence systematically. They experiment with steeper launches from higher dunes. They attempt sharper turns. They fly in various wind conditions from gentle breezes to stiff winds. They begin to feel less like nervous experimenters and more like true pilots who understand their craft. The breakthrough that validates all their work comes on a brilliantly clear October day. Wilbur makes a flight that lasts more than a minute and covers over 620 feet. He controls the glider through several gentle turns, demonstrating complete mastery. He lands smoothly, the machine settling onto the sand with barely a bump. The watching crowd of locals and helpers erupts in spontaneous cheers. The brothers shake hands quietly, not given to dramatic displays. They have proven their concepts work flawlessly. They understand the principles of flight better than anyone alive on Earth. They can control a heavier-than-air machine with precision and consistent safety. Only one significant challenge remains ahead. They must add an engine and propellers to achieve sustained powered flight. But before they can build a powered machine, they need to understand propellers. This proves to be another area where existing knowledge falls short. The brothers discover that virtually nothing useful has been published about propeller design. Marine propellers work in water, which behaves very differently from air. The few air propeller designs that exist are based on pure guesswork rather than science. They realize that a propeller is essentially a rotating wing. The same principles that govern fixed wings should apply to spinning blades. This insight allows them to approach propeller design systematically using their wind tunnel data. They can calculate the optimal shape, pitch, and diameter for their specific application. They can design propellers from first principles rather than trial and error. You return with the brothers to Kitty Hawk in September of 1903. The familiar landscape welcomes you. Sandy dunes rolling endlessly, beach grass waving in constant wind, the sound of waves breaking on the shore, the cry of gulls overhead. This place has become a second home to Wilbur and Orville, as familiar as Dayton. Their camp has evolved significantly. The shed is larger this year, expanded to accommodate not just a glider, but also their new powered machine. They have installed a small forge for metalworking. They have built a proper workbench for assembly and repairs. The setup resembles a professional research station more than a casual camping trip. The 1903 glider is brought along primarily for training. The brothers want to log more flight hours, building their piloting skills to peak levels before attempting powered flight. They have made minor refinements based on lessons from 1902, but the basic design remains proven and reliable. They spend the first week simply flying, making dozens of glides every day that weather permits. Wilbur and Orville take turns at the controls, pushing themselves to master every aspect of flight. They practice launching in crosswinds. They work on making perfectly smooth landings. They experiment with tight turns and steep banks. They build muscle memory and instinct that will prove crucial later. Dan Tate, Bill's half-brother, often helps with the gliding operations. He proves adept at judging wind conditions and positioning the glider for optimal launches. The brothers value his assistance and practical knowledge. The locals have fully accepted the Wright brothers now. The strange flying experiments have become part of Kitty Hawk's identity. One remarkable day in late September, the brothers make nearly 100 glides in steady winds. They carry the glider up the dune, launch, fly, land, and carry it back up, over and over without rest. Their arms ache from the effort, but they continue. Each flight adds to their understanding and confidence. They are becoming the world's most experienced pilots through sheer repetition. They also conduct specific experiments to gather data for their powered machine design. They measure the exact amount of control input needed for various maneuvers. They time how quickly the glider responds to commands. They calculate the minimum speed needed to maintain flight. All of this information will inform the design of the heavier, faster powered machine. The glider performs flawlessly through hundreds of flights. The brothers have refined it to a point of reliable excellence. They can predict exactly how it will behave in any given conditions. They trust it completely. This trust is essential because they are about to stake their lives on a far more complex machine. As October arrives, they turn their full attention to the powered flyer waiting in the shed. This machine represents 3 years of accumulated knowledge and countless hours of work. Every component has been designed based on solid engineering principles, and experimental data. The wings incorporate their wind tunnel research. The propellers embody their new understanding of rotating blades. The engine represents Charlie Taylor's finest work. The Flyer is dramatically different from the gliders. It weighs over 700 pounds fully loaded with fuel and pilot. The wings span 40 feet, larger than anything they have flown before. The engine sits prominently between the wings, its presence a constant reminder of the new complexity. Two large propellers extend behind the wings on long shafts, connected to the engine by bicycle chains. The assembly of the Flyer takes weeks of painstaking work. Every wire must be perfectly tensioned. Every connection must be secure. The engine must be mounted precisely to avoid vibration problems. The propellers must be aligned exactly to push evenly. The control system must operate smoothly despite the additional weight and complexity. Charlie Taylor's engine is a marvel of lightweight design. 4 cylinders arranged inline produce about 12 horsepower on a good day. The entire engine, including the cooling system, weighs less than 200 pounds. It runs on gasoline, not steam, avoiding the weight of boilers and water tanks. The brothers can lift it by hand when installing it on the frame. The propeller design reflects months of calculation and wind tunnel testing. Each blade is 8 feet long, carved from laminated spruce. The wood is glued together in layers, then carved to the precise twisted shape that their theory demands. The brothers made 3 propellers in Dayton, bringing them carefully to Kitty Hawk. The carving alone took weeks of exacting work. The transmission system uses 2 chains running from the engine to the propellers. The propellers spin in opposite directions to cancel torque effects. This counter-rotation prevents the machine from trying to spin around its own axis. The chains are standard bicycle chains, proven technology that the brothers trust completely from years of experience. Testing the engine on the assembled Flyer reveals problems immediately. The vibration is severe. The propeller shafts twist under load. The chains slip and jump on their sprockets. The brothers spend days solving these issues one by one. They strengthen the shafts. They improve the chain tensioning. They add damping to reduce vibration. Each problem yields to patient problem solving. November brings frustration. The propeller shafts crack repeatedly despite strengthening attempts. The brothers take turns making trips back to Dayton to have new shafts manufactured from better steel. Each trip consumes a week of travel time. The season grows late. Winter weather approaches. Time runs short. Finally, in early December, all systems work properly. The engine runs smoothly for extended periods. The propellers spin without wobbling. The chains transmit power reliably. The control system operates freely. The Flyer is ready for its test, or as ready as they can make it without actual flight experience. The brothers build a launching rail to help the heavy machine achieve flying speed. The rail consists of a simple wooden track 60 feet long. The Flyer sits on a wheeled dolly that runs along this track. When released, the machine accelerates down the rail until it reaches sufficient speed to lift off. The rail gives them the speed they need in a short distance, compensating for the soft sand that prevents conventional rolling takeoffs. December 14th dawns with light winds, not ideal but workable. The brothers flip a coin to determine who will make the first attempt. Wilbur wins. He positions himself prone on the lower wing, gripping the controls. His heart pounds with anticipation and nervousness. 3 years of work come down to this moment. Orville releases the restraining wire. The Flyer rolls forward down the rail, picking up speed. The engine roars at full power. The propellers become invisible blurs. Then the machine lifts. For a glorious moment it flies under its own power. A heavier-than-air machine carrying a human being through the air using an engine. But Wilbur overcorrects with the elevator control. The Flyer climbs too steeply, loses speed, and settles back to Earth after only 3.5 seconds. The left wing strikes first. Wood cracks sharply. Fabric tears. The witnesses rush forward to help extract Wilbur from the damaged machine. The crash is not catastrophic, but the damage requires significant repairs. The brothers examine each broken component carefully. discussing what happened in quiet voices. The flight was too brief to provide much useful data, but they learned that the flyer can lift under its own power. The engine and propellers work as designed. The basic concept is sound. They simply need to master the controls. Repairs take 2 full days of steady work. The brothers replace broken spars and reattach torn fabric. They reinforce weak points that the crash revealed. They make the elevator control less sensitive, requiring larger movements to produce the same response. They test every system repeatedly on the ground, leaving nothing to chance. December 17th dawns clear and bitterly cold. Puddles from recent rain have frozen into sheets of ice that crunch underfoot. The wind blows strong and steady from the north, gusting to 27 miles per hour. The brothers set up the launching rail on level ground near their camp. Today it is Orville's turn to pilot. The local witnesses return, bundled against the cold in heavy coats and scarves. John Daniels from the Kill Devil Hills life-saving station agrees to operate the camera. He has never used a camera before, but the brothers explain the simple process. Point the box at the end of the rail where the flyer will lift off. When you see it rise into the air, squeeze the bulb to trigger the shutter. Try not to shake. The brothers start the engine at 10:35 in the morning. It runs roughly in the frigid air but produces adequate power. They let it warm up while making final checks of every system. Everything must be perfect for this attempt. Every connection is tight. Every control is free to move. This might be their only chance before winter weather shuts down all testing for the season. Orville climbs onto the lower wing with deliberate movements. He settles into position, testing the controls one last time. The elevator responds smoothly to his inputs. The wing warping cables move freely without binding. He looks at Wilbur and nods his readiness. Wilbur positions himself at the wingtip, ready to help balance the machine during the critical takeoff phase. At exactly 10:35, Orville releases the restraining wire. The flyer rolls forward down the wooden rail. The engine hammers steadily at full throttle. The propellers claw at the cold air. The machine picks up speed faster and faster. At the end of the rail, it lifts cleanly into the air. Orville is flying, actually flying under power and under his own control. He can feel every nuance of the machine's response. The elevator requires constant, tiny adjustments to maintain altitude. The wind buffets the wings, trying to upset the delicate balance. The engine vibration travels through the entire frame. He makes corrections based on feel and instinct rather than conscious thought. The flight lasts 12 seconds. The flyer covers 120 feet over the ground before settling gently onto the sand. Orville climbs out, grinning widely. He has done it. Powered flight. Controlled flight. A heavier-than-air machine carrying a human being through the air using its own engine for propulsion. The small crowd of witnesses cheers and shouts. John Daniels has captured the moment on film, though he will not know for certain until the film is developed back in Dayton. But the brothers are far from finished with testing. They want more flights, more data, better performance. This was just the beginning. Wilbur takes the next turn as pilot. He launches into the strong wind and flies for about 200 feet. The machine handles better as they learn its specific characteristics. The controls make more sense now that they have actual experience. Orville goes again around 11 o'clock, achieving a flight of 200 feet. He feels more confident now, making smoother control inputs. The flyer responds well to gentle commands. Overly aggressive inputs cause problems. The lesson is the same as with the gliders. Finesse beats force. The fourth and final flight belongs to Wilbur. He climbs onto the flyer at noon. The wind has picked up even more, now gusting strongly across the dunes. He launches and immediately feels the difference. The stronger wind provides more lift but also more turbulence. The flyer climbs higher than in previous flights. He works the controls constantly, keeping the machine under tight control. The flight stretches on gloriously. 10 seconds, 20, 30. The witnesses watch in growing amazement as the machine sails steadily above the sand. Wilbur makes a gentle turn, demonstrating control. He covers 600 feet over the ground. He stays airborne for 59 seconds. Nearly a full minute of powered, controlled, sustained flight. When he finally settles onto the sand and kills the engine, the brothers quietly shake hands. They have proven everything they set out to prove. Powered flight is not only possible but practical. Their years of careful research and systematic experimentation have paid off completely. They are the first humans in history to achieve controlled, sustained, powered, heavier-than-air flight. As they gather around the flyer to discuss the morning's flights, disaster strikes suddenly. A strong gust of wind catches the machine from the side. It begins to tumble across the sand like a massive kite. John Daniels grabs at it desperately, trying to hold it down. The flyer rolls over him, trapping him briefly in a tangle of wings and struts and wires. The other men pull him free quickly. He is shaken and bruised, but not seriously injured. The flyer itself is badly damaged beyond any hope of repair at Kitty Hawk. Multiple ribs are broken. Fabric is shredded in many places. The engine has been torn partially from its mounts. The propeller shafts are bent. The brothers examine the wreckage with resignation rather than anger. They will not fly again this year, but they have accomplished their ultimate goal. The rest is merely refinement. They pack up their camp over the next several days. The damaged flyer is carefully crated for shipment back to Dayton, where it will be preserved. The brothers say goodbye to the friends they have made on the Outer Banks. Bill Tate and Dan and their families, the men from the life-saving station who witnessed history, the locals who helped with experiments and provided company during long evenings. The brothers compose a telegram to their father Milton in Dayton. The message is brief and factual, as is their way. Success. 4 flights Thursday morning, all against a 21-mile wind, started from level with engine power alone. Average speed through air 31 miles, longest 59 seconds. Inform the press home for Christmas. They send the telegram from the weather station. The operator transmits it to Dayton. From there, it should reach newspapers and create the recognition they deserve. But the world proves stubbornly skeptical. Most newspaper editors receive the telegram with disbelief. Flying machines are the stuff of fantasy and fraud. A few papers run small articles buried in back pages. Most ignore the story entirely, assuming it is a hoax or misunderstanding. The Wright brothers do not mind the lack of immediate recognition. They know what they achieved. They have the witnesses. They have the photographs. They have the data. More importantly, they have the knowledge to build better flying machines. Recognition will come eventually. For now, they have work to do. They board the train heading north, back to Dayton and the familiar bicycle shop. Winter snow begins to fall as they travel. They discuss plans for improving their design. A more powerful engine, better controls, stronger construction. They will make flight practical and reliable. They will perfect their invention. You walk through the Wright bicycle shop on a warm spring morning in 1904. Sunlight streams through the windows exactly as it did when this journey began. The smell of machine oil and fresh wood still fills the air, but everything has fundamentally changed. The brothers are no longer bicycle mechanics who dream of flight. They are aviators who happen to sell bicycles. A new flyer takes shape in the back room. This version will be stronger and more powerful than the Kitty Hawk machine. The brothers have learned from their 4 flights what needs improving. The controls will be more responsive. The engine will produce more power. The structure will be more robust to handle harder landings. This time they will not travel to Kitty Hawk for testing. They have found a suitable location much closer to home. Huffman Prairie is a cow pasture owned by local banker Torrance Huffman. It lies about 8 miles from Dayton near the electric railway line. Huffman graciously agrees to let them use his land for their experiments. The only condition is that they move the cows aside before flying. Huffman Prairie lacks the steady ocean winds of Kitty Hawk. This forces the brothers to develop a new launching system. They build a catapult tower that uses a falling weight to accelerate the flyer down a rail. The system gives them the speed they need even on calm days. It represents another innovation born of necessity. The brothers conduct dozens of flights at Huffman Prairie through 1904 and 1905. Each flight teaches them something new about controlling a powered machine. They learn to make coordinated turns, banking smoothly through circles. They extend their flight times from seconds to minutes. They develop real proficiency as pilots through endless practice. Amos Root, a beekeeper and publisher from Medina, Ohio, witnesses one of their flights in September 1904. He becomes the first journalist to see the Wright brothers fly and write an accurate account. His article appears in his magazine Gleanings in Bee Culture. Most readers probably wonder what flying machines have to do with beekeeping, but Root recognises the significance of what he witnessed. The world remains largely unaware and disbelieving despite Root's account. The Wright brothers make no effort to publicise their achievement widely. They are focused on refining their machine and protecting their invention through patents. They fly only when they need to gather data or practice skills. Secrecy becomes important as they work on commercial applications. On October 5th, 1905, Wilbur achieves a flight that proves the flyer is now a practical machine. He stays airborne for 39 minutes and 11 seconds. He covers 24.5 miles in circles around Huffman Prairie. He lands only because the fuel runs out. This flight demonstrates that powered flight is no longer a brief stunt but a sustainable reality. The brothers apply for patents to protect their wing warping control system and other innovations. They approach the United States government about selling flying machines for military use. The War Department shows little interest, responding with a form letter saying they do not fund speculative devices. This rejection seems short-sighted in hindsight, but makes sense given the era's many fraudulent inventors. The brothers turn to European governments with more success. France and Britain express interest in purchasing flying machines. Negotiations begin but proceed slowly. European officials cannot quite believe that two American bicycle makers have surpassed all the scientists and engineers of Europe. They demand proof. They want demonstrations. For 2 years, from late 1905 through 1907, the Wright brothers do not fly publicly. They are working on contracts and patents. They are making improvements to their design. They are training to be better pilots for the demonstrations they know will eventually come. This gap in flying activity leads some skeptics to claim the 1903 flights never happened. Finally, in 1908, the brothers agree to public demonstrations. Wilbur travels to France in the summer with a newly built flyer. He will conduct flights near Le Mans for French officials and the European aeronautical community. Orville remains in America to demonstrate for the United States Army at Fort Myer near Washington. Wilbur's first flight in France on August 8, 1908 stuns the assembled crowd. European aviators have been attempting flight but achieving only brief straight-line hops. Wilbur circles the field with elegant grace, banking smoothly and maintaining perfect control. He makes figure eights. He flies for longer than anyone in Europe has managed. The French aviators recognize immediately that the Americans are years ahead in development. The French press goes wild with excitement. Wilbur becomes an international celebrity overnight. He receives invitations to fly for royalty and heads of state. He dines with the wealthy and famous. He trains European pilots in his methods. The acclaim is gratifying, but also somewhat overwhelming for a man who prefers quiet technical work. Orville conducts equally impressive demonstrations at Fort Myer for the United States Army. Military officers watch as he performs maneuvers they thought impossible. He carries passengers, the first people besides the Wright brothers to fly in a powered aircraft. He flies figure eights and other complex patterns. The army becomes convinced that flying machines have military applications. Tragedy strikes on September 17, 1908. During a demonstration flight at Fort Myer, a propeller blade splits and breaks. The flyer crashes from about 75 feet. Orville is badly injured, suffering broken ribs, hip and leg. His passenger, Army Lieutenant Thomas Selfridge, is killed instantly when his head strikes a wooden frame member. Selfridge becomes the first person to die in an airplane crash. The accident devastates Orville both physically and emotionally. He spends weeks in the hospital recovering. He will walk with a limp for the rest of his life. The death of Selfridge haunts him. Yet he does not give up on aviation. He knows that any new technology carries risks. Progress requires accepting some danger. The brothers press forward despite the setback. They win military contracts from several governments. They establish a company to manufacture flying machines. They train pilots and build aircraft for customers around the world. Aviation evolves rapidly from experimental novelty to practical industry. Other aviators and inventors begin developing their own aircraft, some borrowing heavily from Wright designs. Glenn Curtiss in America becomes a particular rival, using control systems remarkably similar to the Wright patents. Legal battles over patent infringement consume much of the brothers' time and energy in the years after 1908. The Wright Company opens a factory in Dayton to build aircraft. The brothers hire skilled workers and train them in aircraft construction. They establish a flying school at Huffman Prairie to train pilots for customers who purchase their machines. Aviation is becoming a business, not just an experiment. Wilbur falls ill with typhoid fever in May of 1912. Despite the best medical care, he grows progressively worse. He dies on May 30th at the age of 45. His death devastates Orville, who loses not just a brother but his closest collaborator, his intellectual equal, his best friend. The partnership that achieved flight cannot be replicated alone. Orville continues their work, but the joy has dimmed significantly. He serves as president of the Wright Company for a few more years, but his heart is not in business management. He eventually sells his interest in the company and retires from active aircraft development. He spends his later years protecting the brothers' legacy and ensuring history remembers their achievement accurately. A bitter dispute with the Smithsonian Institution occupies much of Orville's attention in his later years. The Smithsonian credits Samuel Langley, its former secretary, as the inventor of the first powered flying machine. Langley's machine crashed spectacularly into the Potomac River just days before the Wright brothers succeeded at Kitty Hawk. The Smithsonian later modified Langley's machine extensively and flew it briefly, then claimed this proved it was capable of flight in its original form. Orville knows this claim is false. The modified machine bore little resemblance to what Langley built. The Smithsonian is rewriting history to glorify its own scientist. In protest, Orville sends the original 1903 Flyer to the Science Museum in London in 1928. The airplane that achieved the first powered flight resides in England rather than America, because the American institution refuses to tell the truth. The Smithsonian eventually acknowledges the Wright brothers' priority in 1942. Orville negotiates the return of the Flyer to America. He dies in 1948 at age 76. Shortly after his death, the Flyer finally takes its rightful place in the Smithsonian. Visitors file past the fragile machine, marvelling at its simplicity and significance. The Wright brothers' approach to problem-solving influenced far more than just aviation. Their systematic testing methodology became a model for modern engineering practice. Their refusal to accept published data without verification showed the importance of empirical research. Their patient iteration and continuous improvement demonstrated how to tackle complex problems effectively. Think about what two self-taught engineers accomplished through determination and intelligence. They had no formal training in aeronautics or physics, no wealthy patrons funding elaborate laboratories, no teams of assistants conducting research under their direction. They had curiosity, determination, and unwavering belief that observation and reason could solve any problem. Their legacy extends far beyond the specific machines they built. They proved that revolutionary change can come from unexpected places. That patient work matters more than dramatic gestures. That understanding principles deeply allows you to solve problems that defeated others. That two people working in harmony can achieve what neither could accomplish alone. Every airplane that lifts into the sky carries the Wright brothers' influence. The control systems they pioneered in basic form still govern aircraft today. The The wing designs they perfected through wind tunnel research inform modern aerodynamics. The propellers they calculated from first principles established methods still used by engineers. Modern aircraft are unimaginably more sophisticated than the simple flyer that flew at Kitty Hawk. They cruise at altitudes and speeds the Wright brothers could scarcely imagine. They carry hundreds of passengers across oceans and continents. They incorporate technologies like jet engines and fly-by-wire controls that would seem like magic to Wilbur and Orville. Yet the fundamental principles remain exactly the same. Wings generate lift through air pressure differences. Control surfaces govern movement in 3 dimensions. Power overcomes drag to sustain flight. The Wright brothers understood these basics completely through observation and experimentation. Everything else is refinement and elaboration. You board a commercial flight today without thinking much about the miracle occurring. Hundreds of tons of metal and passengers rise effortlessly into the air. You cruise at 600 miles per hour at 35,000 feet. You travel distances in hours that once took weeks by ship or train. You do this while eating a meal and watching a movie. All of this traces directly back to those cold December days at Kitty Hawk. To Wilbur lying prone on the flyer, making the first controlled powered flight. To Orville capturing that moment on film. To the local witnesses who saw history being made on the dunes of North Carolina. Everything that came after built on that foundation. The brothers never fully escaped their humble origins despite fame and wealth. Orville lived simply in the house where they grew up. He maintained the same modest habits he learned in the bicycle shop. He valued precision work and honest effort above all. He remained suspicious of publicity and grand claims throughout his life. He was, to the very end, a craftsman who happened to change the world. The bicycle shop in Dayton still stands, preserved as a National Historic Landmark. You can visit and see where the impossible became possible, the workbenches where they designed their flying machines, the back room where the wind tunnel revealed aerodynamic secrets, the ordinary space where extraordinary dreams took shape through hard work and brilliant thinking. As you drift towards sleep tonight, picture those first flights once more. The flyer is rolling down its wooden rail, lifting uncertainly into the cold December wind, covering barely more than 100 feet before settling back to earth. The witnesses were cheering and shouting. The brothers are quietly shaking hands, knowing they have done something that will echo through all of human history. Picture Wilbur at the workbench, carefully shaping a piece of spruce wood. Orville taking measurements with infinite patience and recording them in his neat handwriting. Charlie Taylor casting an aluminum engine block. The wind tunnel is spinning through another test. The notebooks are filling page by page with data. The slow accumulation of knowledge that eventually unlocked the sky. The Wright brothers gave humanity wings. Not through magic or lone genius, but through work. Patient, systematic, unglamorous work conducted day after day for years. They observed carefully. They tested rigorously. They measured precisely. They learned from every failure. They improved with every iteration. They persisted when others gave up. They believed when the world doubted. Their story reminds us that the impossible is often just the not yet understood, that problems seeming insurmountable can be broken into smaller, solvable pieces, that careful thought and honest experimentation reveal truth better than assumptions, that 2 people working together with a shared vision can change the entire course of human history. Sleep now with the wind rushing over wings in your dreams, with the smell of spruce and varnished fabric and gasoline engine oil, with the sight of sand dunes and endless blue sky, with the knowledge that the world we live in was shaped by ordinary people who refused to accept that humans could not fly. The bicycle shop is quiet now. The wind tunnel sits silent in a museum. The gliders rest behind protective glass. But the spirit of the Wright brothers endures in every engineer who tests their assumptions, in every inventor who iterates patiently towards solutions, in everyone who looks at the impossible and asks not whether it can be done, but how, Rest easy tonight, knowing the sky that once belonged only to birds is now open to all of us. We soar between continents with casual ease. We circle the entire globe in less than a day. We touch the edges of space and dream of going farther, all because two brothers from Dayton looked up at the sky and wondered if humans might fly. Then they set about proving it was possible through patience, precision, meticulous observation, and unshakable determination. They succeeded against all odds and expectations. They gave us the world we know today. The story of the Wright brothers is complete. Their legacy flies on forever in every aircraft that takes to the air. You are drifting back through thousands and thousands of years to a time when the world's great deserts were still forming, slowly and patiently, grain by grain. The landscapes you know today took tens of thousands of years to dry, cool, and settle into their current shapes, and tonight you'll follow that quiet transformation as it unfolds across deep time. The sun rises over land that has been drying for longer than any single generation can remember. The change happens so gradually that no one living through it would describe their world as becoming a desert. Instead, each day simply arrives a little warmer, a little drier, following patterns that stretch back before anyone's grandfather's grandfather could recall. You wake in a landscape where the morning light feels familiar. The air carries the scent of dust and distant grass. Small shrubs dot the ground between patches of exposed stone. This is not yet desert in the way you might picture it today, but the transformation has already begun, written in the spacing between plants and the colour of the soil. The sun moves across the sky in the same arc it has always followed. Its heat builds through the morning, reaches its peak around midday, then softens again as afternoon gives way to evening. This rhythm repeats itself day after day, season after season, century after century. There is comfort in this predictability, even as the intensity of the heat increases by imperceptible degrees over generations. Rain still falls, but its patterns are shifting. Where your ancestors might have expected steady seasonal rains, you now notice longer gaps between storms. When water does come, it arrives in the same familiar way. Clouds gathering, the smell of moisture in the air, drops pattering on stone and earth. But the intervals between these welcome events grow gradually longer. The land responds to these changes with patience. Grasses that once grew thick and tall begin to thin. They don't disappear all at once, but rather spread themselves more carefully across the available space. Each plant stands a bit farther from its neighbour, making the most of whatever moisture soaks into the ground. Trees that relied on consistent rainfall slowly retreated to areas where water ran beneath the surface. You can trace the presence of underground streams by following lines of green through increasingly brown terrain. These corridors of life become important landmarks, places where the old patterns of growth continue while the surrounding land transforms. The wind picks up loose soil and carries it in gentle clouds across the open ground. This happens more often now that fewer roots hold the earth in place. The dust settles into new patterns, filling low spots and building against rocks. Over time, these small movements of soil reshape the land's surface in subtle ways. Animals adjust their routines to match the changing availability of food and water. Herds that once roamed widely begin to follow more specific paths, moving between reliable water sources on schedules that sync with the seasons. Their tracks wear into the ground, creating trails that future generations will continue to use. Birds time their migrations differently, arriving and departing based on when they can expect to find food and nesting sites. Some species that once stayed year-round became seasonal visitors instead. Others that prefer drier conditions appear more frequently, filling niches left by those who have moved on. The drying happens so slowly that each generation inherits a world that feels normal to them. Children grow up knowing the current spacing of water holes, the present thickness of vegetation, the existing patterns of animal movement. They learn these conditions as simply the way things are, not as a departure from how things used to be. Your own observations span only a lifetime, perhaps noticing that a particular spring produces less water than you remember from childhood, or that certain plants your grandparents described are now harder to find. But these changes fold into the natural variation you expect from year to year. Some seasons bring more rain, others less. The long-term trend hides within normal fluctuations. The soil itself changes colour as it dries. Rich browns fade toward tan and pale yellow. The surface develops a crust where minerals concentrate as water evaporates. When rain does fall, it takes longer to soak in through this hardened layer, and more of it runs off across the surface instead of seeping down to roots. Rocks that were once hidden beneath soil and plants emerge as the covering thins. Their surfaces, exposed to sun and wind, begin to weather in new ways. Temperature swings between day and night cause the outer layers to expand and contract, gradually flaking away. The resulting fragments add to the dust and sand accumulating across the landscape. In areas where water occasionally pools, salt crystals form as the liquid evaporates. These white crusts mark places where temporary ponds once lingered. They create patterns on the ground that shift with each rainfall and subsequent drying. A slow conversation between water and earth that plays out across centuries. The horizon seems to stretch farther as vegetation thins and the air becomes clearer. You can see greater distances now, making out landmarks that would have been hidden behind dense growth in earlier times. This openness changes how people navigate, relying more on distant features and less on nearby markers. Shadows lengthen and shorten with the sun's movement, providing a natural clock that governs daily activities. The quality of light shifts through the day, sharp and bright at midday, softer and golden near dawn and dusk. These variations in illumination become familiar references, ways to gauge time without conscious thought. As evening approaches, the heat begins to release its grip. The land has absorbed warmth all day, and now it radiates that energy back into the cooling air. This transition happens gradually, a gentle unwinding that brings relief without suddenness. The rhythm of heating and cooling, repeated endlessly, shapes everything that lives here. Wind becomes the patient sculptor of drying landscapes, working grain by grain across spans of time that dwarf human lifetimes. It lifts the finest particles from exposed surfaces and carries them along invisible currents, sorting them by weight and size. Heavier sand grains settle out first, while lighter dust can travel remarkable distances before finally coming to rest. The movement of these particles is constant but never rushed. On any given day, you might notice dust in the air, or feel sand moving past your feet, but the cumulative effect of millions of such days creates entirely new landforms. Dunes begin as small accumulations around obstacles, a rock, a shrub, anything that disrupts the wind's flow enough to cause particles to drop out. Once started, a dune grows following rules written in physics and probability. Sand grains hop and skip along the surface, kicked up by the impact of other grains falling from above. They climb the gentle windward slope and tumble down the steeper face on the opposite side. The dune creeps forward, one grain at a time, in the direction of the prevailing wind. Different wind patterns create different dune shapes. Steady winds from one direction build long linear ridges. Winds that shift with the seasons produce star-shaped formations with multiple arms. In areas where wind speed varies, crescent-shaped dunes form, their horns pointing downwind. Each shape reflects years of consistent conditions, a readable record of atmospheric patterns. Between the dunes, flat areas of exposed bedrock or hard-packed soil stretch out in patterns determined by erosion. Water, during its infrequent appearances, flows across these surfaces in sheets rather than channels. It picks up loose material and carries it to lower elevations, slowly levelling high spots and filling depressions. The exposed rock itself changes texture over time. Daily temperature swings cause expansion and contraction, creating stress within the stone. In the heat of midday, the surface can be too hot to touch comfortably. At night, especially under clear skies, it radiates heat away and cools significantly. This repeated cycling weakens the bonds between mineral grains. Eventually, thin layers flake away from the surface in a process so gradual that individual events are barely noticeable. But over centuries, these small losses reshape boulders and cliffs. Rounded forms emerge where sharp edges once stood. Surfaces become smooth, polished by wind-borne sand acting as a gentle abrasive. In areas where harder and softer rock layers alternate, erosion creates distinctive stepped landscapes. The softer material wears away faster, undercutting the harder layers above. Eventually, slabs of the harder rock break free along natural fracture lines and tumble down, coming to rest in jumbled piles at the base of cliffs. These rockfalls happen infrequently enough that witnessing one is noteworthy, yet frequently enough that the landscape is constantly being reshaped. Valleys that once carried regular water flow begin to fill with sediment when the water stops coming. The material washes in from surrounding slopes during occasional rainstorms, spreading out across the valley floor in thin layers. Over many repetitions, these deposits can bury what were once deeply incised channels, creating flat surfaces where water once carved deep. Ancient stream beds remain visible as slight depressions or lines of different vegetation, marking where underground water still flows even though the surface has gone dry. These buried channels become crucial resources, places where digging down just a few arm lengths can reach moisture that sustains life. The colour of the landscape shifts as different minerals concentrate on the surface. Iron compounds oxidize in the heat and dryness, creating rusty reds and oranges. Calcium carbonate forms white crusts where water evaporates. Dark desert varnish develops on rock surfaces where manganese and other minerals, carried in dew and occasional moisture, slowly accumulate over thousands of years. Salt flats emerge in low areas where water has no outlet. Any moisture that collects here evaporates, leaving behind dissolved minerals. Over time, these deposits build up, creating surfaces that are alternately hard and crunchy or soft and muddy depending on recent rainfall. They reflect light intensely, creating shimmering effects that can be seen from great distances. The formation of these distinctive landscapes follows predictable patterns, but each area develops its own unique character based on local conditions. The composition of underlying rock, the direction of prevailing winds, the amount and timing of rainfall, and countless other factors combine to create variations on common themes. Mesas and buttes stand as remnants of once continuous layers, isolated by the removal of surrounding material. Their flat tops preserve the original surface level, showing how much has been worn away from the adjacent land. The steep sides expose layers of different rock types, creating striped patterns that record ancient environments, lake beds, river deposits, volcanic flows, all stacked in chronological order. Canyons develop where occasional water flow concentrates along fractures in the rock. Each flood, rare as it may be, cuts a little deeper. Between floods, nothing seems to happen, but the patient work of erosion continues through chemical weathering and the gradual weakening of rock structure. Over immense time, these episodes of activity, separated by long quiet periods, carve impressive gorges. The land maintains a kind of balance even as it changes. Material removed from one place accumulates in another. Energy from the sun drives the heating and cooling that breaks rock down. Wind and water transport the resulting fragments. Gravity pulls everything toward lower elevations. These processes work together in a system that is dynamic yet stable, constantly moving yet maintaining recognizable patterns. Pavements of closely fitted stones develop on some surfaces where wind has removed all the finer material, leaving only rocks too heavy to move. These areas become remarkably stable, protecting the soil beneath from further erosion. They can persist for thousands of years, surfaces that feel almost intentionally arranged despite being entirely natural. The slow transformation of landscapes continues whether anyone observes it or not. The mechanisms remain the same across vast stretches of time. Heat, wind, gravity, and the infrequent presence of water shape everything. The results surround you, a world that appears permanent yet is always slowly changing, built by processes too gradual to see but profound enough to create the distinctive features of desert lands. As landscapes gradually dry, the people living within them adjust their patterns of movement and settlement in response to shifting resources. These changes unfold over many generations, with each cohort learning from the previous one and adding their own observations to a growing body of practical knowledge. You notice the locations of reliable water sources and organise your movements to include them in your regular circuit. Some springs continue flowing year-round, while others produce water only during certain seasons. Learning the timing of each source becomes essential information, passed from experienced travellers to those making the journey for the first time. Routes between water sources become well-established paths, worn smooth by the passage of many feet over many years. These trails follow the most efficient lines across the terrain, avoiding obstacles and taking advantage of easier ground. Along the way, markers help with navigation, distinctively shaped rocks, unusual plants, or places where the path splits to serve different destinations. Settlements shift location as the balance of resources changes. A site that once had good access to water and plant foods might become less favourable as those resources diminish or move. Rather than struggling to maintain a position that no longer offers advantages, groups relocate to areas where conditions remain suitable. This flexibility allows communities to persist even as their specific locations evolve. The size and permanence of settlements adjust to match what the land can sustainably support. Where abundant resources once allowed larger groups to stay in one place through all seasons, smaller groups and more frequent movement might now make better sense. Structures become lighter and easier to rebuild, acknowledging that future moves are likely. Knowledge about which plants remain available and when they produce edible parts becomes increasingly detailed. You learn to recognize dozens of species by their leaves, stems, and growth patterns. You know which produce seeds or roots at particular times of year, and you plan movements to arrive when harvest is possible. This information accumulates across generations, creating a sophisticated calendar tied to plant cycles rather than abstract measures of time. Sharing information with others who travel similar routes creates informal networks of mutual support. When someone discovers a new water source or observes changing conditions along familiar paths, that knowledge spreads through conversation at meeting points. These exchanges help everyone adjust to current conditions without each person having to rediscover everything independently. Cooperation in gathering and processing food resources makes the work more efficient and more social. Groups working together can accomplish tasks that would be difficult alone. Processing tough plant materials, carrying water back to camp, or keeping watch while others focus on detailed work. The time spent together also allows for teaching younger members and sharing stories that contain practical guidance. The timing of movements between locations develops a natural rhythm tied to resource availability. You travel to areas where certain plants ripen, stay long enough to gather what you need, then move on to the next seasonal opportunity. This circuit might cover considerable distances over the course of a year, but each segment is manageable and the pattern becomes familiar through repetition. Temporary camps at resource-rich locations might be used repeatedly over many years, with each group adding small improvements or repairs to existing structures. These sites become recognised meeting places where different groups might encounter each other during their seasonal rounds. The overlap provides opportunities for the exchange of goods, information, and companionship. Tools and techniques evolve to work well with available materials. Containers for carrying water become lighter and more efficient. Methods for processing particular plant foods improve through experimentation and refinement. Skills for reading the landscape, predicting where water might be found, identifying useful plants from a distance, and navigating by landmarks and star positions are cultivated and shared. Children learn by accompanying adults on daily activities, observing, and gradually taking on more responsibilities as their skills develop. This hands-on education transmits not just techniques, but also the reasoning behind choices. Why camp in this spot rather than another? When is it time to move on? How do you decide which route to take? The answers embed practical wisdom developed over many lifetimes. Rest periods during the heat of the day provide time for maintenance of equipment, processing of gathered materials, and social interaction. People gather in whatever shade is available, working on tasks that don't require much physical exertion. This regular pause in activity helps manage energy expenditure in hot conditions, while still keeping everyone productively engaged. The gradual drying of the landscape creates some challenges, but also opens new possibilities. Areas that were once too wet or too densely vegetated might become more accessible. New resources can be discovered as the plant community shifts. The changes require flexibility, but they don't necessarily make life harder, just different from how it was before. Some groups develop closer relationships with particular areas, becoming experts on local conditions and seasonal patterns there. Others maintain broader territories and more varied knowledge, trading depth for breadth. Both strategies can work well depending on specific circumstances and personal preferences. Exchange networks allow specialized resources from different areas to reach people who value them. Stone useful for making tools, pigments for decoration, or particularly productive patches of favoured plants can be shared across distances through chains of giving and receiving. These connections create ties between groups and spread innovations in technique or technology. Stories about the land and its history carry practical information wrapped in memorable narratives. A tale about ancestors finding water in an unlikely place might also teach observation skills useful for finding similar situations. Accounts of long journeys preserve knowledge about distant areas and the routes to reach them. The entertainment value of storytelling ensures the information gets transmitted even when it's not immediately needed. Adaptation happens through small, incremental adjustments rather than dramatic transformations. Each generation inherits a working system and makes minor modifications based on current conditions. The accumulation of these small changes over time allows human communities to maintain themselves across shifting environmental circumstances without crisis or upheaval. The intensity of midday heat shapes daily patterns of activity and rest in drying landscapes. As the sun climbs higher and temperatures rise, it makes sense to pause strenuous work and find shade for a period of relative quiet. This rest time becomes a natural feature of each day, as predictable as the sun's movement across the sky. You seek out whatever shade is available, beneath a rock overhang, under the spreading branches of a hardy tree, or in simple shelters designed to block direct sunlight. The relief is immediate and significant. Air temperature and shade can be noticeably cooler than in direct sun, and the absence of solar radiation hitting your skin reduces the sensation of heat even more. During these rest periods, activity slows but doesn't stop entirely. Small tasks that don't require much movement or exertion can be accomplished while waiting out the worst of the heat. Repairing equipment, preparing food gathered earlier, or working on crafts that involve careful attention rather than physical labour all fit well into these quieter hours. Conversation flows easily during midday rest, creating social time that strengthens bonds between people sharing the same space. Stories are exchanged, plans are discussed, and observations about the land and its resources are shared. This regular opportunity for communication helps maintain group cohesion and ensures that knowledge circulates among all members. Children who might have been energetic during the cooler morning hours often nap during midday heat. The quiet time allows them to rest while adults remain nearby, attentive but not actively engaged in demanding work. This pattern of activity and rest teaches the young ones natural rhythms that will serve them throughout their lives. The position of the sun provides a reliable indicator of when the hottest part of the day has passed and movement can resume. As it begins its descent toward the horizon, the intensity of heat gradually diminishes. Shadows lengthen, providing more areas of shade. The transition is gradual enough that there's no single moment when activity must restart, but rather a general resumption as comfort increases. Evening hours become productive and pleasant for work that requires movement and effort. The fading heat makes travel comfortable, gathering tasks feel less taxing, and physical work more enjoyable. This late-day activity period can extend well past sunset in many seasons, as cooler air and softer light create ideal conditions. The rhythm of rest during peak heat and activity during cooler hours repeats itself day after day, creating a natural structure that requires no conscious planning once established. Your body becomes attuned to this pattern, naturally feeling ready to pause when the sun reaches its zenith and ready to move again as it descends. Seasonal variations adjust the timing and duration of rest periods. During the hottest months, midday breaks might extend longer, while cooler seasons might require only a brief pause or none at all. The flexibility of the pattern allows it to accommodate different conditions while maintaining its basic logic. Water consumption increases during rest periods in heat, as your body continues to use moisture for cooling even when you're not moving much. Having water available during these times is important, and the knowledge of how much you'll need over the course of a day, including rest periods, informs decisions about how much to carry and when to seek replenishment. Shade-providing features in the landscape become recognised and valued stopping points. A particular cluster of rocks that casts a good shadow, a tree with wide-spreading branches, or a cave with a cool interior might be regularly visited by many different travellers. These spots can develop into informal gathering places where paths naturally converge. The practice of resting during heat is something you observe in animals as well. Lizards retreat under rocks, birds become quiet in whatever cover they can find, and larger animals seek shade or remain still to conserve energy and reduce heat generation. This shared response to temperature creates a kind of quiet across the landscape during the hottest hours. Rest time also provides an opportunity for simply observing your surroundings without the distraction of active tasks. Details you might not notice while focused on movement or work become apparent when you're sitting still. The pattern of light filtering through leaves, the texture of rock surfaces, the small movements of insects going about their business. The value of rest becomes clear through its effects. After a period of sitting quietly in the shade, you feel refreshed and ready to continue. Without these breaks, sustained activity and heat would be much harder to maintain. The rest periods aren't interruptions to productivity, but rather essential components of it, allowing for consistent effort across the full day. In cooler months or cloudy conditions, the urgency of midday rest decreases, but the habit often persists as a social custom, even when it's not strictly necessary for comfort. The regular gathering time has value beyond just avoiding heat, creating predictable opportunities for connection and communication. Different landscapes offer different opportunities for shade and rest. In rockier areas, overhangs and crevices provide numerous options. In flatter, more open terrain, you might need to create your own shade using materials at hand or carry simple structures. This variation adds to the skills required for moving through different types of dry country. Night brings its own rhythm of rest, but the midday pause serves a different function. Nighttime sleep restores energy used throughout the previous day. Midday rest helps moderate current heat stress and positions you to make good use of the cooler evening hours ahead. Together, these rest periods bracket the day's activities in a sustainable pattern. The quiet that settles during midday rest feels peaceful rather than empty. It's a chosen pause, a recognition of natural conditions, and a sensible response that makes the rest of the day more pleasant and productive. This balance between activity and rest becomes second nature, woven into the way you experience time in landscapes shaped by heat and dryness. Managing food and water in drying landscapes requires attention to patterns, careful planning, and knowledge built across generations. The abundance of resources varies by season and location, creating a complex map of when and where different foods become available. Learning this map and moving accordingly becomes essential. Water sources, springs, seeps, and places where digging reveals moisture, unknown locations that you revisit regularly. The amount each produces might vary from season to season, but their positions remain consistent. You learn to recognize the subtle signs that indicate water nearby. Certain plant species, patterns in the rock, or slight changes in soil color. When you reach a water source, you drink your fill and replenish containers for the journey ahead. The amount you carry depends on the distance to the next reliable source and the temperature you expect to encounter. Experience teaches you to calculate these needs accurately, avoiding both the burden of carrying excess and the risk of running short. Some locations allow for staying near water for extended periods, while gathering other resources in the surrounding area. These sites become seasonal camps where you might remain for many days, taking advantage of the security that comes from having water readily available. Daily tasks can be planned without constant concern about water supply. Between water sources, conservation becomes important but not difficult. You drink when thirsty, but awareness of supply helps moderate consumption naturally. Travelling during cooler parts of the day reduces water needs. Resting during peak heat minimises the amount lost through perspiration. These practices are sensible responses to conditions rather than hardship measures. Plant foods require knowledge of which species are edible, when they produce usable parts, and how to process them if needed. Some plants offer edible leaves or shoots during their growing season. Others produce seeds that can be gathered and stored. Roots and tubers from certain species provide nourishment when other options are scarce. The variety is considerable for those who know what to look for. Gathering techniques develop to make efficient use of time and effort. You learn to spot productive patches from a distance and move directly to them, rather than searching randomly. Processing methods passed down through generations make tough plant materials more digestible and improve flavour. Sharing the work among several people makes large harvests manageable. Some gathered foods can be dried for storage, extending their usefulness beyond the immediate season of abundance. Seeds naturally keep well if protected from moisture and pests. Certain other foods can be processed and dried to create portable nutrition for journeys or times when fresh gathering is less productive. The timing of movements across the landscape is often governed by when different plant foods become available. You might spend late spring in one area where certain seeds ripen, then move to a different location for midsummer gathering of other resources, following a circuit that returns to earlier locations when their seasons come around again. This pattern of movement means you rarely deplete any single area. By the time you return to a gathering location, plants have had time to grow back, produce new seeds, or otherwise recover from previous harvesting. The natural regeneration cycle matches your pattern of use, maintaining productivity over many years. Sharing food within groups ensures everyone has enough regardless of daily variations in individual gathering success. What you collect today supplements what others gathered yesterday. Over time, these exchanges balance out, providing stability and security for all members. Cooperation makes more sense than strict individual accounting. Knowledge about where to find emergency resources, plants that produce edible parts even in less favourable seasons, locations where water can be found through digging, areas that reliably support animal life that might be hunted, provides backup options if primary resources fall short. This information is valued and carefully maintained. Processing areas near camps might show signs of repeated use, accumulations of nutshells, areas worn smooth from grinding activities, or cleared spaces where people regularly work. These locations become familiar spots that future visitors recognise and continue to use, adding their own marks to the accumulated evidence of long human presence. Water found at different sources has distinct qualities. Some taste slightly mineral, others are perfectly sweet. Some runs cool even in hot seasons. Others feel lukewarm. Preferences develop, and you might detour slightly to reach a particularly pleasant spring if time allows. These small choices add character to journeys that might otherwise seem purely functional. Food preferences exist as well, both personal tastes and broader seasonal cravings. After many days of eating preserved foods, fresh greens might be particularly welcome, Certain flavours become associated with specific times of year or places, creating positive memories that link sensory experience with landscape and season. Teaching younger people about food and water management happens through participation, rather than formal instruction. Children accompany adults on gathering trips, learning to recognise useful plants and good digging spots. They help carry water and watch how it's rationed during travel. Through repeated experience, they absorb the knowledge they'll need to manage these resources independently. The landscape provides enough for those who understand it well and move with its rhythms. Scarcity is rare when you know what to look for and time your presence to match availability. The system works through knowledge, flexibility, and the maintenance of patterns that have proven sustainable over long periods. Gratitude for food and water comes naturally when you are aware of the effort required to locate and gather them. Nothing is taken for granted, yet nothing needs to feel desperately precious either. The balance between appreciation and confidence in continued availability creates a healthier relationship with resources. Careful use isn't about anxiety or deprivation, but about respect and intelligence. You use what you need, gather what makes sense, and move on when it's time. The land continues to provide because its use is calibrated to match what it can sustainably offer. This equilibrium, maintained through generations of accumulated wisdom, supports ongoing human presence in drying landscapes. As the sun descends toward the horizon, the quality of light across dry landscapes shifts from the harsh brightness of midday to softer, warmer tones. Long shadows stretch across the ground, creating patterns that change moment by moment. The intensity of heat begins to fade, replaced by air that feels gentler and more forgiving. This transition from day to evening brings renewed energy for activity after the quiet of midday rest. People move about more freely, resuming tasks or beginning new ones in the pleasant conditions. The coolness is relative. Evening temperatures might still feel warm by some standards, but the relief from peak heat is noticeable and welcome. Gathering tasks that were postponed during the hot hours can be completed in evening comfort. You might walk to nearby plant patches to collect items for the next day's meals, moving with easy efficiency now that exertion doesn't bring overwhelming heat. The lower light angle can actually make certain plants easier to spot, their shapes standing out against long shadows. Evening is a good time for longer walks to check on familiar landmarks or visit nearby areas of interest. The cooler air makes distance feel less daunting. You can cover ground at a steady pace without the need for frequent breaks. The changing light reveals the landscape in different ways than midday sun, highlighting textures and contours that weren't as visible earlier. Social life expands in the evening hours. As individual tasks conclude and people return to shared spaces, conversation increases. There's time to discuss what was observed during the day, share information about resources or conditions, and make plans for tomorrow. The communal atmosphere grows stronger as night approaches. Food preparation often happens in the evening, creating pleasant aromas that drift through the camp. Fires might be lit if fuel is available, and there's a need for cooking or warmth later in the night. The process of preparing and sharing a meal provides structure to the evening, a familiar sequence of activities that marks the transition toward rest. Children who napped during midday heat might be particularly lively in the evening, playing in the cooler air while adults work nearby. Their games and interactions add energy and sound to the camp, creating a different atmosphere than the quieter midday period. This burst of activity helps tire them out before nighttime sleep. The sky transforms as the sun continues its descent. Colours intensify. Oranges, pinks, and purples spread across the horizon, where dust and distance create vivid displays. These sunsets can be spectacular in dry air that holds little moisture to diffuse the light. The show is brief but memorable, a daily gift from the interaction of sun, atmosphere, and landscape. As darkness begins to gather, birds that were quiet during the heat become active again. Their calls mark territories or communicate with mates. The sounds add another layer to the evening, natural background music that signals the healthy presence of life in the landscape. Different species have distinct calls that you learn to recognize without conscious thought. Stars begin to appear in the darkening sky. First the brightest ones, then gradually more and more as night deepens. In dry climates with little artificial light, the number of visible stars can be astonishing. The familiar patterns of constellations rotate through the seasons, providing another way to track time's passage and orient yourself in space. Evening temperatures continue to drop as heat absorbed during the day radiates back into the night sky. The rate of cooling depends on cloud cover. Clear skies allow faster heat loss, while clouds act like a blanket, slowing the process. You can predict how cool the night will become based on whether clouds are present at sunset. Movement between areas within camp becomes easier in the gathering darkness, as your eyes adjust to lower light levels. The shapes of familiar objects remain recognizable even when details blur. Memory and familiarity guide you around spaces you've been using all day, requiring less conscious attention to navigate. Conversation in the evening might turn to stories, recounting events from the past or sharing traditional narratives that carry both entertainment and instruction. These stories often feature the landscape itself. Memorable journeys, unusual discoveries, encounters with animals, or explanations of how certain features came to be. The telling strengthens cultural knowledge while providing enjoyment. Evening routines develop that suit the particular conditions of each season and location. During warmer months, activities might continue well into full darkness, taking advantage of every cool hour. In colder seasons, evenings might involve gathering closer together, sharing warmth as temperatures drop more significantly after sunset. The transition from evening to night is gradual rather than sudden. There's no single moment when day ends and night begins, but rather a gentle progression through deepening shades of twilight. This slow change allows for natural adjustment of activities without abrupt shifts. Work that requires good light winds down as visibility decreases, but tasks that can be done by feel or near firelight might continue. Hands stay busy with familiar work, repairing equipment, preparing materials for tomorrow, or crafting items that don't require fine visual detail. The combination of productive work and social time creates satisfying evenings. The cooling air settles into low areas, creating subtle temperature variations across the landscape. Higher ground might remain slightly warmer, while valleys and depressions collect cooler air. These microclimates affect where you choose to sleep and how you arrange your resting space for comfort. As full night approaches, the pace of activity naturally slows. Energy that surged with evening's relief from heat gradually winds down toward the rest that will come with sleep. The day's efforts have been completed, tomorrow's plans are roughly sketched, and the present moment opens into calm anticipation of restorative sleep. Night in desert landscapes brings a quality of coolness that balances the heat of the day. The temperature drop can be significant, creating comfortable conditions for sleep after hours of warmth. This daily swing between temperature extremes becomes a reliable pattern, something you anticipate and plan around without conscious thought. The air feels different at night, often still and calm, with less wind than daylight hours might bring. This stillness creates quiet that enhances the sense of peace. Small sounds carry farther in the silence, but they're generally soft and unthreatening. The rustle of a small animal moving through sparse vegetation, the settling of cooling rocks, or the whisper of a gentle breeze. Your sleeping space is arranged to match nighttime conditions. During warmer seasons, you might sleep in the open, where any breeze can reach you and radiate heat easily escapes upward. In cooler months or locations, you might seek more shelter, using natural features or simple structures to block wind and retain some warmth. The sky at night, especially in dry regions far from any artificial light, displays stars in remarkable abundance. The Milky Way stretches across the darkness like a river of light. Familiar constellations wheel through their seasonal positions. Planets, brighter than surrounding stars, mark specific points in the heavens. This celestial display is available every clear night, a constant presence that connects you to deep time and vast space. Sleep comes easily after a day of activity and the natural tiredness that accumulates through waking hours. Your body responds to the darkness and cooler temperatures by settling into rest. The regular rhythm of day and night, repeated without variation, keeps your internal timing synchronized with the external world. Night sounds create a subtle backdrop to sleep. Insects might chirp or buzz in patterns specific to their species. Occasional calls from nighttime animals punctuate the quiet. These sounds are familiar rather than alarming, part of the normal acoustic environment that confirms everything is as it should be. The temperature continues to drop through the early night hours, reaching its lowest point typically just before dawn. Your body adjusts to this cooling without waking, perhaps shifting positions slightly or drawing coverings a bit closer. The changes happen gradually enough that they don't disturb rest. Dreams blend elements of daily experience with deeper patterns of thought and memory. The landscapes you move through, while awake, might reappear in sleep, mixed with other elements in ways that don't follow waking logic but feel meaningful nonetheless. These nighttime mental wanderings process experiences and consolidate memories without requiring conscious effort. Middle of the waking, if it happens, is usually brief. You might notice the position of the stars or moon, gauge how much of the night has passed, and then settle back into sleep. The darkness and quiet support rest, making it easy to return to unconsciousness. There's no anxiety about these brief wakeful periods. They're natural parts of the sleep cycle. The moon, when present, creates its own quality of light that transforms the nighttime landscape. Surfaces that seemed dark become visible in shades of silver and grey. Shadows shift as the moon moves across the sky. Full moons can be bright enough to move around comfortably, while new moons leave the landscape to starlight alone. Clouds passing over at night are usually invisible except as they block stars, creating moving areas of darkness against the otherwise light-filled sky. Their passage might bring subtle changes in temperature or humidity, but typically not enough to disturb sleep. The minor variations blend into the overall experience of night. Other people sleeping nearby create a quiet companionship, their presence reassuring even though everyone is unconscious. The shared space of sleep strengthens social bonds in ways that don't require words or waking interaction. Simply being together through the vulnerable hours of darkness builds trust and connection. Children sleep soundly after their evening energy has been expended. Their deeper, less conscious sleep might be punctuated by moments of movement or quiet sounds, but they typically rest through the entire night. Adults with more years of experience reading the environment might sleep more lightly, subconsciously monitoring conditions even while resting. Night's coolness allows your body to recover from the day's heat exposure. Core temperature that might have risen slightly during peak warmth returns to its optimal range. The cooler external temperature actually aids in maintaining comfortable internal conditions, making sleep more restorative. The stillness of night creates space for the land itself to settle and recover from the day. Rocks that expanded slightly in the heat contract as they cool. Plants that wilted in the sun recover some turgidity. Animals that hid from midday warmth emerge to go about their nocturnal activities. The landscape remains dynamic even in darkness. Pre-dawn hours bring the coolest temperatures, and you might pull coverings a bit closer or shift to catch any residual warmth from your sleeping spot. These small adjustments happen automatically, requiring minimal waking consciousness. Your body knows how to regulate its comfort, and does so with practiced efficiency. The approach of dawn begins subtly. The eastern sky might lighten almost imperceptibly at first, and the coolest air seems to deepen just before this hint of coming light. Stars begin to fade in areas where the sky brightens. The transition is so gradual that pinpointing the exact moment day begins is impossible, but the overall shift is unmistakable. Night has provided the rest needed to meet another day. Your body has restored energy, processed the previous day's experiences, and prepared for whatever the coming hours will bring. The cycle of activity and rest, heat and cool, waking and sleep continues in reliable patterns that support ongoing life in desert landscapes. Desert landscapes, once fully formed, continue to shape human experience across countless generations. The patterns established during the long drying period persist, creating conditions that influence how people move, gather resources, and organise their lives. This influence is subtle but pervasive, woven into daily routines and long-term planning. Trade routes develop along paths that connect water sources across arid regions. These routes become increasingly important as the value of moving goods between distant areas grows. Caravans follow trails established over many generations, each journey adding slightly to the knowledge of optimal timing, reliable stopping points, and potential hazards along the way. The goods that move along these routes include items not available in all regions: salt from dry lake beds, obsidian or other tool-making stone from specific outcrops, dried foods that travel well, and crafted items that showcase particular skills or local styles. The exchange creates connections between people separated by considerable distances. Desert crossings require planning and preparation that become refined through repeated experience. You learn to travel during cooler seasons when water needs are reduced. You memorize the locations of every reliable spring and seep along your route. You prepare for the specific conditions you'll encounter: loose sand that slows movement, rocky ground that demands careful footing, or areas where navigation is tricky due to few landmarks. Stories about desert travel accumulate, carrying practical information wrapped in memorable narratives. Tales of successful crossings note the timing, route choices, and preparations that worked well. Accounts of difficult journeys identify what went wrong and what might have prevented problems. This collective knowledge base makes each subsequent journey safer and more efficient. Settlements along desert edges and near reliable water sources become meeting points where different groups exchange goods, information, and social connections. These locations might host seasonal gatherings when the weather is favourable and resources are abundant enough to support larger groups temporarily. The interactions strengthen networks that span beyond any single community. Architecture develops that responds intelligently to desert conditions. Structures use thick walls to moderate temperature swings, small windows to reduce heat gain while still allowing light and air, and designs that create shade while catching any breeze. These features become standard elements, refined over many building cycles. Water management techniques grow increasingly sophisticated. Systems for collecting and storing rainwater make the most of infrequent precipitation. Wells are dug with knowledge passed down about where to find underground sources and how to maintain them. Channels direct water to areas where it's most needed, creating productive patches within otherwise dry landscapes. Plant cultivation begins in some areas where water can be controlled reliably. Certain species that naturally grow in desert margins respond well to a bit of extra water and attention. Gardens near water sources supplement gathered wild foods, adding security and variety to diets. The knowledge of which plants can be encouraged and how to care for them develops through patient experimentation. Cultural practices reflect desert realities. Hospitality traditions ensure that travellers can find welcome and resources at settlements along trade routes. Sharing water with visitors is considered essential rather than optional. These customs recognise the mutual vulnerability everyone faces in arid environments and create networks of support that benefit all. Spiritual and artistic traditions incorporate desert imagery and symbolism. The stark beauty of desert landscapes, the clarity of night skies, and the drama of rare rainstorms all find expression in stories, songs, and visual arts. The physical environment shapes cultural identity in ways both obvious and subtle. Navigation skills particular to desert environments develop into specialised knowledge, reading subtle variations in terrain, predicting weather from cloud formations, using star positions for direction, and recognising the signs of approaching seasonal changes all become valued abilities. Those with particular skill in these areas share their knowledge with others. The continuity of desert landscapes creates a sense of connection to past generations who move through the same spaces. You walk trails worn by countless feet before yours. You camp at sites that show evidence of long use. You draw water from springs that have flowed for time beyond memory. This temporal depth adds meaning to daily activities. Adaptation to desert conditions becomes so thoroughly integrated into ways of living that it feels natural rather than imposed. The rhythms of movement, the patterns of work and rest, and the social customs that facilitate survival and comfort. All of these simply are the way things are done. The desert has shaped culture to match its requirements, and the fit feels comfortable. Changes continue even after deserts reach their current extents. Climate variations bring wetter and drier periods over decades and centuries. Water sources might shift location or change their productivity. Plant communities adjust their ranges and abundances. People respond to these changes with the same flexibility that served their ancestors during the initial drying periods. The knowledge required to thrive in desert landscapes remains valuable and continues to be transmitted from experienced individuals to learners. Each generation adds their own observations and innovations to the accumulated wisdom. The tradition is living and dynamic rather than static and fixed. Desert crossings that once seemed daunting become familiar journeys for those who make them regularly. The distances don't shrink, the challenges don't disappear, but experience makes them manageable. What required intense focus the first time becomes routine on the 10th or 20th crossing. Confidence builds with repetition. The stark beauty of desert landscapes attracts people who appreciate their particular qualities. The clean lines of distant horizons, the dramatic contrast between sky and land, the intensity of light and colour, and the sense of space and openness. What might seem harsh to unfamiliar eyes becomes beloved to those who know these places well. Evening light in deserts continues to transform the view with the same reliable magic it has shown for thousands of years. The colours, the lengthening shadows, the gradual cooling, these daily events maintain their appeal through countless repetitions. Each sunset is unique in its details, yet familiar in its pattern. As you settle into sleep tonight, the desert landscapes that took thousands of years to form continue their patient existence. They've shaped human history not through dramatic events, but through steady influence on the practical details of life, where people travel, how they gather resources when they rest, and what they value. The quiet persistence of these dry lands has proven as influential as any dramatic historical force, working its effects through the accumulated weight of daily choices and adaptations across generations beyond counting. The world's deserts hold their shape, neither expanding nor contracting in any way you would notice within a lifetime. They continue offering their particular challenges and rewards to those who learn their patterns. And in the cool darkness of night, beneath stars that have watched these lands for far longer than humans have walked them, the balance holds between heat and cool, activity and rest, movement and staying, all the rhythms that make life possible in these remarkable places. Picture England in the 1500s, a damp, sheep-filled kingdom sitting off the coast of Europe, watching Spain haul shiploads of gold back from the Americas. While Spain was becoming incredibly wealthy from its New World adventures, the English were still trying to figure out basic matters, such as not executing so many of their monarchs. But sometimes underdogs are just getting warmed up. Elizabeth I, a woman, sat on the throne, capable of engaging diplomatically in the morning and authorising a pirate raid by tea time. She looked at Spain's treasure fleet sailing past and thought the English deserved a share of that wealth. Enter the Sea Dogs, which sounds innocent, but was actually England's cheeky name for their officially unofficial pirates. These were men such as Francis Drake, who had the audacity to sail around the entire world just to prove it could be done, stopping along the way to liberate Spanish treasure. When Drake came home with a ship so loaded with stolen Spanish gold that it nearly sank, Elizabeth didn't arrest him. She knighted him. The Spanish, understandably, were getting tired of this behaviour, So in 1588 they decided to send a little reminder called the Spanish Armada, 130 ships packed with soldiers, heading straight for England's shores. You might expect this to be where England gets its comeuppance. David versus Goliath, except Goliath has cannons and centuries of naval experience. But here's where geography becomes destiny, and where England's terrible weather finally worked in their favour. Picture the Spanish admiral who had spent months planning this invasion, his ships loaded with troops, feeling confident. Then he hits the English Channel and discovers that English weather isn't just unpleasant, it's actively hostile. The wind starts howling, the seas turn nasty, and suddenly those massive proud warships are being tossed around violently. The English, meanwhile, had smaller, more nimble ships that danced around the Spanish fleet. They dart in, fire their cannons, and zip away before the Spanish could respond. It was naval guerrilla warfare, and the Spanish weren't ready for it. But the real hero of this story wasn't English bravery or cunning, it was the weather. A massive storm scattered the Spanish fleet, sending ships crashing into rocks, running aground, and generally having the worst day in naval history. The Spanish called it El Viento Protestante, the Protestant wind. Even God, it seemed, had picked sides. When the dust settled, Spain's seemingly invincible navy was in tatters, and little England had proven that sometimes, being small and scrappy beats being big and powerful, your underweight friend somehow winning an arm wrestling contest against the gym's bodybuilder, improbable, but undeniably impressive. This victory not only protected England from invasion, but also signalled the arrival of a new player in the global arena. The Spanish Empire, which had seemed as permanent as the sunrise, suddenly looked vulnerable. And England, that soggy little island that nobody had taken seriously, started getting some intriguing ideas about what it might accomplish on the world stage. The age of Spanish dominance was beginning to crack, and through those cracks English ambition was starting to grow. Persistent, unstoppable, and surprisingly resilient. The foundation was being laid for what would become the largest empire in human history. After beating the Spanish Armada, England had confidence but still relatively little money compared to its European neighbours. They needed a business plan, and unfortunately, the business plans of the 1600s often involved what we'd politely call morally questionable practices. Enter the merchant companies, organisations with grand names such as the Company of Merchant Adventurers. These weren't your typical corner shops. They were massive trading corporations with royal charters that basically said, go forth and make money, and don't ask too many questions about how. The East India Company was the crown jewel of these operations, and calling it just a trading company understates its true nature. Founded in 1600, it started as a simple idea: sail to Asia, buy spices and silk, and sell them back home for enormous profits. It became the world's first global corporation, except with more cannons and fewer HR departments. You have to understand, spices back then weren't just about making food taste better, they were incredibly valuable. Pepper was literally worth its weight in silver, and nutmeg was so precious that wars were fought over tiny islands that grew it. The Dutch had monopolised much of the spice trade, charging whatever they wanted, and the English decided they should get in on that business. But the East India Company wasn't content to just trade. They started hiring their own armies, making their own treaties, and essentially running their own foreign policy. A modern corporation deciding to start conquering countries, that's basically what happened, except with sailing ships and elaborate uniforms. The company's expansion into India perfectly demonstrates how ambition can snowball beyond anyone's original intentions. They'd started by just wanting to set up trading posts along the coast, little fortified compounds where they could store goods and conduct business. But India in the 1600s was a complex patchwork of competing kingdoms, and the Mughal Empire, which had been holding everything together, was starting to weaken. Into this power vacuum stepped the East India Company. They'd make alliances with local rulers, provide military support, and gradually become indispensable. Before anyone quite realised what was happening, the company wasn't just trading in India, it was running large chunks of it. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was one of those moments that seemed minor at the time but changed everything. Robert Clive, a company official who'd started as a clerk and worked his way up to general, defeated the Nawab of Bengal with a much smaller force. This unexpected victory paved the way for unprecedented power. But victory came with consequences nobody had thought through. Suddenly, the East India Company was responsible for governing millions of people across vast territories. They'd gone from being merchants to being rulers, and they were completely unprepared for this transformation. The wealth flowing back to Britain was staggering. Bengal alone was generating revenues that dwarfed many European kingdoms' entire budgets. The taxes that had previously benefited local rulers were now contributing significantly to British coffers, and the company's shareholders were experiencing unprecedented wealth. Naturally, the foundation of this wealth rested on systems that were fundamentally extractive and frequently cruel. The company exploited their territories, prioritizing profit margins over the well-being of the people under their control. Famines became more common and more deadly when local resources were diverted to company profits rather than local needs. Back in London, people were starting to notice that their little trading company had somehow acquired an empire. The British government wasn't entirely sure what to do with this situation. The company was generating enormous wealth for the country, but it was also making decisions that affected international relations and the lives of millions of people. This was the beginning of a pattern that would define the British Empire for centuries. Private ambition leading to public responsibility, commercial ventures growing into political control, and a small island nation finding itself responsible for governing vast populations across the globe, often without any clear plan for how to do it ethically or effectively. The stage was set for an empire that would span continents and reshape the world, built not through grand strategy, but through the accumulated decisions of merchants, soldiers and administrators, who often had no idea what they were creating. By the 1700s, Britain had stumbled into something resembling a strategy. Though calling it a strategy might be generous, it was more organised opportunism with excellent naval support. Britain had discovered that if you controlled the seas, you could control global trade, control the highways, and you don't need to own every town. You just need to control how people and goods move between them. This is where the Royal Navy enters our story with full force. By the mid-1700s, Britain was building ships constantly, everywhere, with the assumption that you could never have too many. They had honed their naval warfare skills to such an extent that any potential enemy found encountering a British fleet to be highly unwelcome. This naval strategy truly demonstrated its effectiveness during the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. While European powers engaged in land battles, Britain pursued a distinct strategy. They'd swoop in, capture strategic ports and islands, disrupt enemy trade routes, and generally make life miserable for anyone who depended on maritime commerce. Take the capture of Quebec in 1759, which sounds straightforward but was actually extraordinarily daring. General Wolfe and his troops had to scale supposedly unclimbable cliffs in the middle of the night, surprise the French defenders, and capture one of the most important cities in North America. It was the kind of plan that should have failed spectacularly, but somehow worked perfectly, though both Wolfe and the French commander died in the battle. The result of all this naval dominance was that Britain started accumulating territories at an unprecedented rate. Gibraltar controlled access to the Mediterranean. Malta was perfectly positioned for Middle Eastern trade routes. The Cape of Good Hope controlled the sea route to Asia. It was strategic positioning on a global scale, with each acquisition making the next one more valuable. From a logistical perspective, governing a global empire with a sailing ship as your fastest communication method presents unique challenges. Messages between London and India took months, which meant that by the time headquarters heard about a problem and sent back instructions, the situation had usually either resolved itself or gotten spectacularly worse. This communication delay created a dynamic where British officials on the ground had enormous autonomy. They couldn't ask London for permission every time they needed to make a decision, so they often just made it and hoped it would be approved retroactively. Some officials used this freedom responsibly. Others discovered that power exercised 8,000 miles away from any oversight can corrupt absolutely. You'd have company officials essentially running their own kingdoms, making treaties, waging wars and collecting taxes, all while technically being employees of a trading company based in London. The system worked when these officials were competent and honest, but it created opportunities for abuse that were difficult to control from such distances. The American colonies served as a prime illustration of the potential pitfalls of this system. Strapped for cash after the costly 7 Years' War, the British government decided that the Americans should contribute to their own defence costs. This seemed reasonable from London's perspective. After all, British troops had just spent years protecting American colonists from French and Indian attacks. But the colonists had gotten used to managing their affairs. and suddenly being asked to pay taxes they'd had no say in imposing felt fundamentally unfair. The famous "no taxation without representation" wasn't just a catchy slogan. It was a fundamental complaint about the impossibility of governing an empire when communication took months and local conditions changed daily. The British response to American complaints was essentially, "We've been doing this successfully all over the world, just go along with it." But North America was different from India or the Caribbean. The colonists were mostly British descended, shared British legal traditions, and had enough economic independence to cause real trouble if they organised. When that trouble finally came, Britain discovered that naval supremacy, while excellent for controlling trade routes and capturing islands, was less useful for fighting a land war against people who knew the terrain and had the support of the local population. You could control the coasts, but controlling the interior required different tactics entirely. The loss of the American colonies was Britain's first major imperial setback, but it wouldn't be the last. The lesson was clear. Empires built on naval power and commercial advantage were vulnerable when local populations decided they no longer wanted to be governed by distant foreigners, no matter how powerful those foreigners might be at sea. After losing the American colonies, Britain was hurt and embarrassed, but determined to prove they could do better elsewhere. They were lucky to have India, which was becoming their most lucrative relationship, even if it was unexpectedly complex. By the 1800s, calling India the jewel in the crown wasn't just poetic language, it was an economic reality. The wealth flowing from the subcontinent was extraordinary. Cotton, spices, tea, opium, and manufactured goods were generating revenues that made Britain one of the wealthiest nations on earth. But this wealth came with responsibilities and complications that nobody had really planned for. The thing about governing 300 million people across a subcontinent is that it's incredibly complex. You're managing people who speak dozens of different languages, follow different religions, and have centuries of complicated relationships with each other, and you're expected to make a profit while doing it. The East India Company had grown from a trading organisation into essentially a parallel government, complete with its own armies, tax systems and legal codes. Company officials lived lavishly, building elaborate mansions and hosting parties that would have impressed European royalty. But they were also dealing with famines, rebellions, and the constant challenge of maintaining control over territories larger than most European countries. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 served as a significant awakening. A mutiny among Indian soldiers escalated into a widespread uprising throughout northern India, thereby forcing the company to fight for its own survival. The immediate trigger was rumours about ammunition cartridges being greased with cow and pig fat, offensive to both Hindu and Muslim soldiers. But the real causes went much deeper. The company had been gradually taking over more and more aspects of Indian life, raising taxes, changing traditional arrangements, and generally making life more difficult for local populations while getting richer themselves. Eventually, the changes created enough resentment to explode into open rebellion. The rebellion was brutal on both sides, with atrocities that shocked even people accustomed to colonial violence. When British forces finally regained control, the response was swift and decisive. The East India Company was dissolved, and the British government took direct control of India. Someone responsible needed to take charge. The new arrangement, known as the British Raj, was supposed to be more professional and less extractive than company rule. The idea was that government officials, unlike company employees, would prioritise beneficial governance over pure profit. In practice, it was more a change in management structure than a fundamental reform of a system designed to benefit outsiders at the expense of locals. This period saw the construction of massive infrastructure projects, railways, telegraphs, irrigation systems, and administrative buildings that still dot the Indian landscape today. The British built these not out of altruism, but because effective extraction requires effective infrastructure. Better roads and railways made everything work more efficiently, but the primary beneficiary was still Britain. The railway system perfectly demonstrates this dynamic. By 1900, India had one of the largest railway networks in the world, which was genuinely impressive and useful. Trains connected remote regions, facilitated trade, and made travel easier for millions of people. But the network was designed primarily to move raw materials from the interior to coastal ports and finished goods from ports to markets, a pattern that benefited British manufacturers much more than Indian ones. Imperial wealth was simultaneously transforming British society. Bengali fortunes enabled the construction of grand mansions in the countryside. Entire families could live comfortably on the pensions of relatives who'd served in India. Indian textiles, foods, and ideas were influencing British culture, despite Britain maintaining strict hierarchies that kept Indians subordinate within their own country. Everyone recognised the irony. British officials in India lived in luxury while promoting the civilising mission of empire, whereas back in Britain, industrial cities were filled with workers enduring conditions often worse than those faced by many Indians. The wealth that made Britain a global power was unevenly distributed even among the British themselves, but perhaps the most significant long-term impact was educational. The British introduced English language education partly to create a class of Indians who could serve as intermediaries between British administrators and the local population. The unintended consequence was creating a generation of Indian intellectuals who could read British political philosophy, including ideas about democracy, individual rights, and self-governance. This educated class began to ask uncomfortable questions. If these principles were beneficial enough for Britain, why weren't they beneficial enough for India? Ironically, the British were sowing the seeds of independence through the very educational system they had established to enhance the effectiveness of their rule. By the mid-1800s, Britain had achieved something unprecedented in human history. They had become so globally dominant that they were essentially playing geopolitics alone at the top. But success brought its own problems. When you're the world's dominant power, everyone else starts looking for ways to knock you down. Enter Russia, with all the subtlety of a freight train. The Russians were expanding south and east, methodically acquiring Central Asian territories. From Britain's perspective, such activity was deeply concerning, because Russian expansion toward Afghanistan meant Russian expansion toward India, and nobody was allowed to threaten the jewel in the crown. Thus began what Rudyard Kipling called the Great Game, a decades-long strategic competition between Britain and Russia that played out across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. It was expensive, dangerous geopolitics with real consequences measured in empires. The problem was geography. The distance between Russian territory and British India was filled with mountains, deserts, and tribal territories that nobody really controlled. Afghanistan was the key piece. Whoever controlled Afghanistan could threaten India, but Afghanistan had an inconvenient habit of being completely unconquerable. The First Afghan War, 1839 to 1842, was Britain's attempt to install a friendly ruler in Kabul, and it went disastrously wrong. The plan involved marching an army through mountain passes to impose a government on people who really didn't want one. The retreat from Kabul became legendary for all the wrong reasons. Of the roughly 16,000 people who began the retreat, only one British officer made it back to tell the story. It was a military disaster that should have made everyone reconsider their entire approach to foreign policy. But here's the thing about imperial momentum. Once you're committed to defending everywhere, you can't really afford to look weak anywhere. So despite the Afghan disaster, Britain kept expanding, building naval bases, signing treaties with local rulers, and getting drawn into conflicts that seemed to multiply endlessly. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, was officially presented as a conflict to protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian expansion. However, its true purpose was to maintain the balance of power that secured Britain's global position. Fighting in the Crimean Peninsula was difficult and messy, and nobody looked particularly competent. This was also the war that introduced the world to Florence Nightingale and modern nursing, which tells you something about how badly things were going, that the most memorable outcome was improvements in medical care for wounded soldiers. The charge of the Light Brigade became famous poetry, but it was famous because 600 cavalry charging directly into cannon fire was such a spectacular example of military incompetence that people couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, the cost of maintaining this global empire was becoming astronomical. Britain's imperial commitments were accumulating steadily, and each one required its army and navy to maintain. The Royal Navy alone was larger than the next two navies combined, and maintaining that supremacy meant constantly building new ships to keep up with technological advances. When ironclad warships replaced wooden ones, Britain had to replace its entire fleet. When steam power became standard, they had to build coaling stations around the world. It was a never-ending cycle of expensive upgrades. On land, Britain was maintaining garrisons from Gibraltar to Hong Kong, and each garrison needed supplies, reinforcements, and local support. The logistics of empire were mind-boggling, coordinating military operations across multiple time zones when your fastest communication was still limited by the speed of telegraph cables that could be cut by anyone with determination and basic tools. When local populations decided they'd had enough of foreign rule, the Indian Mutiny had demonstrated how quickly things could go wrong. Every British colony now needs enough troops to maintain order, but not so many that the cost becomes prohibitive. It was a delicate balance that required constant attention and enormous resources. Back home, British society was dealing with the contradictions of empire in increasingly uncomfortable ways. While the wealth from India and other colonies funded British prosperity, it also raised moral questions that were difficult to dismiss. How do you reconcile believing in liberty and justice with ruling over hundreds of millions of people who had no say in their governance? Some British intellectuals convinced themselves that empire was actually beneficial for colonised peoples, a civilising mission that brought progress and enlightenment to backward societies. Others were more honest about the economic motivations but argued that the benefits justified the costs. Still, others began questioning whether the whole enterprise was sustainable or ethical. These debates were mostly academic for ordinary British people, who enjoyed imperial prosperity without having to think too deeply about where it came from. But they were becoming very real for the growing number of educated Indians, Africans, and others who were beginning to organise and demand changes to the colonial system. By 1900, Britain's empire covered roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and ruled over 400 million people, which sounds impressive until you realise that managing that many people across that much territory was extraordinarily difficult. Trying to conduct an orchestra where half the musicians are in different buildings and none of them can hear the conductor. The first major crack in the imperial facade came from an unexpected direction. White settlers in South Africa who had the audacity to fight back. The Boer War, 1899 to 1902, was supposed to be a quick demonstration of British power, but it turned into a grinding conflict that revealed some uncomfortable truths about imperial warfare. Fighting Dutch farmers who knew the terrain and had good rifles turned out to be much harder than anyone had anticipated. The British response was to invent concentration camps, not the Nazi death camps, but the original version, where civilian populations were confined to control guerrilla warfare. It worked from a military standpoint, but the international criticism was severe, and the cost was enormous. Britain spent more money fighting a few thousand Boer farmers than they'd spent on most previous colonial wars combined. More troubling was what the war revealed about British society itself. Physical examinations of army recruits showed that a shocking percentage of young British men were unfit for military service, malnourished, diseased, and physically underdeveloped. The empire was so busy extracting wealth from other countries that it had neglected the health of its own population. World War I was supposed to demonstrate the empire's strength and unity, and in some ways it did. Troops from India, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa fought alongside British forces, and the combined imperial effort was genuinely impressive. But the war also accelerated changes that would ultimately undermine imperial authority. The thing about asking people to die for your cause is that it gives them certain moral authority to question it afterward. Indian soldiers who fought in Europe and Mesopotamia returned home with new perspectives on British power and new expectations about political rights. It's difficult to tell someone they're not ready for self-governance after they've spent 4 years fighting Germans in the trenches. The economic cost of World War I was staggering. Britain went from being the world's largest creditor to being deeply in debt, particularly to the United States. Running a global empire is expensive under the best circumstances, but trying to do it while simultaneously fighting the most destructive war in human history was financially devastating. The interwar period saw Britain trying to maintain imperial prestige on a reduced budget, which worked about as well as you'd expect. Although the Government of India Act of 1919 promised Indians greater self-governance, its actual reforms were so limited that they failed to satisfy almost anyone. Meanwhile, a lawyer named Gandhi was developing new methods of resistance that were specifically designed to make British rule look illegitimate and brutal. Gandhi's genius was understanding that the moral foundation of empire was already shaky. Most British people wanted to believe they were governing other countries for those countries' benefit, not just for British profit. By organising peaceful resistance that provoked violent responses, Gandhi made it impossible to maintain that comfortable fiction. When British authorities beat peaceful protesters with clubs or opened fire on unarmed crowds, the civilizing mission started looking more like organised theft. In many ways, World War II was Britain's greatest achievement. Standing alone against Nazi Germany in 1940 required genuine courage and determination. But fighting that war required mobilising every possible resource, including the empires, and it became increasingly difficult to justify denying political rights to people whose contributions were essential to British survival. The Bengal famine of 1943, which killed between 2 and 3 million people, was a particularly dark moment. While Britain was fighting for freedom and democracy in Europe, imperial policies were contributing to mass starvation in India. It's challenging to maintain that you're fighting for universal human rights, while simultaneously presiding over preventable famine in your most important colony. By 1945, Britain had won the war, but lost the economic foundation of the empire. The country was exhausted, broke, and dependent on American aid. The Royal Navy, which had been the backbone of imperial power for centuries, was increasingly obsolete in an age of air power and nuclear weapons. Maintaining global military supremacy was no longer affordable and, frankly, no longer possible. The people running Britain weren't stupid. They could see that the old system was unsustainable. The question wasn't whether to end the empire, but how to do it in a way that preserved British influence and prevented complete chaos in former colonies. Some British politicians hoped they could transition to a new kind of relationship, informal influence instead of formal control, economic partnerships instead of colonial extraction. The idea was to maintain the benefits of empire without the costs and moral complications of direct rule. It was an attractive theory, but it assumed that newly independent countries would want to maintain close ties with their former colonial masters, which turned out to be questionable. The end of the British Empire wasn't sudden. It was more a very long, very complicated process involving dozens of countries, hundreds of treaties, and countless opportunities for things to go spectacularly wrong. Britain had spent centuries acquiring territories. Giving them back would prove to be almost as challenging as taking them in the first place. India's independence in 1947 was both the inevitable beginning of the end and a case study in how decolonisation could go horribly wrong despite everyone's best intentions. Partition, the division of British India into India and Pakistan, was supposed to solve the problem of religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. Instead, it created one of the largest forced migrations in human history, with millions of people fleeing their homes and somewhere between 200,000 and 2 million people dying in communal violence. The British government's role in partition was problematic. Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy of India, was given the impossible task of drawing borders that would satisfy everyone, which was roughly equivalent to being asked to divide a pizza in a way that makes everyone happy when some people want pepperoni and others are vegetarian. The irony is that Britain's departure from India was probably about 50 years too late to be graceful, and about 5 years too early to be properly planned. By 1947, British authority had already collapsed in much of the subcontinent, but the timeline for independence was so rushed that nobody had time to work out the practical details of creating 2 new nations from scratch. Meanwhile, other regions of the empire were coming to similar conclusions about British rule, albeit through different means. In Palestine, Britain found itself trying to balance promises made to the Jewish and Arab populations while dealing with increasingly violent resistance from both sides. The solution was to give up and hand the problem over to the newly created United Nations, which worked about as well as you'd expect. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was the moment when Britain discovered that being a former superpower means you still think you deserve special treatment, but nobody else agrees. When Egypt nationalised the Suez Canal, Britain and France invaded to retake it, assuming they could still act unilaterally on the world stage. The United States essentially told them to sit down and behave themselves, and Britain discovered that their special relationship with America didn't include permission to start wars without asking first. The humiliation of Suez marked the psychological end of empire, even though formal decolonisation would continue for decades. Britain could no longer pretend to be an independent global power. They were now a regional power with global interests. The process of decolonisation accelerated through the 1960s, with African territories gaining independence in rapid succession. Some transitions were relatively smooth. Guyana's independence in 1957 was managed by Kwame Nkrumah, who had been educated in British universities and understood how to work within British political systems. Others, like Kenya, experienced brutal conflicts that left lasting scars on both sides. The challenge for Britain was figuring out what came next. Having spent centuries telling themselves that they governed other countries for those countries' benefit, how do you maintain any influence once those countries are free to choose their relationships? The answer was the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of former colonies that would maintain cultural and economic ties with Britain. The Commonwealth was an attempt to preserve relationships after the formal empire ended. Some countries, such as Canada and Australia, were pleased to maintain close ties. Others, such as Ireland, wanted nothing to do with Britain beyond basic diplomatic relations. Still others had more complex relationships that varied depending on who was in charge and what Britain had done lately. By the 1970s, the transformation was largely complete. Britain had gone from ruling a quarter of the world to being a medium-sized European country with some overseas territories and a lot of historical baggage. The economic benefits of empire had been replaced by the costs of managing decline, dealing with immigration from former colonies, maintaining expensive military commitments that no longer served clear purposes, and figuring out Britain's role in a world where they were no longer automatically important. We are still working out how the legacy of empire continues to shape both Britain and its former colonies. In Britain, imperial history remains a source of both pride and discomfort, pride in the achievements and global influence, and discomfort with the methods and consequences. In former colonies, the impacts vary enormously, but they include everything from legal systems and languages to borders and ethnic tensions that can be traced directly to colonial policies. Perhaps the most lasting legacy is the English language itself, which became the global lingua franca partly because the British Empire spread it across the world. Today, more people speak English as a second language than as a first language, and the internet has made English fluency essential for global participation in ways that the builders of empire never could have imagined. So, there you have it. The rise and fall of the British Empire, from a soggy island with big ambitions to a global superpower to a modern nation still figuring out its place in the world. It's a story about how geography, technology and human ambition can combine to create something unprecedented, and how even the most powerful systems eventually face the limits of their own contradictions. Sweet dreams, and remember, empires may come and go, but the really good stories about them tend to stick around.